In a world governed by wolf packs, a powerful leader named Alpha.丨is planning to expand his dominance. Meanwhile, a young girl named Lilia, though seemingly fragile, possesses a heart of strength. Her life is about to be turned upside down by Alpha's ambitions. Welcome to the Alpha's Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Prologue. No one had ever seen eyes like his. Large and strained, it almost looked as if they would bulge out of the socket and plop onto the ground. Those who had seen him knew what his eyes meant. The more bulged they were, the more he was keeping an eye on everything and anything. It immediately scared anyone into submission. His pack was small. Slowly, member by member, it was growing larger, but something drastic needed to be done. He'd been training them for weeks now, preparing them to recruit more members, whether willingly or by force. He had an army to build, and it would happen one way or another. Today, his pack was planning on attacking the village of the Broken. It wasn't a well-known village, containing maybe 100 wolves total, but it was suitable for his needs. Quickly his pack was upon them, ripping out the hearts of those who opposed him and torturing those who decided to join him. They had to learn who was in charge at some point. All he did was watch as houses were burned, people were brought to their knees, and children were taken into a large military vehicle he'd brought with him. The man began to chuckle as he simply gazed upon the horror that was happening to the village. The air was filled with the piercing screams of women and children, and the stench of red water permeated for miles. They had taken too long. Wrap it up, he sent out to his pack. They all scurried to finish their dues before shifting into their human forms and bowing in front of him. "Let us go," he said aloud to everyone before him, "to expand our hearts, our minds, and our pack. You are loved here." "Yes, Alpha," they chanted in response, cheering a little afterwards. He simply lifted his hand and silence filled the air. The children in the back of the truck huddled together in a mixture of tears, red water, and feces, crying and screaming their little hearts out. The path their lives were on were forever changed by this moment. Everything changed in this moment. Everyone changed in this moment, including the little boy huddled to himself beneath everyone else's feet. Chapter 1. Aunt Johanna. "Did you forget to iron my dress?" Lilia had a recital in just a few hours, and her dress looked like a crumpled up ball of aluminum foil. She would have ironed it herself, but she wasn't allowed near extremely sharp or hot things. She had a habit of find ways to accidentally hurt herself, no matter what object it was. "I haven't forgotten, Lilia. We still have 2 hours. And it takes a half hour to get there, so we should probably do it now." Her aunt had no sense of time or time management whatsoever. Lilia lived with her mother and her aunt, but her mother was far too frail to do anything but sleep. "Wet on, do you dare touch that iron? Lilia, I'll be down in a second." Their house wasn't that big, though the 2 stories made it look massive from the outside. It was a boring beige color, with boring beige shutters on each window that did nothing to hide the amount of sunlight the house got. Lilia's skin was so pale and fragile that if she stood in the window for too long she'd end up sunburnt. That was something she got from her mother. I'm here," Johanna said, coming down the stairs looking like a tornado had gotten a hold of her hair. Hair was something important in Lilia's family, because they all had the same pitch black hair. Johanna had beautiful long, dark hair that was pin, straight when she brushed it. She didn't brush it very often. Lilia's was a little straight, with a few random curls here and there, and her mother, Kate's, was very curly. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "But not quite. Please hurry, Aunt Johanna. We still have to get Mom up and ready. Lelia said softly. Johanna had already begun to iron the soft, white dress when she winced and gave Lelia a sympathetic look. She won't be able to come. Lelia, you know her heart's sensitive. I know, Lelia murmured. I was just hoping she would come. It's been months since she's left her bed. Well, she'll be cheering you on from that bed, Johanna said with a grin. Lelia couldn't fight the grin from her face, and soon enough both women were laughing so hard tears were almost coming out of their eyes. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Go get changed and I'll make you something to eat before we leave, Johanna stated. Lelia nodded and rushed to her room on the second floor to change into her dress, then made her way to her mother's room to say a quick goodbye. Mama, she said softly. A small figure on the bed twisted around in the dimly lit room. Lelia, my love, her mother croaked. Mama, are you losing your voice again? Lelia asked. Her mother had just gotten her voice back last week. Was she getting sick again? I'll call the doctor on the way to the recital. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. No, Lelia, her mother slurred. This is normal. Just focus on your recital. It was hard to focus on anything when her mother was this weak. She had a feeling this wouldn't be an easy performance. I'll try my best. Mama. I'll see you afterwards, Lelia asked. She smoothed her mom's hair down and watched her eyes flicker shut. Of course you will. Now, get going. Kick everyone else's butts for me, her mom said softly. She was falling asleep again. Lelia gave her mom a peck on forehead before leaving the room quietly. Johanna was waiting for her downstairs, a few grilled cheese sandwiches made and her hair brushed. Eat up. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We've got 15 minutes until we need to leave. Sure enough, 15 minutes later Johanna and Lelia were on their way to the recital hall. It was a small building down the street from the Peck Clinic, at about 5 minutes away from the Peck house. Lelia felt the nerves start to jump through her mind. Take it easy, Johanna soothed. I can read you like a book. It's all right to be a little nervous, but don't let it take over you. You'll do great. They were there in no time, and Lelia took the opportunity to quickly meet her friends backstage so that she could calm down a little. Lelia, they shouted in unison, running to greet her with a hug. Marjorie and Heather were two people she'd become extremely close to in recent years. They understood the struggle with not only her mom but also with herself, and were very excited to see her because they didn't get to visit much. How's your mom? Was the first thing Heather asked Lelia. She rested a hand on Lelia's shoulder and looked at her in concern. Normal. As good as she can be, Lelia answered. Marjorie and Heather nodded their heads at her answer. Still no answers from the Peck doctor? Marjorie asked. Johanna had taken her mother to the Peck doctor when she began to get sick and he'd had no answers. Lelia's body had already started whatever process it was, but instead of growing fragile, Lelia was just prone to almost any and all sickness. No, but I don't want her to focus on that right now. Let's focus on the competition. The other girls nodded in agreement to what Lelia suggested, but their eyes were still filled with worry. She cleared her throat, gave them a small smile, and walked away to get a drink. Instead of making her feel better, they'd only made her more worried. She gulped down water as if she hadn't had it in years, but slowed down when she realized she was going to make herself sick. To be fair, she was already sick with worry, but a gallon of water inside her stomach would only make things worse. How much longer did her mother have before passing? Thinking about it made her body want to shut down. Lelia, you're up, Marjorie shouted. Lelia gave her a small nod, a shaky smile, and a little wave as she made her way to the stage. Lilia was convinced that she wasn't a good singer. She swears her mother walked in and persuaded every single person to come and listen to her wretched voice. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing Clichet's enthusiasm. She was going to quit, but seeing the smiles on her mom's and Johanna's faces made all the nervousness worth it. She'd been practicing for about 2 months now, and was confident she knew the song and the notes, but the nerves confronted her head-on as she entered the stage. 2.5 minutes was all it took for the nerves to be gone. Lots of applause followed her performance. A blush covered her face and probably her entire body when she looked up and her aunt was the only one standing and whistling. Lilia somehow managed to avoid her friends, in fear they'd talk about her mother again, and made her way to the car. She'd somehow beaten her aunt, so she hopped up on the trunk of the car and sat down. She didn't care if she got her dress dirty. She just wanted some peace and quiet. To be fair, she got plenty of that at home, but she didn't want to speak to her friends if they were just going to question her about her mother. Ready to go, Johanna spoke, out of breath and her hair back to its typical frazzled state. Lilia simply nodded her response and stared out the window the entire ride home. Her aunt simply hummed to the music with the windows down as she drove. Fran really only felt safe with her mother and Johanna, one of the few reasons she let Johanna drive her around. Lilia hated cars with a passion, finding them unsafe and useless when you had legs. Unfortunately for her, if she wanted to continue to sing, she couldn't exactly walk in a dress and heels for 30 or so miles. It wasn't even a possibility. You did great. Today. The year. I can't believe no one else stood. Johanna scowled and tightened on the steering wheel until her knuckles were white. You deserved thousands of standing ovations for that performance. Thank you, Lilia responded. She was quiet today, Johanna noted, quieter than usual. Once they got home, everything would be fine. Lilia would curl up with her mum to read then sleep, and Johanna would have to wake them up for a late dinner. When they arrived at the house a few minutes later, Lilia's body tensed at the smell of her Alpha. He came here in his free time, which, luckily for her, wasn't that often. Alpha-Howie was in his late 30s, and for some reason had his eyes set on Lilia as his mate. She was young, only just turning 20 the month before, and had absolutely no interest in taking a male that wasn't her soulmate. After listening to Kate talk about Lilia's dad, Lilia knew she would accept her mate at all costs. Ben had been younger than Kate, she thought with a grin, but that didn't stop them. Kate's illnesses had also started to get more severe, but that didn't stop Ben. Lilia got to experience life for 7 years with her father before he was brutally taken away from them. A training match had gone too far, and the Alpha, Howie's elderly father at the time, wasn't paying attention. An angry pack member had killed my father while practicing, and walked away innocent. It angered my mother so much she got sick again, but this time it would be crippling. Kate lost feeling in her legs when Lilia was 8 years old and had barely left her bed since. The doctors didn't know how she had lasted as long as she did, but Lilia was thankful for every second she got with her mother. Johanna exited the car first. Lilia had her hand on the door handle to get out, but froze when Alpha-Howie opened her front door. Johanna stopped and turned back to Lilia, as if to see what she would do. Sometimes Lilia wished her family would take a stand for her, but could also understand why they couldn't. Alpha-Howie was kind to them, and if they fought against him more than they already were, then there would be consequences. Major ones that Lilia didn't ever want to face. Lilia, Alpha spoke loudly as soon as she stepped 1 foot outside the car. Her body wanted her to freeze again, but she kept going and tried to avoid his gaze as she stepped past him and into her home. How can we help you? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Johanna asked when they were all sitting around each other at the kitchen table. It was small, and Alpha-丨 looked quite funny with his large frame. It made it seem like he was an adult sitting at the kids' table. I'd like to speak with Lydia for a moment. Johanna. Alone. I'm sure her mother needs some attention, he commented. Alpha's eyes never left Lydia's tense figure as he spoke. Johanna sent a glance to Lydia before nodding and standing. She bowed and left quickly, leaving her niece behind with Alpha-丨. How have you been, Lydia? His gentle tone wouldn't fool her. He wasn't here to be nice. What can I do for you? To my agent extraordinaire, Werewolf-related. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Lydia avoided his question one purpose. Her plan worked when his eyes flashed with anger and his hands curled into fists. He leaned onto the table so close she could feel his breath on her face. Don't ignore your Alpha. Lydia, you've been taught better than that. Her leg twitched. She wanted nothing more than to slam it between his legs right where he was sitting. I'm fine. To my agent extraordinaire, Werewolf-related. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. How are you? Lydia asked through clenched teeth. Alpha-丨 smirked and leaned back in his chair. I've been great. Lydia, thank you for asking. The two wolves sat there in silence, listening to the slight ticking sound coming from the clock in the next room. You looked beautiful at your recital today. Lydia, he said with a sickening grin. Lydia gulped. It was getting harder to keep her cool around him. Thank you. To my agent extraordinaire, Werewolf-related. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Lydia released a loose breath. A disgusting feeling started to fill up her stomach, threatening to release all over the table. She swallowed it down and looked him in the eyes. He had been there watching. If she had known that, he would have ruined the whole night. Yes, she loved singing, but she wasn't afraid to quit if it meant Alpha couldn't see her doing it. Have you thought about my offer? He seemed genuine, which only led to confusion. Yes, she thought about his offer. She had also rejected the same offer 7 times now. This would be the 8th. I'm sorry. To my agent extraordinaire, Werewolf-related. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But do you not remember our conversation from about 3 weeks ago? Lydia had to think back pretty far. She was glad she had too, because it meant he hasn't been here for a while. It was a shame today it was going so wrong. I'm asking if you've thought about my offer. Lydia. I would like it if you answered the question before I get upset. He threatened. She gulped. No, Alpha. I won't be your chosen soulmate, she answered with a sigh. They had been through this so many times before, and the same result came out of every situation. I will ask you one more time. Lydia, the next time I am here, I expect a yes. I wouldn't want to have to resort to drastic measures, would I? His tone was threatening once again, but instead of brushing it off, she felt it slap her in the face. He was going to do it. She thought. He was actually going to do it. He was going to kill her family and torture her until she said yes. She didn't want to believe it, but looking at his face, she could tell it wasn't a threat. It was a promise. Chapter 2. There was a definitive difference between the applause she got now and the applause she'd gotten at the show before this one. Lydia's heart just wasn't in it. Once again Johanna stood and let out a loud whistle, waving her hands wildly through the air. Lydia blushed and made her way off stage as quickly as possible. Though she didn't want to go home, she did want to get off the stage. She knew what was waiting for her at home. It had been about 3 weeks so far how he had last visited. It wasn't that long for him, that she had a horrible feeling he'd be waiting for her at the house. She wanted to enjoy her last day of freedom, but had messed up her performance. To her it seemed to be a sign of the bad day to come. Johanna found her backstage after everyone had left. "Lydia, you usually meet me at the car." She sat down next to Lydia on the floor, crossing her legs the same way Lydia had. "Is everything okay?" "Everything is fine," Lydia answered. The hardest part about what she'd have to do at the house would be telling her mother, and he would be accepting Alpha as her soulmate. Just the thought made her shudder and her eyes water. "Is this about your performance?" "You did great." Johanna smiled. Lydia smirked and let hair fall over her face. Her aunt wouldn't have said that in the first place if her performance had been up to par. It was fine. She'd be fine. She didn't want her last moments with her aunt to be spent arguing. "I know, Aunt Johanna. I just want to go home. I lost track of time." Lydia blurted out an excuse. It was believable, apparently, because her aunt stood and held her hand out to help her out. Johanna grunted as she pulled Lydia up to her feet. "You're not as light as you used to be, kid," Johanna laughed. The calm inn turned a small chuckle out of Lydia, but silence ensued as they made their way to the car. Aunt Johanna's car was a little too small for Lydia's legs, but it was all they had. Lydia knew she would miss this when she went with Alpha-丨The. "Are you sure everything is all right, Lydia?" Johanna probed. Lydia simply nodded her head. She knew if she told anyone about Alpha-丨the's proposition, consequences would come upon the family. She would make it seem like it was her decision and her decision alone. "I'm all right," she assured. She was anything but all right, but her family would always come first. In order for them to live comfortably, she would spend the rest of her life with her Alpha. She gulped. The trip back home seemed faster than ever, she noticed, and found herself frozen to her seat when her aunt put the car in park and opened her door. The Alpha's scent immediately washed through the car. Lydia was dizzy. Could she really do this? She would have to. Lydia. Her aunt linked her. She was watching her from the doorway of the house, her eyebrows flickering back and forth between the car and something inside. Lydia knew exactly what, or rather who it was. She shivered. "I'm coming. To my agent extraordinaire, Myron Noben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "I'll be there in a minute," Lydia whispered back to her through the link. Johanna looked at Lydia in confusion. She really only called her Aunt Johanna auntie when he wanted something. This time, for the first time, Lydia just wanted her aunt. She just wanted to stay. Her eyes watered when Alpha-丨the's smell practically consumed her head when she stepped out of the car. Once again her body froze. Alpha-丨the had wandered out of the house and pushed her aunt inside before glaring at her so strongly her body began to shake. "Let's go, Lydia," he ordered with a growl. Her body didn't listen to him. It wanted to listen to her heart, to run away and scream for help, but her brain knew that wasn't even an option. Lydia clenched her eyes shut and tried to force herself to accept her new life. Her feet took a step forward, then another, then another. She hesitated in taking the final step that would land her right in front of her future mate. Her wolf was trying to push herself out and show Alpha how wrong this was. Lydia wouldn't let her. "I trust you have an answer for me today, Alpha," he prodded, his tone smug. Lydia could see Aunt Johanna in her peripheral vision. She was wringing her hands in nervousness. All Lydia wanted to do was comfort her, but she had a feeling Aunt Johanna would be upset with her after this. Lydia looked him square in the eyes. "I have, to my agent extraordinaire, Myron Noben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "I accept." A sickening grin grew on his face. He slowly clapped his hands before motioning to her house. "I think you've made the right decision, Lydia. Please, come inside." and we can speak more about this. No, she didn't want him in her house again. Instead of trying to fight the Alpha, she simply followed his directions. As much as she didn't want his filth in her house, she had no say in anything she did anymore. Lydia sent a small, sympathetic smile towards Johanna. Her aunt responded with another look, one confusion, before following Leah and the Alpha into the kitchen. Is there anything I can get you? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Perhaps, Johanna offered. Alpha shook his head. Bring Kate down here, please. Lydia and I need to speak with the both of you, Alpha-丨requested. He smiled when my hands tightened into fists on the table. Johanna gave Lydia a strange look before standing up and making her way to the stairs. Johanna wasn't all that strong, but Kate was very thin to thin and could be carried by almost everyone. Lydia didn't ask permission before standing and unfolding her mother's wheelchair. Alpha said nothing as she simply put it at the bottom of the stairs and made her way back to the kitchen table. At the last second, she diverted towards the kitchen sink. She grabbed a cup and quickly filled it with water before sitting back down. Alpha-丨's eyes never left her. Even when they heard Johanna descend the stairs and set Kate in the wheelchair, Lydia's eyes never left her cup and Alpha's never left her. She shivered. When had it gotten so cold in here? Kate's scent drifted into Lydia's nose as Johanna pushed her up to the table. Lydia smiled and reached over to grab her mother's hands. They were small and cold, like they always were, but they brought Lydia an unbelievable amount of comfort. Now that you're both here, we have something we'd like to tell you, Alpha-丨crooned, motioning to Lydia to continue. She felt as if when she opened her mouth, bile would come out instead of words. She kept her jaw clenched shut. Lydia, don't you want to tell them, or should I do the honors? Oddly, Lydia thought she would prefer it if he broke the news. Maybe then Johanna and her mother wouldn't be upset with her. This is a special moment with your family, Alpha murmured. His grin was disappearing. I think you should tell them, Lydia. After he finished his sentence, Lydia felt his foot nudge her leg. She was going to be sick. We're mating, she choked out. Alpha-丨 asked me to be his chosen mate and I accepted. Johanna and her mother's faces were so aghast Lydia was afraid one or maybe both of them would pass out. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, came her aunt's incredulous whisper. Eyes wide, she moved her head back and forth between Alpha-丨 and her niece. Are you serious? Would I ever joke about this? Alpha snapped in response. Johanna shrunk back in her seat a little. Lydia's mother squeezed her hands before letting them go. I can't let you do that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm sorry, her mother commented. Lydia leapt from her chair. This was my decision. Mum, not his. Lydia voiced as loud as she could. She wouldn't let her mother even try to fight the Alpha off. It wouldn't do anything but bring them harm, and Lydia wasn't going to be responsible for it. You're sure? Kate asked. Lydia turned towards her mother, sat down, and nodded vehemently. I'm positive, she panted. Now she was hot and she could feel sweat dribbling down her forehead. She wiped it off and sat back down. Her tailbone felt the pain of sitting down to fastened in a weird position, but she focused on the situation at hand. Alpha's eyes still hadn't left her body. I'd like her things to be packed by tonight, he insisted. Lydia could only watch as her aunt and mother simply nodded. Alpha-丨 grinned a smug grin, staring right into Lydia's eyes. She'll be moving in with me tomorrow. Yes, Alpha, Lilia answered before her family could say anything else. Alpha's eyes grew distant, a sign he was being mined, linked by someone. Then he stood. He reached a hand out to Lilia, who had no choice but to place a hand in his. He let his lips touch it in a small kiss before dropping it. Lilia wanted to chop her hand off. "I'll have to take my leave now. There's been an attack at the eastern border, so make sure you put the house on lockdown," he instructed. Lilia nodded. They all watched him leave. Then Lilia and Johanna set to work clocking down the house. Every house in the pack was required to have a lockdown feature, which consisted of metal shutters going over every single window and door in the house. It was a lot of work, so Lilia was practically dripping with sweat by the time she was finished. She was terrified to face her family's questions. "Lilia, don't you even dare think about packing," Aunt Johanna fumed. "You won't do anything until you explain this to us." Kate's head nodded slightly and Lilia knew she had to find a way around this. "I've explained everything, and I've made my decision. You can't stop me," Lilia shrieked. A piece of her hair fell into her, and she blew it away with a quick breath. She didn't want her family to hate her, but if that was what it took for them to believe her, she would do what she had to do. "You were so excited for your mate," Kate faltered. "I don't understand what's changed." "I don't want to wait forever," Lilia lied. "I love him." Goodness, how those words triggered the bile in her stomach. She pushed it down. "You can tell us if something is wrong, Lilia. He's been visiting the house a lot and asks to speak with you alone." I knew something was off about that. Johanna remembered. She was never allowed to be in the room with Lilia. "I would tell you if something is wrong. To my agent extraordinaire, Myron Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. So don't worry. Will you come help me pack my things?" Lilia questioned. Neither of her family members moved. "He's forcing you, isn't he? Alpha is forcing you to choose him as a mate." "What is he threatening you with?" Johanna fretted. Lilia couldn't stop the tears that began to stream down her cheeks. Kate broke out in sobs as well while Johanna jumped to her feet and grabbed her niece in a hug. "We can fix this. Lilia, you just have to be honest." "I can't," Lilia whispered defeated lie. She would die before that horrendous Alpha laid his hands on her family. "You can," Johanna whispered back. "We're grown women. Lilia, we can handle ourselves." "I don't want to," Lilia finally wailed, her emotions taking full control of her body. Johanna quickly shushed her as Kate's sobs grew louder. Lilia broke from Johanna's grip and climbed into her mother's lap. "I'm sorry, Mama, but I can't let him do anything to you guys." "You won't be doing anything, Lilia, except staying here," her mother argued. Tears were still falling, but her face had taken on a tough demeanor. "She'll have to go with him for now," Johanna commented, "until we can figure out a way to get her out of here." "I don't want her to go anywhere near that foul man," Kate murmured. Her throat clenched almost completely shut when she thought about her daughter alone with that man. "It's not happening. Listen, members of June Pack. It was the man himself. Mind, linking everyone in the pack for an announcement." Lilia felt a sick shudder of sadness run through her because Alpha hadn't died in the attack. The tears in the room subsided as they all listened to the announcement with rapt attention. "We were attacked by the vile rogue pact that has been attacking other packs in our nation. We won." Howls of triumph rang throughout the pack for almost every wolf to hear. Lilia wanted nothing more than for time to reverse and for her pack to lose the battle. It would have been best for everyone. In winning, we have also captured the lead fighter and will be holding a special auction of sorts. Packs from around the world will come and bid on one of the best fighters in history. Once again, howls filtered through the air. Lilia looked to her mother and Johanna, who also wore lots of confusion on their faces. What was Alpha doing? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. They'd never heard of auctioning off one of their own. What is he doing? Johanna whispered vehemently. That man is very, very sick. Every member of the June Pack will be required to come to the auction in support of their Alpha and the fighters who have captured the beast. Johanna groaned when the link was done. She began to rub her forehead as she turned to her sister. I'm going to have to shift. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm sorry, she apologized. Shifting meant tying Kate to her back and running to the arena. Kate shook her head. Belia. The Alpha's voice boomed in her head so loudly she grabbed it with a wince. Johanna was immediately at her side. There will be a slight change of plans. I'll allow you one more day with your family while I get this auction settled. Then you will be mine. Do you understand? Lelia gulped, clenched her eyes shut, then nodded. Yes, Alpha. Chapter 3. Lelia didn't bother ironing her dress this time. She would have to carry it in her mouth as they ran to the arena, so it would get wrinkled anyway. She also didn't want to look good to her new mate. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Maybe he would eventually lose interest in her. Belia, are you ready? I've got your mother downstairs. Lelia had rarely ever seen her Aunt Johanna as mad as she had been the day before. Once her family worked out what Alpha was forcing her to do, Lelia had to practically tie down her aunt so she wouldn't go after him. Kate just sat and watched quietly. After Johanna had gone to bed, Lelia crawled into her mother's bed. Kate was still awake and was silently crying when her daughter lifted up the covers and snuggled with her. I can't save you, Kate cried. She hugged her daughter tightly and prayed to the moon goddess her daughter wouldn't be taken from her. Lelia deserved to be happy, and neither of them could understand why this was happening to her. I'll be all right. Mama, just trust me. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Lelia was holding back tears. She didn't want to leave, because she wanted to spend with her mother before she died. Her mother's doctor had made it very clear she most likely wouldn't make it to Christmas. It was February. Kate had less than a year left. Lelia closed her eyes and poured as much trust into the moon goddess as she possibly could. Though it was difficult because she didn't like what the goddess was doing, she believed that everything happened for a reason, and somehow this situation would turn around. If she didn't believe that, she would probably lose her mind. Alpha-Howie was a dreadful man, but she would deal with it for the time being. Lelia. Her aunt's shrill voice echoed through her head. We're going to be late. Lelia really didn't want to go. Lelia shook her head as she made her way downstairs and towards the front door. Family comes first, she reminded herself, and what she wanted didn't matter right now. Lelia trusted the moon goddess to take care of her needs. I'm here, she assured her family. Johanna scoffed and lifted Kate off of the couch. Lelia's aunt began to slip out of her clothes before shifting. She was supposed to be used to seeing people in the nude, but no matter how she looked at it, she was embarrassed every time. Lelia quickly took her dress and undergarments off and placed them in a small bag before shifting. Her wolf was smaller than the average size in her pack, but Lelia had done amazing in training. It seemed like the illnesses she got from her mother didn't affect her in wolf form. Help your mother up, then we'll go, Johanna said. Lelia slid her head under her mother's legs as she grabbed onto Johanna with her arms. A quick count to 3 and Kate was settled on Johanna's large wolf form. Then they were off. The journey to the arena wasn't typically too long, but Lelia felt like it went too fast this time. She didn't want to see Alpha-Howie, and she really didn't want to see them auction off one of their own kind. Yes, the wolf had done something wrong. But wasn't this going too far? The person who bought the wolf would probably just be using it as target practice. She didn't want to see that happen. Just as she'd thought, the journey was way too short. Lydia could hear the crowd before she saw them, but as they came into view her stomach began to churn. There were so many people, definitely more than she had originally thought. She could smell 3 now, for Alphys, and her wolf just wanted to turn around and run back to the house. There's an open spot over here. Lydia, hurry and help your mother down, Johanna requested. Lydia trotted over to where Johanna was standing. She felt her mother's arms wrap around her neck and tighten when her leg slipped off her sister. Johanna was quick to dress herself before lifting Kate away from Lydia's body. I've got her, Johanna assured. Go ahead and change. Lydia looked at all of the males around her and felt her wolf whining in embarrassment. Hurry, Johanna snapped. I need help finding a chair for your mother. To get it over with as quickly as possible, she shifted and yanked on her white dress. It had a small dirt smudge on the bottom, but at least it was covering her body. She slipped other undergarment as inconspicuously as possible, but it hadn't worked. She tried her best to ignore the snickers behind her and feign looking for a chair. Leah, go walk around and look for a chair, please. Her aunt sounded desperate for help as she fretted around Kate. Lydia's mother wasn't usually allowed outdoors because she gets sick easier outside. Alpha-丨knew Leah wouldn't like it. She felt her anger towards the man grow. Lydia made her way towards Alpha-丨 with her jaw clenched. He was talking with 2 other men, one of them Alphys, and Lydia practically cowered at the thought of talking to strangers. Alpha-丨, she chimed in when there was a lull in conversation. Alpha looked over at her with a smirk. He allowed his eyes to slowly move up and down her body and she shivered in disgust. How may I help you, my love? Her wolf tried to take over immediately, but she held back. She knew he called her that to show his power over her, and it was working. Lydia wanted to curl up into a ball and allows the hidden tears to run free. I need a chair for my mother, she whispered. Alpha smirked at her reaction and shook his head. We don't have any chairs here, sweetheart. Your mother will just have to sit on the ground for the time being. Lydia's fists clenched, but she kept her mouth shut. She nodded and made her way back to her family as quick as possible. Johanna sent her a questioning look and Lydia responded with a quick nod. Her aunt muttered curses under her breath and her eyes wandered around the arena. She growled when she found Alpha-丨. It's not worth it, Aunt Johanna. We're not going to be here long anyways, Lydia assured. Her aunt growled again. Fine, Johanna snarled. Lydia let her eyes roam over the crowd. There were more and more people arriving every second, and Lydia could practically feel the crowd closing in on her. A few minutes later the crowd grew silent as Alpha-丨 took the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, Alpha exclaimed. He looked visibly excited and waved his hands when he spoke. Today, we have a big treat for you all. Lydia shivered, so Johanna wrapped an arm around her. You'll be all right, Lydia. We'll leave soon. Tu m'as éteint extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Johanna murmured quietly. Lydia nodded and lowered her eyes to the floor. Let's bring him out, Alpha-丨 announced. Gasps of pleasure and surrounded Lydia. The only thing she felt was disgust. These people were going to pay money for another wolf. This whole thing was wrong in so many ways, she thought. An immense pain-filled roar echoed throughout the air. It caused both Lydia and her mother, who weren't looking straight at him, to jump. Lydia shivered and Johanna tightened her grip. After a few moments of silence to allow the murmurs to dissipate, Lydia felt she had enough courage to look up at the wolf. He was horrifying, There were spots where his fur was just. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Like it had been yanked out his body. Swabber flew back and forth as he threw his head from side to side, anxiously pacing to get out of the cage. He was the biggest thing the crowd had ever seen. The cage was on top of a rolling platform that moved slightly every time he moved to one side of the cage. Thick metal bars held him from devouring the crowd in mere seconds, and Lydia found herself wondering if they could really hold that wolf back. She'd never seen a more muscular wolf in her life, and wondered what he ate to become like that. Lydia and her mother could surely use whatever he was using. Alpha-Howie looked unbelievably pleased as he stared at the pacing wolf. She could feel her anger rising at the sickening grin slowly taking over her Alpha's face. The men and women surrounding her plugged their noses or waved their hands in front of their faces. When Johanna and Kate began to do the same, Lydia turned towards them in confusion. "Do you not smell that?" Johanna wondered. "It smells like he's rotting." As Lydia took a big, deep sniff, she realized she couldn't smell anything but pine trees and honey. She turned to her aunt. "All I smell is pine trees, honey, and maybe a dead rabbit a few miles away. What are you guys smelling?" Johanna's eyes widened and she turned to Kate in surprise. "Johanna will take you to the doctor tomorrow. Lydia, it could be an illness affecting your sense of smell," her mother insisted. Lydia tried to ignore what she said afterwards. "It's probably not good," Johanna whispered to Kate with a wince. Lydia focused her attention back at the wolf in front of the crowd. His pacing had increased in speed, indicating just how agitated he was. Lydia wouldn't like being stared at like a zoo animal either. Who would? "Let's start the bidding at $3 million. Lydia jumped when Alpha-Howie's loud voice echoed throughout the arena. Almost everyone's hands raised. Lydia was sick to her stomach. Alpha-Howie seemed to purposefully be moving the amount up slowly, as to make the evening last longer. If Lydia had known it was going to take this long, she would have brought a meal for her family. Her mother must be starved right now. Everyone's attention snapped to the wolf as it stopped pacing and stood frozen. The crowd hushed and watched as not a single muscle in the wolf's body even twitched. Alpha-Howie walked up to the cage with a snarl. Interrupting me, she could hear him mutter, "Hey!" Alpha-Howie shouted. Soon after that, his boot connected with the metal bars of the cage. It caused a loud ringing that forced several people, including Leah and her family, to cover their ears with their hands. It didn't help. The wolf's head snapped towards Alpha and growled a warning towards him. Alpha-Howie smirked and turned back to the crowd. 9 million. The same amount of hands went up and Leah's shoulders drooped. This was going to take forever. The wolf still stood stark still, but his muscles had tensed. Lydia found herself inching closer to her family. She would shift if she needed to protect them. Why was the entire pack required to come? Members of other packs were bidding, but Lydia's pack looked either bored or horrified. She just wanted to go home. Gasps filled the crowd as the wolf stared straight into the crowd and snarled. Some people dropped to their knees in submission, while others tried to challenge the wolf and stare straight into his eyes. No one would win the challenge, however, because his eyes were flickering over each person. Even Alpha-Howie had stopped to watch curiously. He took a step away from the cage and the crowd waited to see what the wolf would do next. His eyes neared Lydia's and she panicked. What was she supposed to do? Before she could think of a way out, his eyes made eye contact with hers. It was like she hadn't known something was missing, but as soon as they locked eyes, it was like the final puzzle piece snapping into place. She was complete. Soulmate, her wolf whispered. Her muscles tightened and she fought the urge to flee. She yelled before her brain could stop her. She could faintly hear Johanna gasp over the ringing in her ears. Every pair of eyes in the crowd and on the stage turned to face her. She noticed Alpha-丨growl at her, then smile. She shivered but kept her eyes on her mate. His eyes hadn't left hers either. "Come up here," Alpha's voice boomed. Lydia turned to her mother and her aunt. "Take care of Mother," she told Johanna. Lydia knelt down next to her mother and pulled her into a hug. "This is my way out, Mama. I'm gonna take it," she promised. Lydia had a plan. She made her way towards the stage, ignoring her aunt reaching for her and all the whispers surrounding her as she walked. Lydia could feel the wolf's eyes, stood on her and fought to keep a smile on her face. She sent a quick prayer to the goddess before standing in front of Howie on the stage. "How dare you interrupt your Alpha, Lydia?" Alpha-丨 thundered. "As a punishment, you'll kneel facing the audience for the rest of the auction." Lydia trembled from the power of his voice, but followed directions. Her knees began to hurt as soon as they touched the cold metal stage. 13 million. Alpha-丨 announced. Lydia began to shiver. Some of the people in the crowd were still staring at her. Johanna was crying. Lydia tried not to look. A gasp echoed throughout the crowd. Lydia looked to her left to see the wolf throwing itself against the side of the cage. Alpha-丨 took a step back and guard stepped in front of him, ready to get involved if necessary. Once again the wolf's eyes never left hers as he threw himself against the bars again and again. Alpha-丨, realizing what was happening wasn't a part of Lydia's plan. A quick glance between Lydia and the wolf was all it took for him to make the connection. "Ladies and gentlemen, it seems we have a surprise guest," Alpha announced. His men stepped to the side as he stood forward and yanked Lydia by her armpit. She let out a startled yelp and could only watch with wide eyes as the wolf let out a wild roar. "This will make things very interesting. Whoever decides to bid on the wolf will have the pleasure of taking him away from his mate. This will surely double no, triple his pain. Revenge is sweet," Alpha chuckled. Lydia grew sick to her stomach when the crowd laughed with him. No, this wasn't going according to plan. The wolf was now pulling at the bars as hard as he could. Growls were emitting from him, louder with each pull, but it didn't seem like it was going anywhere. Lydia made eye contact with the teary Johanna and gave her a small smile. "I'll be all right," she murmured through the link before closing her end of it. She needed to focus on the matter at hand. A loud, piercing noise echoed throughout the arena. It made almost all the crowd drop to the ground, groaning and gripping their heads tightly. Lydia looked to her right to see the wolf had pulled one of the bars completely out of the cage, but he was nowhere close to fitting through the gap. He began to yank at another bar as guards inched closer to the cage. They couldn't really do anything to stop him, and they were trying to somehow calm him down. It wasn't working. "Hurry," Lydia screamed. The wolf let out a loud snarl before pulling another bar clear out of the cage. Alpha-丨 had to duck to keep the bar from piercing straight through his skull. Timur! He needed Timur to get out. Alpha-丨 pulled her close to his chest and wrapped an arm around her neck. It tightened and he ignored Lydia when she began to smack his arm. She wasn't getting any air. "Stop it. Now or she'll die," Alpha threatened. Instead of stopping, this made the wolf move faster. Another bar clunk head out of his way. One law. Alpha-丨's grip tightened. Black dots swarmed Lydia's eyes. She gasped for breath, her hits lessening more and more. She whimpered. Ugh. He was free. Chapter 4. As soon as the wolf stepped out of the cage, he released an ear, piercing snarl that caused many to scream out in pain. Lydia, however, remained unaffected. Her eyes stayed on the wolf, his back arched and his fur standing straight up. She felt shivers run down her spine when he turned and made eye contact with her. It seemed like time had stood still. Everyone was still on the ground clutching their ears, including her Alpha and her family. Lydia was saddened that her mother and aunt had to go through this, but they would be all right. Her plan would follow through. When Lydia first noticed the wolf was her mate, fear froze her body. She couldn't do anything but stare at him until a plan formed in her head. A plan to escape her chosen mate. If Lydia somehow was able to let the wolf escape, he would hopefully take her and run far, far away. Alpha-Howie couldn't blame Lydia or her family because leaving had been against Lydia's will. That was her plan. It would save both her and her family. There were a few setbacks, but everything would be all right now, or so she hoped. The wolf took one step towards her, then two, then three, until it was sprinting full speed toward her body. That was when fear froze her body again. She really hadn't thought this through. This wolf was a killing machine, and Lydia hadn't thought about literally dying. All of this fear ran through her so quickly she almost passed out. Yet at the same time, she felt oddly at peace. When Lydia focused her eyes on the wolf, her mind and body calmed down abruptly. Her body swayed and she fell to the ground just in time for the wolf to run underneath her. His large, muscular form lifted her off the ground and sprinted away as fast as he could. Lydia was so full of relief and relaxation she could have laughed. She knew this wasn't the time for it, so she held back. The wolf's muscles looked hard on the outside, but, as Lydia was finding out, he was actually very soft. The only reminder she had of him running was the wind violently ripped her hair back and forth. "Stop then, Shkitty Alpha-Howie bellowed. The thundering of paws surrounded her, but she wasn't worried. She trusted her mate to get her out of here. It was her only option. "You'll never get away," he seethed in her head. Her body tensed and she could tell her soulmate felt it, because he released a roar that she was sure shook the trees around them. The wolves from her pack fell back a little bit, but were soon trying to catch up. Lydia ran her hand down her mate's side to calm him down a little. "Get us out of here," she whispered frantically now. She didn't think her mate could run any faster. She was just trying to be supportive while lying limp on his back, but the surface of his back got harder, and soon she felt like she was flying. The sound of footsteps fell behind them until a few minutes later they completely faded away. "Thank you," Lydia panted. She was exhausted despite not doing any of the work her mate was doing. The border came into view, and Lydia tried to twist and turn until she was straddling her mate's back. He released a purr that didn't match his stature, and she found herself laughing. Worry came to her slightly when her mate didn't even slow down. He burst across the border, whipping the bond to her pack from Lydia's chest without a backwards glance. She gasped for breath, clutching the wolf's fur tightly. Her mate slowed down considerably once her pack's border was out of sight, but he was still going faster than she liked. A simple tap to his back brought him to a screeching halt. If Lydia hadn't been gripping his fur so tightly, she was sure she would have flown right over his head. She slid down from his back with a gulp and tried to straighten out her dirty dress as much as she could. She was so proud of herself when she didn't iron her white dress this morning, but now she was wishing she had. This was her real soulmate, and the wind and the dirt hadn't done her any favors. She blushed and smoothed her hair down the best she could. Her mate circled her as she tried to fix her appearance, his eyes dragging up and down her body. It was as if she could feel his hand against her skin wherever his eyes landed, so she plopped down into a sitting position to cover herself more. It didn't work. The wolf allowed his eyes a few more moments, staring at the strange creature before going back to circling her. This time, his eyes were anywhere but her. Lydia could tell he was on full alert, ready to attack anyone or anything that dared come near them. She shivered. "Hello," Lydia's voice squeaked. She visibly winced when her voice cracked in the middle of her question. Her mate was suddenly in her face and moving around her body, sniffing for any possible injuries. She could feel her cheeks heat up as his nose brushed her thigh and moved her dress slightly. Can you shift back?" Why was she stuttering? This was her soulmate. She shouldn't be nervous. He would protect her and cherish her. The wolf shook its head and moved in circles around her once again. What? He couldn't shift back. Lydia felt her breathing quicken. Is everything okay? Are you hurt? She felt ashamed that wasn't her first question. He had probably been tortured while trapped in her back. Eden thought it was only for a night. He nodded and continued to pace. So you can understand me, she verified. The wolf nodded once more. She shivered again. They needed to find somewhere to stay for the night, because the sun was going to go down soon and it was already almost dark. She didn't do well in the cold. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. First, we need to find shelter. Do you? She trailed off when he made eye contact with her. She shivered again, but this time it wasn't because of the weather. Her mate was so intimidating. Do you have a home? Or I heard you might have a pack, Lydia asked tentatively. The wolf nodded, paused, nodded again, then shook his head. Lydia furrowed her eyebrows. She'd only asked 3 questions. Okay, so, you have a home? She verified. He nodded. Do you have a pack? He nodded again. What was the no for? She muttered to herself. He huffed and stomped a foot before pacing around her again. He was making her dizzy. We can't go back, she guessed. He looked surprised, but nodded. Why couldn't they go back? Why not? He didn't even bother to try to answer. She blushed. Obviously he can't answer in wolf form. Lydia sighed. Were you kicked out? He shook his head. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We just need to find shelter for now. Even as she spoke, the wind picked up slightly. It prickled at her skin, causing her to wince, which in turn caused her mate to growl lowly. She wrapped her arms around herself and gave him a small smile. He seemed to get the message and searched around the surrounding area for something that could be used as shelter. She rubbed her forearms and coughed lightly. The wolf returned and didn't hesitate before nudging himself under her again. She let herself be lifted air and tight and the small grip she had on him. He was warm. Her mate was slower this time, jogging to a small cave a couple 100 yards away. Lydia wasn't wearing any shoes, so when she was set down on the cold floor her entire body shivered, practically convulsing on the floor. The wolf left and came back quickly, a small rabbit in his mouth. He dropped it in front of her with a splat. A few drops of red water landed on the bottom of her dress, but she really didn't care right now. She just wanted to be warm. Lydia coughed again. This time it was louder and lasted longer, and her mate watched on in concern. She really couldn't get sick if there wasn't a doctor nearby. Lydia needed to shift into her wolf. Though it wouldn't help her health, it would make her slightly warmer. It would also make her feel better about eating the rabbit. She began to slip off her dress until she realized he was still watching. Blushing, she motioned for him to turn around so she could shift. He cocked his head to one side in confusion and she sighed in response. Her legs shook when she stood and pushed him until he was facing away from her. Stay, she commanded. He sat down on the ground with a huff. She pulled her dress off quickly, shivering when the cold air reached every part of her body. She quickly shifted into her small wolf, then nudged her mate's back leg. He jumped, skidding a little towards the entrance of the cave, and his eyes widened when he finally saw the size of her wolf. She looked like a pup. How old was this girl? Lydia tentatively walked up to the rabbit. She sniffed quickly before taking a small bite. Her mate sighed and began to softly pull the carcass into small pieces for her to eat quicker. Lydia laid down and relaxed as she ate, relishing in the presence of her mate. He walked outside for a little before coming back and then curling around her. Warmth filled her body and she could feel the stress and cold seeping out of her bones. He began to groom her head while she was eating, and she couldn't imagine a time she was happier than this. She knew they had a tough road ahead of them, but he already meant so much to her. Lydia thought she had been happy her whole life, but she'd just been surviving. Just living while others were living their lives to the fullest. Her mate groomed her as she ate, and she couldn't have imagined an evening like this when she first met him. This was perfect. So far. Chapter 5. Lydia didn't remember finishing the rabbit. When she woke, her stomach was full and there were bones on the ground, which probably meant she'd eaten the rabbit completely before passing out from exhaustion. Her mate was sleeping behind her, and to her relief she was no longer cold. Instead of being cold, she was scalding. The part of her body touching her mate was sweating immensely. She winced and peeled her body from his. The wolf awoke immediately and growled at the movement at the front of the cave. Lydia's wolf form froze at her mate's growl, thinking there was danger nearby. When he noticed it was only her, he relaxed. She made her way towards the wolf, rubbing up against its side until she finally settled beside it again. Lydia began to groom him to return the favor of last night, and the wolf simply laid back and relaxed. Lydia felt honored that her mate would be so relaxed in her presence. It was warm out, she noticed, so she entered the depths of the cave once again and made her way to where her dress was laying on the ground. One glance at her mate was all it took for him to turn around and give Lydia privacy. She couldn't help but grin once in her human form. After sliding the dress on, she tapped him on the head slightly. He turned to face her. That didn't move. She frowned and motioned towards the entrance of the cave. The wolf simply blinked at her. Lydia wanted him to shift. Could you shift back? She sputtered nervously. She had asked the wolf this question already, but was yearning for a different answer. The wolf shook his head. Lydia huffed and looked at her surroundings. You can understand me. A part of her was beginning to doubt a wolf was ever even part human. She shuddered at the thought of having a mate with no human side. The wolf nodded back at her. He cocked his head in confusion, looking her up and down, and she wondered what he could possibly be thinking about her. Would he be pleased? How would she ever know? Her mate stalked past her and towards the entrance of the cave. She followed him, curious to where they would go next, before stopping just short of his tail. He had sat down again. She refrained from muttering a curse and moved to stand in front of him. What are we waiting for? She realized with disdain that he was a member of the pack that had been attacking other packs, but maybe they had a reason for it. Maybe, just maybe, they weren't as evil as everyone made them out to be. She hoped. The wolf ignored her and continued to look around. The area outside the cave they had stayed in was very rocky. Multiple caves and large, natural rock structures surrounded them. Entranced by her mate the night before, Lydia must not have realized how daunting the area was. She was warm, yet her surroundings sent a shiver down her spine. She wasn't so sure she wanted to leave the cave now. Her mate had other plans. He stood on all four legs and used his large head to push her towards his left hind leg. She got the message and swung the leg over his back to straddle him before he began to run. The wolf was extremely watchful as he exited the cave and began to dash on the gravel, like rocks, then through thick foliage. Lydia whimpered and questioned her choice to shift into her human form when she felt thin, prickly branches slamming into her limbs. Her mate came to an almost complete stop when he heard her small cry. He quickly slid her off of his back and stood on his two hind legs. She could only watch it all as he began to walk on his back legs and wrap his paws around her. Shielding her, Lydia's mate quickly made his way through the vegetation and she couldn't feel a single thing. He had been surprising her every second since she'd met him. She felt lucky, but at the same time, and sure, Lydia had many, Many questions for him, and it was worrying her that he couldn't answer any of them. Lydia couldn't hold back her gasp when she saw what awaited them outside of the thick leaves and vines. There weren't views like this in her old pack. In front of Lydia and her mate was the most beautiful lake she had ever seen. It was surrounded by lush flowers and big, wide trees that were possibly the tallest she'd ever seen. The water was so clear she could almost see the very bottom of the lake and resisted jumping in. She felt dirty, and the dirt and red water on her dress weren't exactly helping. Mistaking her gasp of awe for one of fear, her mate leapt in front of her and let out a roar similar to the one he had released in the cage. She shivered as every single animal, bird, and insect rushed away from the lake. The fish probably wanted to get away too, she thought, but they had nowhere else to go. Lydia thumped her mate on the head, causing him to turn to her with an incredulous look. She shrugged. Her mate nodded his head towards the lake. What did he want her to do? Did he want her to jump in the lake? His paw struck the ground in frustration. It's hard to know what you want me to do when you can't talk, Lydia snapped. The wolf's head dipped in apology before nodding towards the lake once again. She tried not to growl. Assuming he wanted her to swim in the lake, she walked behind him and stripped before slowly entering the lake. She regretted it instantly. Her weak immune system flinched at the feeling of cold water surrounding her body. Though she shouldn't have even touched a toe in the water, it felt good to clean her body. It hadn't been that long since she left, but if she wallowed in filth for too long she would get seriously ill. Lydia wondered how sick she would get from the temperature of the water. Splashing behind her caused her to turn around quickly. She thought another creature might have gotten in the water with her, possibly her mate, and turned to yell but stopped in her tracks. The wolf had taken her dress in its teeth and was dunking it underwater. He was trying to clean her dress but splashing it through the water, and Lydia was having a hard time not giggling. "Turn around," she requested. Lydia's entire body was shivering and her lips were turning a faint blue color. Her mate followed directions, allowing her to exit the lake and shift into her wolf form. She couldn't possibly put on her wet dress right now. She took it from her mate and draped it over a small tree trunk resting on the ground. Her mate was quick to wrap his body around hers when she shivered again. She relished in his warmth and doubted she would ever be able to get up again. She wished they were in the safety of a pack so she could relax fully, but understood that they might have quite a bit more traveling to do. After about 30 minutes she reluctantly stood and walked a few paces away from her mate. He stood as well, curious as to where his mate was going. He watched her shiver as she walked over to her dress and nudged it with her nose. When she turned to him with an expectant look in her eyes, he turned around. "How much further do we have to go?" Lydia questioned. She turned to him for an answer before wanting to smack herself for forgetting he literally couldn't answer. She almost growled out of frustration. She watched her mate lift his front right, paw up and make a circular motion, stop for a moment, then continue. She really hated playing the guessing game, but it was all she had. "We're going to continue for a long time." The wolf looked frustrated and huffed a little before explaining his answer once again. This time, when he paused his motions, he pointed to the sky. She looked up and closed her eyes when it got too bright. "The sun. We're only going to walk for today." Her mate stood and paced back and forth, trying to figure out how to explain it. It was unbelievably frustrating to both of them to not be able to speak through the mind link, but they would have to be mated for that to happen. He would need to shift, and it looked like that wasn't happening anytime soon. Her mate moved through his motions once again, except pointing at the sun. He laid down and closed his eyes. Was he trying to symbolize nighttime? "We're going to keep walking, Sabe, then keep walking," she guessed. Lydia let out a shriek when the wolf moved towards her so fast she could barely see him. Within one blink her mate had tackled her to the ground and was licking all over her face. She assumed she had guessed right. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Tu es agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I get it, she yelled with a giggle. Her mate stopped at the sound. Curious as to what it was, she smiled at him. Let's get going. Tu m'es agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I don't know how much longer I can last without getting sick. Her mate's eyes flashed with something she had never seen before, lowering his body so she could climb on. As soon as her chest, his back and her hands gripped his fur, Lydia's mate took off. She shivered as the cool wind passed her and wondered exactly how far they would be traveling. From her point of view, her mate was the fastest wolf she had ever seen. But a trip this long. They had to be crossing the entire country. She felt wary being so far from the home she grew up in, but she knew Aunt Johanna would take care of her mother. Lydia had a new home to worry about now. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. In the harsh wilderness with biting winds, Lydia and her werewolf mate Lev cling to each other for survival. How do they endure the trials of nature together? Welcome to the Alpha.丨channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Chapter 6. Lydia was lucky her mate was the warmest thing she'd ever felt. Truly. It was almost uncomfortable, leaning towards hot, yet it wasn't keeping her completely warm. The wind harshly blowing across her back was enough for her whole body to erupt in shudders. Her mate stopped in concern, but she urged him to continue. Lydia just wanted to be somewhere warm. She only lasted about 20 minutes more. Her legs began to shake first, and she dealt with it, but Lydia had to tap her mate's head to stop him when her hands shook beyond control. As his large body lowered to the ground to allow her to get off, she noticed she could see her breath in front of her. Lydia's legs gave out with a loud, wheezing cough. Her mate was immediately by her side. He nudged her body softly to get her attention and let out a loud yelp when she fell to the ground. She curled in on herself to gather as much warmth as possible. It wasn't working. She weakly reached for her mate with a shaking hand. There was no hesitation from him when he wrapped his furry body around hers for warmth. Her shivers stopped a minute later, but her hands continued to shake. The male grunted and tried to find a way for them to continue. This would have to be the place they stopped for the night. He had been trained not to sleep, so he had no problem keeping his eyes trained on their surroundings. He would die before his mate was hurt, and he knew it was practically impossible to kill him. He hadn't been trained to die. It wouldn't be happening. A small grunt, then a whimper from his mate had his attention immediately on her. The shivers had begun again. The large wolf flicked the tiny human's arms to warm her up. His head rubbed against her body until the shivers stopped again. He lost track of how long the shivers started and stopped. Lydia woke with a small shiver, then jumped as her arm received a long like from a rough, scratchy tongue. Her eyes drifted towards her mate and she smiled. The wolf didn't notice she had awoken, so she silently watched as he groomed his mate. "Thank you," she murmured. Her mate startled and stood with a growl. His lips curled then dropped back to their normal state once Lydia let the giggle slip past her lips. He huffed to paced in circles around her until she got dizzy watching him. How much longer? Lydia questioned. She blushed and looked towards the ground with the realization that he wouldn't be able to answer her. His politely touched her side, then pointed to himself. What about you?" She wondered aloud. Lydia really wished he would shift back, because she was beginning to feel dumb with the way she had to guess what he was trying to say. He brushed her hair roughly with his paw and pointed towards himself again. "Miyu, my hair. Why did you tuff my hair?" She just felt worse and worse with each guess. It was clear her mate was getting frustrated with each wrong answer. He did the same thing as before, and now Lily could feel her frustration growing as well. I'm just going to shift so I can warm up a little before we take off," she said defeatedly. She looked up at her mate to ask him to turn around, only to find him jumping in circles around her. His tongue was hanging out of the side of his mouth and his eyes were alight with happiness. "No way," she shouted. That was it the whole time. His head nodded quickly and she tried to stand up quickly to hold him, only to fall back down. His paw reached out to hold her before she hit the ground. Lydia gave him a thankful smile. Once she was able to stand, her mate released her and turned around to give her privacy. She slipped off her dress and quickly shifted into her wolf. The fur was quick to warm her a little, but her small paws still shook. Lydia made a small noise to gather her mate's attention, and she could tell he had something on his mind when he turned around. His teeth delicately picked up her dress and wrapped his mate in it. Soon she was almost completely swathed in the white fabric. Her paws were tucked close to her body and the cloth surrounding her allowed her body to become warmer until she stopped shaking. Lydia went slowly in hopes her mate would understand her grateful news. He nodded his head slightly and picked her up with his teeth before darting further into the foliage. The cloth surrounding Lydia took the brunt of the wind, and they were able to run for hours until her stomach growled loudly. She found it incredible that her mate was not out of breath at all after running for that long. She tried not to think of his past and where he came from, but knew it would be the only thing on her mind in the next few days. The incredibly large wolf walked for a few more minutes before setting Lydia down at the bottom of a tree trunk. There were long, red flowers with a strong scent surrounding her. Her mate nudged the plants so they covered his mate in their scent. Then he was off. She wanted to find food for herself, but knew her body was in no condition to do so. She'd also had no training and had no clue how to defend herself should something happen. Lydia groomed her fur while she waited for her mate to come back with food. Hopefully another rabbit. They had become her favorite food. Her licking ceased when the sound of multiple wolves filled her ears. She couldn't tell if one of them was her mate, but gathering that there were multiple wolves, she guessed he wasn't one of them. Her mate didn't seem like the type to get along with others. She kept quiet, thanking the moon goddess her mate had hidden her well. Relief and a tiny, unwanted bit of arousal flooded through her. She prayed they couldn't smell it. The strong scent of the flowers did well in hiding her, but they were very strong. The longer she laid there, the more it began to stick in her nose. Lydia's nostrils burned with the need to sneeze, but she managed to hold it back. For a few seconds, she decided it was the loudest sneeze she'd ever had, but that might have been because of the quietness of the clearing. Lydia heard every single paw freeze, then growls erupt from deep in their throats. Her body quaking in fear, she still tried to remain as silent as possible. Though she had made a noise, the flowers covering her should still be enough for her scent to be completely covered. The wolves crept towards her, with growls loud enough to make her want to cover her ears, but she couldn't. Lydia could not give away her position at all. A growl overtook the others, as Lydia heard pounding footsteps enter the clearing. She could barely see through the flowers, but was trying to focus on the new wolf. He slightly turned the right way, causing his fur to glint off of the light, and Lydia almost barked happily. It was her mate. When he leapt towards one of the wolves, Lydia closed her eyes. She didn't want to see what was going to happen next. The sound of flesh being ripped off of the bone caused her to also close her ears. It only took a few minutes for her mate to finish what the wolves had started. His large paw brushed the flowers out of the way, then touched his mate softly. She jumped into the air with a squeal and didn't even look to who had touched her before curling into a little ball. Lydia's mate let out a little chuff that sounded oddly like laughter, Her paws uncovered her face and she jumped on top of her mate. He allowed her to climb all over his face and body like a pup for a few moments before using one of his paws to lightly pick her up and put her on the ground. Her mate had saved her. Again, the feeling would never get old. He set her on her dress again, watching her squirm to get comfortable. Then he turned around and jogged to the rabbits he had left laying on the ground. He dropped them in front of Lydia and nudged them towards her. She picked up two for herself and pushed the other four back towards him. He pushed one back to her with a whine, but she knew her stomach wouldn't be able to handle 3 rabbits. She pushed it back. He took the 4 rabbits in his mouth with a huff. Slowly his body wound around hers until it was shielding her from the outside world. She ate in the warmth radiating off of her mate and didn't think she had felt happier than that in her entire life. She'd just been living until she met him, but now it felt like she had a purpose. His rabbits were gone before hers were. He waited patiently for his mate to finish before standing and beginning to swathe her in the white dress once more. A few moments later, they were off. Though she was comfortable now, she wondered how much longer, until her mate had to run before they reached his land. Fear consumed her mind as the dress bounced back and forth in her mate's mouth. Would they refuse to let her on their land? Would they torture her, thinking she was a spy? Lydia just wanted her mate. If she had him, she could get through anything. Chapter 7. They spent another night in the wilderness. Lydia didn't shift this time because she needed all the warmth she could get. She didn't particularly want to get sick with no doctors around. Her mate didn't exactly know of her condition. He found a small cave for them and once again set her down behind a few rocks to go hunt. She shivered and burrowed more into her dress, that wasn't so white anymore. Darted a little bit of red water like polka dots on the fabric. When she spotted her mate again, he was carrying both the deer and 2 rabbits in his mouth. They ate quickly, and faster than her, and he nudged the second rabbit towards her when she was finished with her first one. She shook her head and he reluctantly wolfed down what she hadn't eaten. They left again at dawn. She hadn't slept much that night, and noticed her mate hadn't either. Had he slept at all the past few nights, she wished he could talk to her. She was surprised when a few hours past noon a horrible stench filled her nose. Lydia's mate seemed unaffected, but she couldn't say the same about herself. She sneezed once and then gagged a few moments later. Her mate, sensing her distress, set her down on the ground. His nose pushed her body all over the place, looking for the reason she had been upset earlier. She gagged again, and all her mate could do was nudge her and whine. Lydia's throat felt like it was closing. She looked at her mate with wide eyes, worried it would affect him too. Wide eyes were reflected back at her as the whines continued. He rolled her onto her side and laid atop her to keep watch on the surroundings. It was all he could do, and he couldn't help the whines of guilt that escaped him. She calmed down hours later and half that suggested they get going. She tried to stand but her body collapsed immediately. Lydia's legs felt like she had run across the continent. Her mate stuck his head under her stomach and lifted her up only to place her back on her old, tattered white dress. He wrapped it around her, and they were off again. She stuck her nose deep into the fabric to try and block the smell, but it was no use. She still couldn't figure out why her mate wasn't affected. Her ears perked up at the sound of metal hitting metal. Her mate didn't seem too bothered by it, though she didn't think she should be scared, but she was extremely curious as to what was making that sound. Her questions were answered a few moments later. The grass began to thin until they were walking on dirt before the trees opened up into a clearing. She squinted her eyes at the bright lights that turned on as soon as their presence was detected. Her mate stopped and calmly laid on the ground. He tucked her underneath his chin as she heard a door open in the distance. She couldn't see anything past the bright lights. Lydia flinched when footsteps of about 50 wolves neared her and her mate. She wondered why her mate was so calm all of a sudden. It didn't seem like he was going to jump to protect her should something happen. Her heart dropped. They got closer and closer, and Lydia got so scared she let out a loud yelp. The wolves stopped in their tracks, and she could hear them trying to scent who the intruders were. One of them let out a howl and some of the wolves retreated. A few minutes passed until another set of footsteps neared them. Her mate stood above her abruptly, leaving her sprawled on the ground. She felt bare once she'd been unwrapped from the dress, leaving her fur for all to see. She scurried behind one of her mate's large, thick paws. While it didn't hide her completely from view, her whole body wasn't seen by the approaching male. Someone shouted and the footsteps became hurried. Lydia peeked her head around her mate's legs to see a tall, slim man standing in front of them. She rushed to hide again as her mate bowed his front to the ground. What was happening? Was this where he lived? The front of his body rose back off of the ground and she scurried back to her hiding spot. Lev. I smell another being with you. Lev, bring them out, the man commanded. His voice was rough and demanding, two things that were the complete opposite of Lydia. She shivered. Her mate seemed to be going through an internal battle, growling first before lifting his paw away from a hiding spot. She yelped and scurried behind his other paw to hide, but he lifted that one a second later. She felt helpless. A pup. Why do you have a pup with you? Lev, who had a pup. Who was Lev? Grab the pup. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. The man commanded. One of the larger wolves made his way towards them, but stopped at the sound of her mate's growl. Was she the pup? Why were they coming after her? What was this play? Indiaism. Land down. The man commanded. Lev snarled at him. The man gave Lev. Then Lydia a confused glance. A few moments later it looked like he'd solved whatever problem he had and took a step back. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Back up until you reach me. Don't even look at them, the strange man said, and shift back once you are behind me. Oscar followed his orders until he shifted into a nude man about 20 feet away. She whimpered and covered her eyes. Liv quietly moved his paw back in front of her and softly growled as a warning to the two men in front of them. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Run as fast as you can to the beta's main room. And tell him Lev is back and he's found his mate. Oscar gasped and turned immediately. Lev didn't miss the look of fear on his face before he began to run away. What was a mate? Lydia whimpered from behind his paw. She was scared of this man that somehow had control over her mate. Was he Lev's alpha? He sounded so mean. Lev, drop her off in your den and come meet me in room 22. Do it quickly, he ordered Lev. Her mate picked her up by the nape of her neck and jogged past the man. Lydia tried to keep her eyes clenched shut, but they unconsciously opened and she made eye contact with the strange man as they passed him. She then deemed him evil in her mind. They walked into the large compound, tossing many guards both human and wolf. The humans held the largest guns she'd ever seen, and the wolves had so much muscle she didn't even know it was possible. Nobody looked at them as they entered. She wondered just how much power her mate had when it came to his home. The compound was full of rooms with grass flooring, and when she glanced into each room, all she saw was several caves or large hills with large holes dug out of them, and wolves sleeping in them. She only grew more confused. What exactly was this place? Liv led her into one of the many archways of the compound and into a large cave. Every time she thought the cave would end, a new pathway would appear. The other caves and hills she'd seen were just large enough for the wolf to fit in, but Lev seemed to go on forever. He finally stopped near at the back corner of the cave and gently set her down. They'd left her dress outside the border of the compound, and the cave had the same temperature as the caves they'd hidden in on the way to his pack. This was strange land, and it was full of strange people. Lev nuzzled her stomach before stepping backwards and turning around to leave. She shouldn't tell him she was cold. He would be late to meet that scary man if he turned around, so he doesn't need to know. She'll get through it. She could do this. Lydia didn't account for just how long he would be gone. She was sure it was dark outside by now, because it felt like he'd been gone for about 4 hours. Her body started shaking on the first hour. Uncontrollable whimpering started during the second hour, and she didn't really remember the third hour. Her eyesight was getting fuzzy was the only thing she really knew. The ground in front of her was blurry, and she was kicking herself mentally for being like this. Why couldn't she be like a normal wolf? She could die staying here like this because she was a weak wolf that couldn't be one her own. She felt ashamed of herself and began to wish she was back with her old Alpha rather than dying right here. She blinked in surprise when she felt something nuzzle under her neck and a loud noise through her left ear. Her body was numb. How could she feel this person's touch? She was tired, really tired. She shouldn't have done this. She made a mistake. Lydia wants to go back to her mom. And her home. She wants to go back to being safe. Chapter 8. Lev didn't understand at all what he had to do with the little wolf. Screams of the lives he'd taken away constantly floated around his mind, and they'd gone on for so long he couldn't remember what silence sounded like. When he was even near her, instantly. Lev was always taught control, and never once had it broken. He always had control over himself, despite being 90% wolf. He was told he had a human side, but had yet to see it. He lost control the moment he saw her why. He couldn't figure it out. Lev was waiting for the idiotic man to let him out of the cage before he attacked. It was fun to surprise a coward. He knew he had to get back to his pack quickly, or Roman would be mad. Lev hadn't had a punishment in a while. When he made eye contact with her through the bars of the cage, something in him snapped. It felt like he'd been kicked so hard it knocked all of the air out of his body, but in the best way possible. Did that even make sense? He couldn't decide. It wasn't difficult to escape the cage, especially when that asshole had his hands on her. Then it was over. That man was lucky he wasn't dead. Lev just wanted to figure out what was going on. He wanted to know why he needed this girl. Needed to protect her. Watch her. Take care of her. He really didn't know. He disliked it at first. His mate was a small thing, weak, tired, and always cold. Her skin would be freezing when he touched it, but she could only communicate in her human form. He felt bad he couldn't really do anything to make her warmer. By the end of their journey, his protectiveness had turned into a different emotion. He didn't know what it was, and it just added to his list of frustrations. Arriving at his pack was a happy moment for him until Roman arrived. He had never seen Roman act anything but put powerful all his life. When he saw the man looking scared as the little wolf tripped over herself, he wanted to hide her beneath him again. Why was he scared of her? To my agent extraordinaire, Madame Nogan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Roman, second in command, was also surprised to see Ev had another wolf with him. Neither of them bothered to hide their shock or fear, but apparently they looked intimidating to the little wolf. She was shaking before he'd even brought her inside. She hung limply from his mouth, simply looking at all of the warriors inside their dens. Lev felt a burst of pride at the thought in. Because he was the best warrior in the pack, he got the best den. It was so large that it took over a minute to reach the very inside depths of the cave. He carefully set her down on the floor and watched her curl up into a little ball, her clothing forgotten outside the compound. Someone had probably burned it to get rid of the scent. He nudged her with his nose to assure he'd be back and then left the den to head towards room 22. It was a large room with grass flooring, beige walls, and there was usually a lot of wolves. Sometimes the whole pack could fit in there, but that was only for the most important announcements. They were all there and waiting for him when he arrived, and while he was wondering why they were all there, they all began to walk past him and out of the room. What was going on? Lev, get in here, Roman commanded him. Lev complied with the orders immediately and sat patiently in front of him. Roman sat on his big red chair that signaled his position in the pack. Do you know why you're here? Lev simply shook his head. Do you know what a mate is? Once again Lev shook his head. He had never heard that word before. Do you have any feelings towards the wolf? Lev cocked his head in confusion. Never mind this meeting, Lev. Tomorrow I'd like you to complete the training you missed while you were gone. Understood? Roman asked. Lev nodded. Dismissed. Lev trotted back to his den. He wanted to get back to the little wolf quickly, and he just wished he could understand why. When he got back, he howled in a way he never had before. The little wolf was on the ground shaking so much he would have thought it was having an earthquake. When he nudged her, she wouldn't open her eyes. What was wrong? What was going on? He soon heard footsteps run into the room and gasp. Lev turned around to see Roman, a few other men, and their doctor. Lev snarled when he noticed how close they were to the wolf. Roman motioned for everyone to take a step back. Lev, choose hypothermia, Roman said in the gentlest voice Lev had ever heard. Each one of them understood that when it came to Lev's mate, they would all lose against him. She was probably out in the elements too long, and your den is too cold for her. We need to help her before she dies. Lev this time Lev snarled and took a step towards him. They took another step back. Lev, this is up to you. You can either let us help her, or she dies. Roman shouted. He couldn't even imagine what Lev would do if the small wolf died. It was the first time Roman had been scared his entire life. Lev looked between his mate and his pack. He then curled around her and nodded for them to come forward. He snarled when they all moved. Lev only wanted the doctor. Understanding the message, the doctor slowly made his way to the little wolf. Lev rumbled his chest so the doctor would understand not to make any sudden moves. Sir, he addressed Roman. We'll have to move her. What should we do? Explain it to him. Roman told him. The doctor cleared his throat. Lev, we need to move her to the medical den. You can carry her, but we need to move now, the man mumbled. He scrambled backwards when Lev stood, his chest still rumbling. He picked her up by the back of her neck and nudged the doctor towards the door. Everyone raced down the hall, Lev's large paws thumping ahead of them. The doctor skidded into a small room and motioned for Lev to lay her on the bed. Strange people tried to enter the room, but Lev's growl stopped them. They fidgeted at the door, unsure of what to do. Those are the nurses. They're here to help, the doctor begged. The nurses quietly entered the room and got to work. Lev kept his nose touching some part of her body at all times. They weren't going to take her away from him. He didn't know why he was feeling like this, but at this exact moment he didn't care. Her life was on the line. He could hear the doctor giving orders to the nurses, but he tuned them out. Lev's ears focused on the sound of heartbeat. He would make sure it never stopped. 2 hours later, and everyone had left except the doctor. He wiped the sweat off his brow and motioned his hand to Lev tiredly. Wrap her in your wolf form, Lev, and she should be awake by tomorrow. Without hesitation, Lev jumped on the bed next to the little wolf. The doctor winced when the bed creaked under Lev's weight, but didn't say anything on his way out of the room. Just being in the same room as Lev felt like his life was at risk. Lev was genuinely surprised when the little wolf woke up tomorrow morning. He knew she was small and got sick easily, so he had predicted another day before she woke up. He carefully waited to see what she would do, and felt a pleased feeling run through him when she just burrowed deeper into his fur. He could ask questions later. Chapter 9. She didn't want to wake up. Lydia knew that the other wolves in the room could probably sense the change in her heartbeat. She could feel Lev curled around her, grooming her, and every few seconds he let out a loud puff of air onto her fur. His mouth nudged itself under hers and lifted it up. Lev must have known she was awake. She finally let her eyes open and let her body relax a little once she looked around and noticed the horrible man wasn't in the room. Lev purred lowly and nudged her again, so she sighed and stood on shaky legs. His body was really warm and she never wanted to leave it. Lydia let Lev's mouth pick her up by the scruff of her neck and drop his body off of the bed. She was carried slowly back to Lev's. Lydia started to fidget in her mate's mouth. She didn't want to go back into the cold cave. A quick growl from Lev shut her up, but her body was still tensed until they reached the spot where she had passed out earlier. There was a pile of cloth. Random colored cloths filled the space, and now Lydia was fidgeting for a different reason. Lev carefully set her down and watched her run, then jump into the pile. He panicked slightly when she completely disappeared from view, only to see her head pop up with a goofy smile. Lev was scared to leave her alone again. He laid on the edge of the cloth and watched her snuggle into them. Lydia was just about to fall asleep again when she felt her mate stand up. Her ears twitched, finally catching the sound of footsteps, and she carefully stood up as well. Lev moved to stand over her so she could be slightly hidden from view. Lev, had you relaxed from training long enough? Back to work. The man crossed his arms. Though Lydia knew her mate was physically stronger than that mean man, but she didn't know if her mate knew that. Why did Lev need to train so much? This must be the reason this pack was so strong and could eliminate practically every pack in its path. Lydia began to shake when she realized just how close her and her family were to dying. She just wanted time with her mate. Why did everything have to be so complicated? Lev turned around and pushed her lightly into the pile of fabric. He covered her with a few pieces before turning to the man and following him outside of the den. At least she was warned this time. Her sleep was once again interrupted by that man a few minutes later. He walked in without Lev and her body subconsciously began to shake. Her mate wasn't here to protect her from him, and even if she howled, the den was so big Leah knew it wouldn't help. She tried to cover herself up a little bit more and pretend she wasn't there. He used his foot to push her out of her comfortable spot, leaving her to roll over a few times before being able to stand up. Shift. The man. His body stance and tone of voice suggested he thought she was wasting his precious time. Lydia was thankful the man wasn't a real alpha and couldn't command her to shift now. When she didn't make any move to shift, the man pushed her with his foot again. Lydia slid back until she hit one of the walls of the den roughly. A whimper escaped her mouth, taking with it all of the breath in her body. Lydia wheezed a few times before she was able to stand. She crawled over to the cloth and dug herself underneath it. Though she was scared she'd get hurt more in her human skin, she could communicate more that way. The cloth managed to cover her skin from neck to mid, though once she'd shifted. The man growled and stepped forward to kneel next to her. "Who are you?" Lydia asked, tucking the tangled hair behind her ear. She covered up the rest of her skin with the cloth. His gaze on her body was almost making her physically ill. "I think you should answer that first, sweetheart." His grin seemed dirty and it made her feel dirty. I ask you first." Lydia wanted to smack herself as soon as she said that. The man smirked and kicked some of the cloth aside. "My name is Roman. Little girl." "Your turn." His smirk turned into an intimidating frown. Leah. Where did Lev go?" "You mean your mate?" Roman's evil smirk was back. "Who are you?" Disbelief coated her voice. She wanted to know how he had so much power over her mate. Lilia just wanted to leave. Where are you from? Roman ignored her questions and moved closer to her. She gulped and scooted away from him a little bit. Why do you need to know? My strongest warrior disappears for a week and then returns with a pup from some random pack and it turns out to be his mate. Do you know how many of my warriors have mates? How many? None. Roman snarled. His hand gripped her hair right at her forehead and used it to tilt her head up. Her eyes filled with tears and she was really starting to regret coming with her mate. Mates were supposed to lead a lifetime of happiness. Yet Lydia had felt nothing but fear since she left her mom and Aunt Johanna. I have done. Lydia swallowed her fear. Nothing wrong. You've done everything wrong. He shouted and used her hair to start lifting her body in the air. Lydia let out a loud noise of distress and clutched all the cloth she could to her body. Lev. Lydia shouted her mate's name as Roman lifted her body higher and higher into the air. Seconds later the familiar, large, furry form that made up Lev came skidding into the room. It took him less than a second to have his jaw locked around Roman's neck. Lydia's body flopped onto the pile of cloth and she scrambled to cover her entire body with it. A dark green cloth moved over her face and she tried to take calm, deep breaths. She tried to breathe, listening to the sounds of snarling in the room, but sobs came out instead. She was alone, she was scared, and she was without clothes. Lydia just wanted to go home. Ease now. The sounds of snarling immediately stopped and Lydia was too afraid to lift the cloth off her face. A few moments of silence passed before Lydia saw large teeth carefully lift, but she was beginning to pull her comfort cloth off her face. Lev's grumpy face greeted her teary eyes. He snarled and turned to Roman, who was slowly getting to his face and wiping some red water off of his arms. Sadly, Lev hadn't decapitated Roman like Lydia had hoped. She flinched and cried a little more at the disgusting thoughts filling her head. She was never leaving Lev's side around Roman. Lev, she sniffled. Lev rubbing his wolf, white cheek against her human one while keeping an eye on Roman. He was staring at them, hatred in his eyes, and Lydia scrambled backwards, slightly uncovering her body, and Roman's eyes quickly glanced over the exposed skin. Lev covered her body with a snarl and she gratefully wrapped her torso around his wolf form. Get out, she whispered to Roman. Lev growled in agreement, nodding his head towards the entrance of his den. Now Chapter 10. Who is he? Yulia asked her mate, only to shake her head at herself. He wouldn't be able to tell her, so she didn't know why she'd asked. She'd ignored her mate and covered her face with the cloth once again, and pretended all of her problems went away. Just as she was calming down, Lev lifted the cloth again. She pushed it back. He moved it again. Stop. She sat up, huffing, and glared at him. For not knowing much about mates, he knew he was in trouble. Lev let out a long whine and let his ears droop towards the back of his head. Lydia smoothed her hair back, needing to be in control of something, and moved her glare towards her legs. I just want to know what's going on and no one will tell me. And you can't tell me. And that guy is really creepy and... Lev whined again, this time scooting a little bit closer to her, but she was still frowning and glaring at him. Can you, are you sure you can't shift? Lev cocked his head to the side, then lowered it to the floor. No. She wanted an answer out of him. Shake your head like this for yes, and this for no. She gestured how to say yes or no with her head. He seemed to follow along, then shook his head no. Lydia visibly deflated, and he whined again. Sighing, she reached a hand towards his head. He chuffed and rubbed against her, almost knocking her over. Lydia couldn't help but laugh when she landed in the pile of cloths, blushing at the fact that she still wasn't wearing any clothes. She sifted through the colorful material and managed to find what looked like a pair of shorts that had been passed down far longer than she had been alive. They were torn and stained, but they would work. Lydia didn't find a shirt throughout the mess underneath her, so she picked up a random piece of material and held it up to Lev. He cocked his head at her in confusion again. "Open your mouth," she commanded. Lev's eyes widened and he took a step back. "No, come here. Lev, I just need you to rip it for me." He walked over to his mate and opened his mouth, looking at the ceiling of his den while she used his teeth to rip the fabric. Soon enough, Lydia was tying the fabric around her body, covering her torso and some of her stomach. She grew cold again, so she wrapped herself back in the cloth and looked towards her mate. Lev laid down next to her a moment later. "Can I ask you some questions?" Lydia asked quietly. He nodded. "How long have you been here?" He cocked his head towards her to show he couldn't answer the question. "Oh, right," she says to herself. Yes or no questions him. It seemed like she didn't have a question to ask. She snuggled deeper into the blankets, smiling slightly when he laid closer to create more warmth. "Are your parents?" "To my agent extraordinaire, Nylan Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Lev shook his head no. Lydia gulped. "Did that man kill them?" Lev nodded. Lydia let out a loud breath. A minute passed before her next question. "What is his name?" As soon as she asked the question, she realized he wouldn't be able to give an answer. "Can we leave?" The answer to that question was a very rapid no from Lev. Lydia's eyes began to water. She knew it, deep down. She knew when she left her family that she probably wouldn't be returning, but now that it was official, she felt completely helpless. A towel slipped past Lydia's eye without her permission, and Lev noticed immediately. He changed his position until he was laying on Lydia, staring at her face, his wolf eyes staring down into her own. "I really wish you could shift," she whispered, more tears streaming down her face. Lev began to whine, nudging her face until she pushed him away and rolled over, facing away from him. It was the doctor coming into the den. "We need you outside. 1 minute." Lev growled in response and the doctor quickly made his way to the exit. "Don't leave," Lydia whispered. She made no move to turn back over because she was trying to hide her fear of the strange, cruel man. Lydia never wanted to see that man again. He didn't have a choice. If he didn't leave, he would be punished, but he couldn't tell her that. He wanted to stay there, so badly, but he didn't know what was going on, or why he was so close to this woman. If he left, maybe Roman would have answers. A few seconds later, he left, ignoring the sound of sniffles coming from his den. He met Roman in the same room his mate was just in. He was laying on a bed, bandages covering his neck, and Lev found himself wincing in fear as he left the room. Roman's voice was cold, but Lev stood strong. He would take his punishment like the strong warrior he was. "You dare attack your savior?" Lev lifted his neck to the side to show his submission before rolling onto his back to beg for forgiveness. "I don't think the process room will help you, Lev. If you cannot control yourself, you do not belong as one of my warriors." Roman was threatening Lev mildly, but the wolf on the floor found his eyebrows furrowing in confusion. What punishment could it be if it was not in the process room? The process room contained all of the tools one would need to torture a human, wolf, or any other species. "Get the girl," Roman told the warrior guarding the door. He gave his leader a simple nod, then slipped out of the room. What girl did he mean? Did he mean that girl? Lev couldn't think of any other female in the compound. Shrieking sounded from down the hall and Lev scrambled to get up. "Stay," Roman commanded, and Lev found his body freezing in place. The screaming continued to get closer and closer until the warrior was throwing the female on the floor. She fell with a sob, and Lev tensed every single one of his muscles to stop from moving. "Stand up, Lydia." Lev turned his head towards Roman, scrunching up his face, confused. How did he know her name? Lilia stood on shaking legs, covering her stomach and thighs from all of the men's views. She sniffled, drool dripping from her mouth as she sobbed, and looked at Roman Lev. Roman looked at Lev, silently commanding him to stand. Do you remember me mentioning the word mate? Lev chuffed in response. Mate is short for soulmate, Lev, and I are supposed to be your lifelong partner. This girl, Leah, is your mate. You only get one of them. Do you have any feelings for her? Lev was confused by the entire explanation. None of that made sense. Soulmate. What was a soulmate? He took a step back in confusion. The female Lelia was still crying and standing in the middle of the room. For the first time in a very long time, Lev felt like he was losing control of the wolf inside of him. He had been trained in precision and control since he was a child, and this was a foreign feeling. It didn't feel good at all. Roman seemed to be able to tell Lev was losing control, his eyes wide until they couldn't anymore and his mouth gaped open. Lev's wolf took full control, snarling at anyone and everyone in the room except for his mate. Lelia stood still, shaking and crying in the middle of the room. Lev's wolf was quick to jump in front of her and let out a loud roar that had the warrior that dragged her in running from the room. Roman took a step back. Lev made a noise at the back of his throat, and strangely, Lelia understood what he meant. She shifted into her wolf form so he could pick her up, and he took her back to his den without so much as one more look at Roman. Lelia didn't shift back until they had arrived back at the pile of cloth. Please. Still crying. Please shift. Lev didn't know how, and he wished he could tell her, but he would probably never be able to. They spent the night in the den, Lev leaving for a few moments to hunt for food, but the mostly just getting silent. Lelia was starting to regret coming with her mate. The bond was not strengthening nor decreasing, and it was driving her mad. This wasn't how it was normally supposed to go for mates. She was supposed to be marked already, and maybe be in love, but it looked like that was never happening. Lelia sat up and rubbed her eyes, coughing a little. Lev stood and cawed around her to keep her warm, but was pushed away 2 seconds later. She sniffled and pointed across the room, and without even telling him, Lev moved over and chopped down. Shift. Lelia put as much authority into her voice as she could. Please. Lev still didn't really understand the concept of mates and wasn't sure what she meant. He could feel his wolf begin to pace in his mind. Okay. Lelia trailed off. I'm not going to make any sense with this, but... She paused for what seemed like forever, and Lev moved closer until she held a hand up. Picture your human side. I know you've never really seen it, but just picture legs. Legs like mine, arms like mine, but picture them on your body, please. At this point, Lelia didn't know if she was begging Lev or the Moon Goddess, but it would be great if both of them could help. Lev couldn't picture legs. What did that even mean? His mind stayed focused on her body, and her focused on his. Then he shook his head no. He didn't understand. For the next few nights, Lelia stayed wrapped deep within the cloths, only coming out for the necessities which included trying to get her mate to shift. That was definitely a necessity. She was trying to keep track of how much time passed in the den, but it was difficult with no windows and no way out. Weeks upon weeks passed until she made progress with her mate. After they had already eaten dinner and cuddled to lay together, she decided to try again. Focusing just on the legs and no other body part, her mate was able to transition one leg into a human limb for about 10 seconds. Lelia started crying and Lev started panicking what could be wrong. You did it. Leaping into his arms. We can work with this. Chapter 11. Another week passed before he was able to transition to legs at the same time. The shift still only lasted a few seconds, but it was the best few seconds of Lydia's life. His legs were very muscular and very hairy, but they were legs nonetheless. Roman almost caught them a few times, but slowly Lev was shifting quicker and quicker. Lev would do anything to see that look on her face again. He couldn't tell what the look meant, but his wolf howled when her lips stretched across her face. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It looked like she was snarling, gnashing her teeth at him, but then she used her voice and it wasn't threatening at all. He didn't know what it meant, but his wolf-like when she did it, so he kept shifting. It confused him a lot. Shifting. Too long. Pale things stuck out of his body instead of his large furry legs, and Lev didn't think he liked it. Lydia and Lev had slowly formed a routine, and it was driving Lydia nuts. She never left Lev's den to eat, use the bathroom, anything. She knew it kept her safe, but staring at the same spot on the wall was going to make her go insane. Lev would leave very early every morning, and Lydia wouldn't see him again until late. When Lev had shifted both legs, Lydia warned him and stressed that he cannot do it anywhere except with Lydia. Surprisingly, Roman had left them alone. Lydia believed he finally believed she was more powerful than him. Even if he sent his entire army after them, Lev would destroy them and not even blink. Though they were both more powerful than Ronan, Lydia couldn't figure out a way to leave the compound. It had been weeks, maybe months since they had arrived, and Lydia knew it was time to go. She missed her family, missed the outside, and missed freedom. She didn't have that here. No one had that here. It was late at night and Lev was due back any minute in face. He entered the cave just as Lydia was wondering when he was going to be back. When the low lights hit him, Lydia gasped and shot out from underneath the cloth. Lev was beaten, red watery, and limping on one of his hind legs. When she went to grab onto him, she was surprised as he took a step back and lifted his lips at her. Lydia's hand dropped to her lap and tears filled her eyes. He snarled at her again when tried to reach out, but this time, she didn't let her hands stop. His voice got louder and louder in his snarling. She tried not to flinch until her hand reached his fur, and Lev whimpered instead of snarling. "What did they do to you?" Lydia murmured quietly. She was shivering, trying to hold back the tears in her eyes as Lev continued to whisper, while he laid down. She saw the extent of his injuries on his stomach and swallowed the sob that threatened to overtake her body. Lev's fur was almost completely gone on his stomach. What was left was singed as if he was held over a fire, like a pig being roasted. When she tried to move it with her fingers to look at any injuries underneath, Lev moved back a little. The paw that he had been limping on looked broken. There was almost no way to break his leg that way naturally. Lydia couldn't imagine how painful it must have been for someone to just snap it like that. Her mate bared his teeth at her when she tried to touch his leg, so she left it alone. The fact that Lev was more like a dog while injured was scaring her. Just how much of his wolf had taken over. Instead of seeking help or what his mates thought, she was ready to bite her, because he still felt like he was in danger. That was no human instinct. She held Lev's head in her hands and looked at one of his ears that dropped, it never drooped. The top edge of his ear also looked singed, and as her eyes moved to meet his, they filled with tears again. "I can't do this," Lydia admitted aloud for the first time. She couldn't survive here, they couldn't survive here. She couldn't do this. Lev winced, eyes tired, hurt, and longing for this weak, simple human that cared for him so much. She didn't really mean it, right? Lydia couldn't leave even if she tried because of Roman, but Lev doesn't want her to go at all. He's still unsure about what exactly she is, but she can't leave. His whining continued, growing louder and louder, and a few seconds later it turned into loud howls. "Hush," Lydia whispered. His cries immediately quieted. Lydia started to cry as soon as Lev stopped. She missed her aunt, Her mother. She didn't know what month it was, more or less what day it was, and it was killing Lydia inside not being able to see her mother. Lev was being too loud. Roman would come if Lev was being too loud. She shook her head and tried to gather her thoughts. Is there a way that we can leave and they won't come after us? Lydia was begging to whatever goddess was out there for him to say yes. Lev shook his head no. Lydia didn't want to believe him, but as the strongest warrior to ever exist, he probably knew this compound inside and out. There had to be a way out of here. She turned to Lev and grabbed his fur, making him whimper a little bit. We need to go, Lev, Lydia said, wiping the tears from her eyes. Or I will try to leave by myself. Lev quickly growled at her to stop her from continuing that thought. If she even tried to leave by herself, she would get killed so quickly. He couldn't handle that, but he also couldn't leave. I'm going, she demanded. She stood on wobbly legs and took a step forward, only for Lev to grip the cloth she was using as a shirt and pull her back to plop down on the pile. She bared her human teeth at him and tried to stand up again, and again with the same result. After many attempts, she was able to take a few steps across the room. Lydia's legs ached, but she was taking it step by step. She started to falter and tripped slightly when she realized Lev wasn't following her. When she reached the door, a strange noise came from the den. Fear caused her heart to churn and her stomach to roll. But she didn't want to turn around because she knew the look in his eyes would make her stay. A loud, throaty wail came from deep within the cave. Lydia stopped so fast she tripped over her legs and fell flat on the ground. It wasn't because she was scared. It was because the voice was human. Chapter 12. Lydia rushed back into the cave the fastest she'd ever moved before. She doesn't see him at first. Her eyes search the den, landing on a lump underneath the cloth. Another wail comes out from the lump along with some movement. She swallowed, her throat trying to close up, and took a few steps closer to the lump. She stutters, swallowing again. Never the shuffling stopped. Lydia took another step. A dark brown cloth shifted, reveal unruly, greasy brown hair. He'd done it. Lydia ran towards the pile and dropped to her knees before him. She moved more pieces of cloth to uncover his face. The beard on his face reached past his shoulders and the hair on his bare chest was way overgrown, but his eyes, Lydia had never seen eyes like that before. In the darkness of the cave they glowed dark brown and squinted at her for a moment. Lev tried to sit up, but it seemed like his limbs wouldn't listen to him. It was clear that he didn't know how to move at all. Calm down. Calm down. She tried to hold his face between her hands, but he pulled away. Everything is all right. Panicked movement stopped soon after, except his eyes blinking like crazy. Lydia laughed, tears slowly slipping down onto his face. He flinched in surprise when they started hitting him. You did it. His eyes searched hers, smiling slightly when he heard her happy voice. She sniffled, tried to stop the tears from falling, and moved to sit closer to him. He moaned, frustrated that he couldn't move any of his limbs. We're gonna start with yes or no. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Let's get that arm moving. Lydia moved his arm up and down, relaxing the muscle and getting it used to the movements. She tried not to blush at the tense muscles in his arms. After about an hour, Lev was able to weakly hold up his thumb for a second. Lydia had to look quick or she'd miss it. Wait, Lydia thought aloud. Roman doesn't know you shifted. A thumb up from Lev. We need to go. Now, Lydia said angrily, only to realize that if he couldn't move any of his limbs, he couldn't do anything close to running. After only a few seconds of seeing his human form, she was going to have to help him shift back. You have to shift back in order to get us out of here, she said quietly. She thinks it's about to be sunrise. Roman would yell at Lev for training any second now. Shifting back to his wolf form was easy because he could already imagine what he looked like. Soon enough, Lev's wolf form was licking the side of her face and jumping around, happy to be moving again. "Are you okay with leaving now? This isn't what life is supposed to be like, Lev. They've brainwashed you," Lilia told him. The begging in her voice hadn't gone unnoticed. Lev hadn't seen just how thin she'd gotten, and her skin wasn't even warm anymore. It was always cold. Wasn't it supposed to be warm? What was he supposed to believe? The savage wolf deep inside of him fought to be next to her instead of outside, and it concerned him. Ever since he could remember, the wolf inside of him fought to be outside of Roman's clutches. The change in his wolf's mood, the shifting, maybe it was all for a reason. Lev's gut was screaming at him to follow her, so he did. Lilia was glad that out of all of the wolves, the strongest one was her mate. Her interest was that he knew this. Compound inside and out, besides being strong enough to take on guards. She climbed on his large back with patchy fur and clutched on to what she could as Lev sniffed out into the hallway. Lilia noticed that even though her mate was the largest wolf she'd ever seen, his paws were silent. The only way she could tell they were moving was the movement of his back. The candles were lit along the corridor, so it was harder to see, but Lilia knew Lev would be able to smell a wolf long before they saw it anyway. So much had happened in the last 20 minutes that Lilia felt like she was going to pass out. She couldn't. This could be their only chance of getting out of here alive. Lilia didn't know what kind of army Roman had, but from the size of the compound, she could only assume it was huge. Lev's skin vibrated under the fur he had left as they turned into another hallway. Lilia didn't know what that meant, so she just held on tight. Her assumption was correct as her mate leapt, with her on his back, onto another wolf. Lilia had grown up extremely sheltered in the way of never seeing death, more or less fighting in general. She clenched her eyes shut and tried not to lift her hands to cover her eyes when Lev jumped at the wolf. Lilia didn't know if it was a guard or just a wolf strolling through the halls, but she couldn't help but feel guilt at the sounds she was hearing. A few moments later, they kept moving, Lev trying to keep his breath under control. A few wolves later and they were outside. They were outside. Lilia opened her clenched eyes and fought a gasp at the darkness before them. They would have to rely solely on Lev's nose. She counted his steps as he moved forward. 1, 2. She counted in her head. More and more steps. Lev froze on his 23rd step. Lilia could feel his muscles tense as if he was waiting for something, and he was terrified of whatever he was waiting for. After a few moments of silence, something moved in the shadows, Lev moving along with it. A wolf leapt into the light and landed within reach of Lev and Lilia. She clenched her eyes shut and held on as tight as she possibly could. Sounds of ripping flesh and snarling filled the room till it was only Lev's heaving breath left. He began to walk slowly again after the fight. Lilia didn't unclench her eyes and hands until they were far enough away that she couldn't even smell it anymore. Unfortunately for her, she only had to wait a few minutes after that for more wolves to appear. They were clearly patrolling, guarding the area from intruders. Lilia closed her eyes and tried to think happy thoughts while ignoring the sounds and smells around her. Why were the wolves inside, when patrolling for intruders? In her old pack, they all patrolled near the border to search for unfamiliar scents. Unless these guards were to make sure no one got in or out. She shuddered at the thought of Lev living here his entire life. It was time for a change, a permanent, happy change. Lilia had no clue where they were going to go, but they just needed to get out of here fast. She scrunched up her face as her trail of thought was lost and the sounds of fighting reappeared. Maybe they could just walk until they found a pack willing to take them in, but it would be a difficult feat. Most wolves knew who her mate was and what he had done. Lilia half wished she could go home, but Alpha would hold her mother and Dantigant against her. She could come up with a plan against her old pack when she found a new one that was willing to take both her and Lev in. Her mother, Lydia, thought about her every day as she fought to keep track of time. It was hard to, in that den, as she didn't know how much time had passed. How long did her mother have left? She was glad that Johanna was there to take care of her, but frowned at the thought of Johanna and her mother worrying every day. Lev chuffed when he was finished to let her know they would be moving. It felt like it had been weeks since they'd left Lev's den. Lydia wondered if Lev was scared at all. Over the time she had been with him, she was sure he had to be somewhat scared because everything was changing. He had lived this way for so long, but now he was trusting his mate and fighting for freedom. Lydia whimpered when more wolves came upon them. Before she was able to close her eyes, she counted the wolves coming towards them. 7. Was Lev getting tired? She wished she could help him. Lydia vowed that when they reached a new pack, she would train to be as strong as her mate for her mate. She would do it for herself too. After the fighting began, she forced herself to open her eyes and could clearly see why Ev was the best warrior in this fortress. He took down all faster than she put on clothes, and it was astounding to see. They walked for a few minutes of silence until they made a single turn that showed light at the end of the tunnel, literally. Lev started to run towards it, and Lydia almost had to close her eyes at the impact of the wind. She sat up and widened her eyes when she saw what was waiting for them at the end of the tunnel. Lev, she nervously shouted over his paws hitting the ground. He grunted in acknowledgement before pushing himself harder. As they came closer to the light, a dark, loud chuckle resonated from what was blocking their escape. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. Lydia and her mate Liv are fleeing from Roman's control, traversing through various wolf packs seeking refuge, but facing rejections due to Lev's past. Welcome to the Alpha's Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Chapter 13. Lydia was so surprised that she had almost fallen off of her mate's back. Liv didn't hesitate before sprinting directly past Roman. The man who had led him and brainwashed glared at Lydia when she turned around to face him as they ran away. He wore a confident smirk when they made eye contact, so Lydia quickly turned to face the front again. She was worried that Roman's confidence would mean his entire army would attack them before they could leave Roman's land, but another strange thing happened. Lydia and Liv did not see a single wolf as Liv ran until he crossed the territory line. Relief washed over her like a tidal wave. Lydia wrapped her arms around her mate's neck as he ran. "Thank you," she whispered, knowing very well he could hear her. He let out a grunt of approval and kept running. Now all they had to do was run until a pack would take them in. But of course, it wouldn't be that simple. Lydia and Lev would have to find someone who wouldn't kill Lev, first and foremost. Lydia knew what he had done with his life but chose to forget and move on. She just hoped others could do that too. When they made it out of Roman's territory, it had been nearing dawn, but Lev ran until dusk and only stopped because Lydia was so exhausted. She'd almost fallen off a few times. Lev's nose led him to a small cave. He had to crouch down to fit into it, but it would keep them snug and warm until morning. He laid her down and watched her eyes shut but nudged her with his nose before she could actually fall asleep. He chuffed at her and nudged her until she realized that he wanted her to shift to stay warm. His prior experience with her suggested her immune system couldn't handle cold well, so he would make sure she shifted and had enough warmth for him to hunt for their food. Lydia was shivering when he jogged back into their makeshift home. Lev was relieved when the shivering stopped as soon as he wrapped his body around hers. She sighed in relief and closed her eyes to sleep, but Lev woke her. She couldn't help the irritated snarl when she opened her eyes but quickly apologized with a few licks to Leg's snout. He nudged one deer before her and took the other for himself. How had he hunted these so quickly? She couldn't finish one deer on her own. The stomach inside her body was not the same since she'd left her home. Normally she would eat everything in sight, to the irritation of Johanna, but her stomach couldn't handle large amounts of food now. She finished eating what her stomach allowed and pushed the rest of it towards him. He huffed in frustration before wolfing it down. They slept until dawn the next morning, Lev wanting to keep them moving, but it felt like Leah had only slept a couple of hours. Her immune system was already getting worse. She shifted into her human form, climbed onto Lev's back, and they were off. It took a few hours before they finally reached a pack. With four patrolling wolves snarling at them, Lydia slowly slipped to the ground, her neck in a submissive pose. "We come as refugees seeking solace," she explained, holding her hands up as well. One of the wolves shifted into his human form and stepped towards her. "We know what that wolf did to our neighboring pack," the man snarled at them. "Leave before we bring our entire army." Lydia did as she was told, climbing onto her mate and leaving their land with all of them watching. One down and many packs to go. 2 more rejections later and it was once again dusk. Lev wasn't able to find a cave, so they settled beneath a tree. Lev didn't sleep much that night, too concerned to even be near sleep. This female lying underneath his fur was a wolf he would follow to the ends of the earth, and he really wanted to know the full reason why. Roman had explained it a little, but it still didn't make sense to him. Lev didn't know what to do when not in Roman's care, so he let the female take the lead. She seemed to know what she was doing. The next morning, she took the lead again. They stopped at 2 packs in the morning and 1 in the evening. This continued for days on end until late in the evening a week and a half later when wolves approached them growling, but not snarling. "We come as refugees seeking solace." Lydia repeated the same line she had been using. One of the wolves shifted and she readied herself for rejection again. "What are you running from?" The male in front of them seemed to have some sort of power. Maybe a gamma. Lydia couldn't tell. He kept his eyes on Lev until Lydia motioned him to lay down in a submissive pose. "A pack that has been attacking this country for decades," she answered. The man glanced at Lydia and Lev again before motioning for them to follow him. She walked beside her mate, trying to keep up with his steps until they reached her. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Lydia was grateful for the couch in the room, but Lev didn't know what to do until she helped him lay down at her feet. He snarled softly when someone got too close and Lydia gave the men apologetic looks. Some of the men left to continue patrolling. Others stood guard beside the man that spoke to them. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." The man waved his hand at them and sat down as well. "I am from the June Pack, near the Midwest," she started. "I've heard of it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Pack that's been attacking and destroying other packs. It attacked us that day, but our pack prevailed and my Alpha.丨lived. Lydia motioned to her mate who sat up at his name. He faced the unknown individual, cocking his head in debate whether he should trust the man or not. "Why can you not seek refuge in your previous pack?" the man pushed. My Alpha was auctioning Lev off to the highest bidder when I realized we were mates. Luckily Lev escaped from their clutches and took me with him out of the pack. The man thought for a moment and turned to lock eyes with the man behind him. Alpha Howard was going to blackmail me into being the Luna the next day. I was going to take any chance of escape I could, Lydia murmured. Lev's head snapped towards her and Lydia could see the fire in her mate's eyes. Why hadn't she told him? Lev took me back to where that pack is stationed, and it's horrifying. We had to get out of there. We have been asking different packs, but have been turned away because of Lev's past. My name is Gamage Gary. These are warriors Wesson-Paul. Jerry motioned to the two standing guard. They both bowed their heads slightly at the two strangers. Will we be able to seek refuge within your pack? Lelia pushed. She just wanted to sleep on a bed for the first time in she didn't know how long. I've called for the Alpha, Jerry said, leaning forward, but off the record, I think your chances are good. We have not yet been attacked by that rogue pack, and Lev could be very useful. Thank you, Lydia said with a sigh of relief. She leaned down and stroked Lev for a bit before turning to Jerry. Could I freshen up? I know it might be too much now. Not at all. There is a bathroom right around the corner down that hall. Third door to your right. Jerry answered with a smile. Be good, she muttered to Lev with a smile. She left him lying there and almost cried when she saw the toilet. It had been so long since she'd been able to use one, and oh, there was a shower too. Lydia wanted to shower desperately, but didn't have clean clothes to put on afterwards or didn't want to get dirty again. Then again, she didn't know if this pack would accept them, so this may be the last chance to shower. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. A knock sounded on the door. The Alpha has arrived. Coming. Pulling her shirt back on. Lydia hurriedly used the toilet and the sink and rushed back to her seat. To her surprise, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Thin man's where Gamage Airy had been sitting. He stood off to the side, keeping watch of the powerful man before them. My name is Alpha.丨of the Northwood Pack, the man said to them with a tentative smile. I have been briefed on your story. Yes, sir, Lydia responded quietly. I would love for you both to see refuge and stay with our pack, but I worry of the repercussions this will cause for the pack. The Alpha had a good point and Lydia didn't know what to do. Lev was the best warrior in their brigade. Lydia spoke proudly, and he knows the ins and outs of their attack strategies. He could be useful. He hasn't spoken, Alpha.丨pointed out. In that pack, they don't allow them to shift. It took a few weeks for me to get him to shift a single leg, and he's only ever fully shifted once. He can't move his human body or speak. We want help and refuge. Lydia was close to tears. She just wanted to live a normal life again. We will accept your refuge and give you the help that you seek. Lydia tried to smile through the onslaught of tears rolling down her face. Thank you, she sniffled. You both will be on a 2-week probationary period. Then we will discuss your entry into the pack. Let us find somewhere for you to stay. Miss Leah, you can call me Leah. She smiled and stood. They followed Gamajeri and Alpha.丨to the pack house, where empty rooms were available for guests. He led them to a room and let them wash up, because according to him, dinner started at 5:30. They had about an hour. Lydia ran and jumped on the bed, laughing and squealing while Lev stood with his back against the door, unsure of what this was. Come here. Lydia sat up and patted the space next to her. Lev sniffed carefully before practically slithering on the bed. She watched him roll around until he found a comfortable spot to lay and huffed at her. She looked up at the ceiling and thanked the goddess for allowing them to find sanctuary. After a few moments of silence, she looked over and saw a phone on the nightstand. Lev flinched when Lydia gasped and scrambled off the bed so hard she landed on the floor with a grunt. Lev carefully peered over the soft cloth he was on, afraid of falling off as well but also worried about the female who had hit the ground pretty hard. Lydia stood, shook the pain off of her hand and grabbed the phone, dialing the number she knew by heart. While each family in her old pack didn't have much, everyone had a phone in their house for emergencies. "Hello?" She could hear Johanna ask in confusion. She also heard her mother in the background, asking who it was. "Hi," Leah sniffled. Chapter 14. Leah. Aunt Johanna. Leah sighed in relief. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Oh, Kate. It's Leah. I'm safe. I'm okay." She turned back to Lev and smiled. He was the reason she was safe. "Lelia? It's been months. Are you sure you're all right?" "Months." Lelia furrowed her brows. "How many months? What's today's date?" "It's been 3 months. It's May 3rd now." "Lelia. Oh, I'm so glad you're all right. I'm going to put your mother on the phone." Lelia waited a moment and stroked Lev's head a little. "My child." Her mother sobbed through the phone. Lelia immediately clenched the phone tighter to her ear. "Don't cry. Mother, I'm safe now. I can call you later, if you'd like. I have to get ready for dinner. Tell me where you are, where you're safe. I was so worried. I can call you whenever you'd like." "No, Mom. I'm in the Northwood pack." "How did you end up all the way up there?" Northwood was pretty far from her pack. "It's a long story. I will call you back later." Yes. "Please. I love you." Kate sniffled. "I love you too." Lelia placed the phone back in its holder and felt like the biggest weight in the world was taken off of her shoulders. Lelia smiled at Lev and laid back down to rest for another moment. She could hardly believe that after all this time she was on a bed and she was so happy she could cry. Her bed usually didn't make her cry. Lev laid next to her with some part of his body touching hers, just as they had done it in his den. She felt somewhat bad for him. His whole life had changed and he was probably freaking out on the inside. "Let's go wash up, hun." Lelia forced herself not to get too comfortable and stood up before she fell asleep. Lev looked at her apprehensively before following the female into a strange room. The lights were almost too bright for his sensitive eyes and he skidded across the room where he saw a wolf identical to his in the room as well. There was also another female who looked the exact same as the female he had been with all this time. He let his lips lift in a snarl and took a step towards the female to protect her in case this wolf tried to come near. "Lev, it's the mirror," the female giggled. He didn't stop snarling. There was an unknown wolf in this room, and he was snarling too. Why was she not worried? "Lev, it's all right. Look." The female was her name Lelia. Touched the glass at the same spot where the other female was touching. This was so confusing. "Lev, there's nothing to worry about." She pet his head and turned towards a large hole. Fresh water began to come out of a sprout in a loud noise that made him flinch. Lelia chuckled at him and reached for him. Lev thought she might want to pet him, or rest on him, but when she got near him she tried to lift him. Why did she want to lift him? His brain started to spin, trying to figure out what was going on, and he whined in confusion. "It's all right. Lev? Right. Everything is fine. Can you step into the bath for me?" It was just water. Right. He could probably do this. When he walked into the water, it was warm. He shrunk back. But as the loud water rushed over one of his paws, he realized that it actually felt good. Lev had never experienced anything but cold water, and somehow this was better. Lelia watched him lay in the water with a wolfy grin on his face. She didn't raise the water to high when she saw his reaction to it and to the human shampoo, conditioner, and body wash to clean him. All 3 of them were unscented and worn as well, and Lev didn't seem to even know that he was being washed. He panted in relaxation because not a warm, but the female was touching him and it felt like flurries were under his skin. Lev was sad and cold when they finished until Lilia wrapped him in a fluffy fabric that was almost as soft as another wolf fur. To my agent extraordinaire, Werewolf-related, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Can you go lay on the bed now? I need to shower. The bed. What was a bed? He felt weird leaving the female in this new environment. She walked him towards the giant, soft, weird object that towered off of the ground. He hopped up and sat while she walked into the other room and shut the door behind her. He shot up with a huff and stared at the door. She leave? Where did she go? Lev circled by the door and laid down, staring at the handle of the door. He'd wait here until she came back. Lilia, on the other side of the bathroom door, was enjoying the best shower she had ever had. The water was scalding hot and cottoned her hair and body were clean. Lilia was very, very happy. When she stepped out of the shower, she wrapped a towel around herself and exited the bathroom. She tried to exit the bathroom. The door pushed against something so hard that she could barely even move the door at all. Lev. Nails scraped the floor and she found it was blocking the door. Why was he lying there? She checked the drawers for clothing and found some old but clean, thankfully work parts and someone's large T-shirt. It was almost dinner time, so Lilia placed a hand on Lev's head and led him downstairs. There were already a few people around, picking up plates of food and sitting down. Lilia was sure it was going to get a lot fuller. The people that were there were already looking at them strangely. It was a strange thing for them to see two new wolves, but it was stranger to Lilia because her pack lived in individual houses, but it seemed like most of the wolves in this pack lived in this main building. To my agent extraordinaire, Werewolf-related, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Lilia's bottom had just hit the seat when a man appeared next to them. I'm sorry. She apologized. Is this your seat? No. The man chuckled. My name is Dr. Werewolf. Alpha briefed me on your situation. I was wondering if you would be able to bring your food to my office. Yes, of course. Lilia smiled when she heard a small whimper from her mate. They weren't serving raw meat at the moment, but she knew Lev was hungry for anything. They followed Drive. Werewolf down a long hallway, and made a few turns before they were in an office the size of Lilia's old house. There was a front desk and another hallway full of rooms. They were led to the first room on the left. I'm just going to do a simple checkup with you. To my agent extraordinaire, Werewolf-related, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Lilia. She smiled. Lilia, when was the last time you had a checkup? Lilia scratched her head. I don't remember if I've ever had one. That's all right. We'll just take care of that right now. The doctor held up strange things to her eyes and nose and chest, and pushed a long white thing down her throat. He said he was finished after a while. Lilia looked over and saw Lev asleep, stomach full after eating both of their meals. She'd have to go back to the kitchen before they went to bed. Lev growled at a sudden but slow knock on the door. Alpha.丨poked his head in. He made sure everything was all right before he stepped inside. How is everything going? Good. We're about finished. The doctor answered. Do you have any pre-existing medical conditions? I have a weak immune system, but my old doctor was not able to figure out anything else. The doctor sighed a little and continued his work. He took a few more tests and left to get the results a few moments later, leaving Lilia, Lev and Alpha.丨on alone. Have you contacted family yet? Alpha.丨said with a small smile. I did, Lilia answered. They were very happy to hear from me. I'm sure they were. How long were you gone? 3 months. I found out today. It was still a hard pill for Lilia to swallow. 3 months. It had felt longer at the time. But now all Lydia wanted was more time with her mother. Lev came and sat next to the bed, his back partially touching Lydia's leg to make sure she was still there. This room smelt really strongly of chemicals and Lev didn't know how the others could stand it. All right, I've got the results of the tests. It looks like it's SCID. What does that mean? Lev could sense her distress and nudged her leg with a small whine. Severe combined immunodeficiency, or SCID, means there were several complications at birth that eventually showed signs of this disease. It was most likely genetic. Oh, Lydia's brain scrambled to file through the information. Her old pack doctor was never able to give her answers, and this quickly. She wondered how far behind her pack was. Does anyone else in your family have this? My mother, Lydia answered. She's back home. It's very severe. How severe? The doctor seemed concerned now. Alpha.丨stepped away from the wall and crossed his arms. His whole body seemed tense. Our doctor gave her a few months, maybe a year to live. Lydia breathed out, pain clear in her tone. She saw both Alpha.丨and Dr. Wallahan's features drop in sympathy. It shouldn't be that severe. Where is your mother located? Dr. Wallahan was taking notes on a large notepad. The June pack. Our medical supplies are limited there. We can request to have her brought here for medical research. It really shouldn't have become this severe, the doctor suggested. Alpha.丨nodded his agreement, but Lydia was shaking her head before the doctor was finished talking. If that request is put through, Alpha Howard will know where I am. That can't happen. Lydia would not let that happen. If that were to happen, all of her family could be hurt, including Lev. It wouldn't happen. Dr. Wallahan sent a questioning look to the Alpha, and his look said to quickly drop it. Dr. Wallahan sighed. If we could get her here, we may be able to prolong her life for at least another year. Guaranteed. I haven't even looked at the situation yet, and I can guarantee that. He sounded so confident that Lydia considered it for a moment, but it couldn't happen. She didn't want to start a war. She would rather let her mother live in peace with Johanna. It will cause all of us to be hurt. Let's talk about this more in my office, You'll be more comfortable there, and we can discuss more in-depth solutions. I would like that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Finish up here and meet me there. Do you remember where it is? Yes, Alpha. The door shut behind him and Lydia turned to Liv while Dr. Wallahan finished up his notes. How are you feeling? She asked him. He chuffed at her and licked her hand in response. Lydia smiled and took that as a good sign. I have some medicine here. He handed her a bright orange bottle. It's to be taken once a day, preferably with food, and it will help your immune system to fight off illnesses. Sounds good, Lydia murmured. She turned the bottle in her hand and heard the rattling of the pills inside. Lev sniffed it and turned his head. It smelled like more chemicals. If you need a refill or feel sick in any way, please don't hesitate to see me. Thank you so much for your help. She hopped off of the bed and shook his hand. Could I schedule an appointment now for him? Lydia pointed to Lev. He cocked his head at her. I am free between 10 and 11 o'clock in the morning, if that works for you. Lydia was very glad the doctor was nice to her and everyone around her. It gave her a lot of faith for this pack. Thank you so much, she said again, and led Lev out of the room. Once they were out of the medical wing, Lev took a deep breath and shook his fur out. He wanted the smell of chemicals off of him now. Let's go see the Alpha. Then we can go to sleep, she assured him. He licked her hand and began the walk towards the Alpha's office. We got this, she quietly assured herself. Lydia just wanted her mother with her. And safe. Chapter 15. Lydia took a deep breath before she opened the office door. She was terrified that there could be no option for her to see her mother again. But she was also nervous because most of the options she could think of involved Alpha-Howie finding her again. She took another breath and pushed open the door. As soon as it was open, she gasped, took a step back, and looked at the ground. Red water flooded her cheeks in embarrassment as she grasped left to steady herself. A male climbed off of Alpha-丨's lap, his cheeks red from embarrassment as well. Lilia looked up again and tried to keep her eyes off of his swollen lips, clearly indicating they had been kissing. "I'm sorry. We haven't been introduced." The male stuck his hand out with a shy, embarrassed smile. "My name is Luke Blaton, Alpha of the Northwoods Pack." To Alphys, Lydia had never seen this before, but her pack was very sheltered to the outside world, so she hadn't seen much at all. "It's nice to meet you." Lydia shook his hand and let him lead her to a seat. "I'm sorry you walked into that," Alpha-丨 admitted. "Luke wasn't supposed to be home until tomorrow. I thought it would be a nice surprise for my mate. Sumi." Alpha-Luke scoffed and plopped down in the other chair. "This is Lev, my mate," Lydia introduced. Alpha-Luke bowed his head slightly and Lev bowed the same way. Alpha-丨 shuffled some papers on his desk and gave them his undivided attention. "I've only thought of one option because I was distracted. My apologies." Alpha-丨 turned a pointed look at his mate. Lydia smiled. "What's going on?" "I will brief you later, Luke," he responded quietly. Lydia was sure he was sick of explaining hell. She was too. "I think our best option here is to ask an ally who owes me a favor. You can tell your family to tell Alpha-Howard that they wish to relocate." "Okay." Sounding unsure. "Your family will stay there, under the care of the Alpha until Howard's suspicion disappears. He will see you are not there and leave them alone. That makes sense," Lydia said in awe. He'd thought of that in such short time. If this worked, it would be a miracle. "I will contact Alpha-Blackwood this evening. He owes me some favors. So tell your family the plan and about the Blackwood Pack." "Yes, Alpha." Lydia was practically speechless. Goddess. She hoped this worked. "It was really nice meeting you both," Alpha-Luke said, standing up. Lydia took that as a tone of dismissal and stood as well. She shook hands with both of them and followed Lev out of the room. With a blush, Lydia realized they probably want to finish what was started earlier. Lev walks beside her silently as they make their way to their room. So much had happened in one day, it was hard to keep track of what was going on. "I'm sorry I've been dragging you everywhere today," Lydia sighed as they laid in bed, next to each other. Lev was curled up on one side of the bed, and Lydia's human form curled up on the other side. He licked her hand, accepting her apology. "We'll go see the doctor and help you shift again. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilgan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'd love to communicate with you, know what you're thinking." Lydia trailed off, wondering what her mate's voice sounded like. Even he hadn't heard his voice. They were both living strange lives at the moment, but they would get through it together. "Oh." Lydia sprang up. "I forgot to call home. I hope they're not asleep yet." The phone rang only once before it was answered. "Lydia." Johanna. You know you shouldn't be answering the phone like that. What if it was Alpha-Howie?" "I'm sorry, Lydia. We've just been waiting for your call. Your mother is here. Would you like to speak to her? Can you actually put me on speaker?" Lydia bit her lip nervously. "I have something to tell the both of you." "Lydia," Kate sighed, obviously relaxed now that she knew her child was there. "Kai, Mom. I spoke with Alpha-丨 today about a way to get you guys up here." "What are you talking about?" Johanna asked, confusion littering her tone. "A doctor checked me out today. A real one. And he says Mom's case shouldn't be as severe as it is. How are you, To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Kate's voice came through the phone. I am fine. We even have medication here. You have to come. You know we can't do that. Delia, Johanna answered sadly. She didn't want to get Kate's hopes up. Alpha.丨created a plan after I told him my situation. Alpha.丨owes him a few favors, and he's willing to use them for us. All you have to do is convince Alpha.丨 that you'd like to leave the pack to search for more medical help. What then? Alpha.丨will take you in until Alpha.丨 is no longer suspicious. Then you'll make the transfer to our pack. That sounds like a good plan. Lelia, you did great. Obviously relieved. What? You can't be serious. We will never be able to convince Alpha.丨 to leave. Johanna shouted. Kate shushed her immediately. I will do whatever it takes to see my daughter again, Kate said vehemently. I will try to call every night for updates. I'm sorry I called so late tonight. Don't worry about that, sweetheart. Just get plenty of rest. We'll talk to you tomorrow. I love you, Lydia said, and two choruses of the same words filtered through the phone before she put it back on the stand. She turned around to see Lev fast asleep, and she quickly followed. The next morning, Lev was very grumpy and Lydia couldn't figure out why. They had woken up fairly early in the morning, but she didn't think that was it. Maybe she'd find out later. A chef appeared before them at breakfast, dropping a thick slab of raw meat on the ground for Lev. His tail wagged happily, and the cook laughed, accepting a thank you before moving back to his station. Dr. Waller-Hun, it's nice to see you again. Lydia was very glad she was able to find her way back to the medical wing after waiting a few hours of being there the day before. You as well, Lydia. Let's get him on the bed. Lydia pet his head while he jumped on the bed and lay down, ears perked up. He was terrified of shifting again and feeling so helpless. What were they about to do? Lev, let's shift. I have a gown waiting for you. The doctor's voice was gentle as he showed Lev the hospital gown. He let Lev sniff it, then put it to the side. Lydia just whispered encouraging words in his ear, just like she did when he shifted the first time. His wolf let out a whimper as bones started shifting and Lydia tried to wrap her hands around his face to calm the pain. It took a few minutes, but eventually he was fully shifted. She kept her eyes on his face as the doctor put the gown on him. He had long, shaggy, brown hair that needed to be washed out, maybe cut if he wanted it to be cut. His face was fairly clean. Dark grey eyes were open wide, staring back at her. His eyes looked innocent, scared, and there was something else there that Lydia couldn't place. Good job, she encouraged him. Just like last time, he was scared because he couldn't really move any of his limbs. He was probably fearful that someone would take advantage of him in some way, but Lydia would never let that happen. Okay, the doctor said loudly and clearly, I'm going to examine you now. Let me know if anything is uncomfortable. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just do the thing I taught you. Right. Thumbs down, and I'll tell him you don't like it, Lydia murmured quietly. All Lev could do was blink back at her. The doctor went through the motions, checking him for illnesses, diseases, moving over his muscles to stretch them and make sure they were all right. Okay, the doctor sighed a few moments later. I would say to keep him in his human form so he could get used to it. But he can't chew, doesn't know how to swallow, and is probably very fearful right now. So what do we do now? Now I've you guys come in every morning at this time and we'll keep working on movement, amongst other things. That sounded good to her. She wasn't expecting this process to be fast, though this was no surprise to her. Okay, Lydia said. Sounds good. Lev, can you shift back? There was no hesitation for Lev to shift back. He wanted to be able to control himself again. The problem lied in what they were supposed to do now. Were they supposed to wait in their room until dinner? Goodness, she wished her family was here. How is everything going? Alpha-Luke came into the medical room they were in, giving her a brief but large smile. Good, good. We're going to be coming in every day to work on his shift, Lydia answered with a smile. Lev hopped off the bed and came to a stop beside her. I just want to be able to talk to him, she whispered. I know something that might be able to help. Chapter 16 was it? I'm no teacher, but I absolutely love to teach. If you wanted help, I would be glad to. Lydia, besides just trying to teach him words, had no idea how to help Lev communicate. It seemed like Alpha-Luke really wanted to help, and he probably knew more than she did. As long as it's all right with Lydia, Dr. Werewolf entered the conversation. I can call a few of my associates both in other packs in the human world to ask for suggestions. Because his vocal cords have never been used, they're extremely fragile. Whatever works, Lydia sighed. I came to check on you guys and let you know that Jack got in contact with Alpha-Blackwood last night. Alpha-Luke watched Dr. Werewolf leave the room and turned back to Lydia. Jack. My mate, the other Alpha. I'm sorry. Luke apologized. Lydia flushed a little in embarrassment but parked Alpha-Luke's word. Is that why you go by Alpha-Luke? Yeah. They started the walk towards the office. It got really confusing when we first found each other, so I decided to just go by something else. When did you guys meet? Sorry. Lydia shook her head. I don't mean to be intrusive. No, you're not at all. We met about 3 years ago. I used to be the gamma of another pack and we were visiting to finish off some paperwork. Luke explained. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You went from Gamma to Alpha. That sounds exciting. Leah knew little too, nothing about the higher-ups of the pack, and it was something she loved to learn about. Lelia, Lev, it's good to see you again. Lydia didn't even realize they were talking and standing next to the door of the office. Alpha-Blaton had opened the door and was smirking at his mate. Sorry. Alpha-Luke blushed. We got distracted. I know. Blaton's smirk got bigger and he turned to walk back into the room. How are you? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm doing just fine. Leah, have a seat. Lev, he gave a small, respectful head tilt towards the wolf sitting next to Leah. I'm sure my mate has told you about Alpha-Blackwood. Yes, he told us you'd heard from him, but nothing more. Lydia's eyes drifted towards Lev. She just wanted to picture Lev and her family together, safe and happy. Alpha-Blaton tried to pull Alpha-Luke onto his lap, but the latter preferred to stand. Lydia looked away with a blush. He's confirmed the plan and is going to wait about a week or so before reaching out, so there's no suspicion. But I've been gone for months. Wouldn't there be no suspicion anyway? Lydia questioned. We're taking every precaution necessary. Leah, Alpha-Luke assured, just in case Roman ever decides to release your information. Lydia tried not to smirk at the grimace Luke had when he mentioned Roman's name. Though they knew that little piece of information about him, no one else was able to find anything. It's like the man never existed. The plan sounds wonderful. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I can't thank you enough for your help and patience. Lydia rested her hand on Lev's hand and received a chuff in response. She already couldn't wait to talk with her family again, and she especially couldn't wait to see them. Lydia really wanted them to meet and get along now that he no longer smelt like death and behaved like a rogue. It's no problem. We will always help people in need. Alpha.丨. His gaze found Alpha-Luke's and his eyes softened for a quick second before returning to us. Maybe we could clean him up tomorrow morning when he shifts again. Wallahan told you to come every morning, right? Luke nodded towards Lev. The wolf shifted, unable to tell if it was a nice gesture. He could use that, huh? Lilia giggled. She pictured the long, shaggy, greasy hair, both on his head and on his face. It might make him feel a bit better to be clean. Lilia wasn't sure if he had ever felt clean. Alpha-Luke chuckled and smiled even brighter with his hand. Lilia's smile faltered just because that was what she wanted, what she longed for, and she wanted this whole escape thing to be worth it in the end. She knew it would. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But the state her mate was in now wasn't promising. She took a deep breath and thought of her mother and aunt, both of which would be willing to help her. Lilia smiled at the thought of Lev receiving so much attention and love. He wouldn't know what to do. Lunch is open downstairs. Feel free to help yourself. We do have chefs, but if there isn't anything you like, feel free to make whatever you want. We all share the kitchen, Alpha.丨assured. He finally won the silent battle and was able to pull Alpha-Luke onto his lap. The latter forced a smile on his face and a glare that said they would probably be talking about this situation later. Thank you again. Lilia stood and Lev blindly followed, hoping the kitchen was the place where he was fed the big hunk of meat this morning. Sure enough, loud chatter and the smell of meat led the way to the kitchen. After lunch the pair went back to their room and relaxed. Lilia suggested an Athens let just couldn't say no. Now that he wasn't on a schedule he could sleep whenever he wanted, and he was definitely going to take advantage of that. The next morning, true to his word, Alpha-Luke showed up at Dr. Wallahan's office early in the morning. He stepped out quietly while Lev shifted, giving him the privacy he didn't know he wanted. The doctor clothed Lev quickly and while doing so, caused Lilia to move out of Lev's eyesight. His human friend didn't know how to express his fear. Lilia jumped to her mate when he started making noises. It sounded like he was in pain, so she rushed to his side and checked his body for anything that was making uncomfortable. Finally, after checking him over completely, her eyes met his. They were staring at her and not blinking. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Let me do a checkup. Then I'll go ahead and leave you with Lilia and Luke. Okay, Lev. Dr. Wallahan pulled a stethoscope out of a drawer across the room. Alpha-Luke came back and Lilia laughed when she saw Ev's arm rested limply next to him. Dr. Wallahan completed a few reflex tests, among others, before exiting the room. I don't even know where to start, Lilia admitted. She wrung her hands a little. Why don't we try muscle movement first? He'll probably feel more comfortable when he can protect himself, Alpha-Luke explained. You just tell me what to do. Lilia held her hands up. She was glad Alpha-Luke was taking charge, and that he seemed to know what he was doing. Grab one of his arms just like so. Alpha-Luke placed one arm above his elbow, then the other near his wrist, and we're going to just keep bending it one at a time. You go first. Lilia started slowly bending his arm, then relaxing it again. Lev's eyes never left hers. He felt safe around her, though still a bit nervous that should anything happen he couldn't protect her in human form. Alpha-Luke massaged Lev's legs so that the muscles aren't extremely tense when they work on his legs later. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Go ahead and move on to the other arm. Lev, you're doing great. They continued to move and relax his muscles until lunchtime, and Alpha-Luke promised to do this again tomorrow. You did great today. Lilia scratched Lev's head as he practically inhaled the rock our shoulder given to him. Lilia was so thankful. They had managed to find a pack to not only take them in, but also help them. Alpha-Howie would never have done this for anyone. We can do this, Lilia assured. For the first time in her life, she completely meant that. Chapter 17. Once we're done here, Jack wants to see you. Lilia and Alpha-Luke were stretching Lev's muscles again 2 weeks later. Lev actually had some control of his muscles' movement, but they still needed to be stretched before the training began. They hadn't heard much from Alpha Blackwood. All she knew was that Alpha Blackwood had reached out to her old Alpha-Howie. It was unnerving her that they hadn't heard anything more. Lilia and Alpha-Luke were focused on Lev the entire time. He had started grunting in human form to express his feelings. He let out rough, loud grunts if he was upset or uncomfortable, or soft grunts that sounded more like moans if he was feeling pouty or whiny. He had gotten so cute over the past weeks, and Lilia loved learning about his personality. He was going to finally get a haircut from Alpha-Blaton and a shave from Alpha-Luke. Jack will have to cut his hair. He usually cuts mine. I don't want to mess it up. Luke chuckled nervously a few days prior, but I can shave him so the beard doesn't get all rough and messy. So, are we cutting his hair today? No, just the shave, Alpha-Luke answered. We'll do it after we go to Jack's office. Has he heard anything from Alpha Blackwood? He hasn't told me anything. Alpha-Luke gave Lilia a sympathetic smile. She told herself not to get her hopes up. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Lev, how you feeling? Alpha-Luke asked. He set his left leg down. Lev let out a loud, high-pitched whine to indicate that he was most likely pouting. He got sick of these morning meet-ups pretty quickly. Lilia laughed. Alpha-Luke chuckled too, causing Lev to whine again in the exact same way. No, we're not laughing at you, Bud, Alpha-Luke snickered. Lev whined again. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Let's call it for today. We'll be back for his shave. As soon as Lilia finished her sentence, Lev was shifting into his wolf form and jumping off the table. He sat next to the door and patiently waited for someone to open it. You've become a lot more playful. Lev, Lilia walked towards the door after thanking Alpha-Luke. I like it. Let's go see Alpha-Blaton. He followed her slowly and climbed into a chair once they'd entered Alpha-Blaton's office. His door was open, but he asked Lilia to shut it behind her. Alpha-Blaton set some documents into a folder, then placed it in a drawer in his desk. His full attention was now on them. I just wanted to do a welfare checkup. Make sure everything is all right with you. See if you need anything, etc. Alpha-Luke has kept me updated on your progress. Lev, you Ray doing great. Lilia's heart dropped a little when he told her what this little meeting was about. We're doing good. We have enough of everything, thanks to you. I will be grateful for the rest of my life. Lilia swore. It had been weeks since they'd arrived, but she was still in awe that they'd gotten so lucky. I'm glad to hear that, Lilia, and my door is always open if there's anything you need. Please don't be afraid to ask. Well, when he put it like that, how could Lilia not ask? Have you heard anything about my family? Alpha-Blaton, Lilia asked tentatively. The Alpha smirked and leaned back in his chair. Alpha-Luke entered the room with lunch for all of them, including himself. Lev was all too happy to start eating. They're on their way. Should be here by this evening, Alpha-Blaton said nonchalantly. Lilia dropped the sandwich she had just grabbed. She ignored Luke's grimace at watching the food he'd made hit the floor. Lev sniffed Lilia to make sure she was all right. Here. As in. I'm sorry for not updating you. Alpha.丨apologized, but I thought it would be a nice surprise. Blackwood contacted them last week and it went pretty quick from there. Your family didn't say anything. Not at all, Lilia said, surprised. Aunt Johanna was the worst at keeping secrets. How had they held it from her? Thank the goddess. Thank the goddess. Lilia hung her head and let the tears of joy and relief fall down her face. Alpha.丨reached forward and grabbed Lilia's hand. Everything is going to be all right. Enjoy the rest of your day. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Take it easy. I'll let you know when they're close. He assured. Lilia looked up, sniffled, and wiped her nose with her arm. Luke laughed and handed her a tissue. We'll take a break with Lev tomorrow. Spend time with your family, Luke said gently. Lilia ignored Luke in a hug, then Alpha.丨. They happily hugged her back. I'm really glad we met you, Lilia, and that we were able to help your family. Go relax. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilbe, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Luke led her to the door. Lev placed his side underneath her right hand to balance on, because she seemed to be slightly unstable. You got her, Lev? Luke asked. He gently let go of her and opened the door for them to leave. Lev led her back to their room and helped her onto the bed by nudging her and slightly lifting her with his head. Lev figured she might need to sleep for a little bit, so he joined her on the bed and saw her eyes were already asleep. He fell asleep shortly after she did. Lilia woke up a few hours later, around 7 o'clock, and was a little disappointed to not smell Lilia downstairs. She was no complainer, and could make her and Lev some dinner. Wake up, time for dinner. She nudged Lev a few times. He woke up and sent her a small glare, probably because she woke up so late and he was hungry. Sure enough, a few seconds later, his stomach crumbled loudly. Lilia only laughed quietly and started walking to the kitchen. She found a large slab of meat in the walk-in freezer for Lev before rummaging through the pantry and fridge for something to eat. This was the most food Lilia had ever seen in her life. Her old pack wasn't short on food, but there wasn't exactly an abundance. She grabbed some bread, meat, and toppings, and made herself a sandwich. Lev didn't eat until she joined her with food, then ate his fast as possible. Lilia watched him, eating at almost the opposite speed, and wondered how he ate at the facility, under Roman's power. Her food was brought to her by Lev, so she had no problem eating, but did he have to fight for his food? He ate it so fast still, but he would learn that no one was going to take it from him. As her eyes drifted towards the clock, she remembered what was going to happen tonight. She quickly shoved the rest of her food into her mouth, ignoring what she just thought about Lev a few seconds ago, and raced towards Alpha.丨's office to see if he was there. He wasn't. Lev had scrambled after her, turning a few heads, but neither Lev nor Lilia cared at all. Lilia turned away from Alpha.丨's office and decided she would wait in the living area until her family got here, even if it took all night. How are you? Have you had dinner? Luke's giggle came into the room. As soon as Alpha.丨saw Lilia and Lev, he took his hands off of his mate. Luke stopped giggling but kept the smile on his face. Your family should be here in a few minutes. They gave me the call that they were close. Alpha.丨murmured to Lilia. She smiled in thanks and returned her eyes to the front door. Staying true to his word, Alpha.丨stood up a few minutes later and announced that a car had just passed patrol. Lydia's mouth dropped open. This is really happening. It felt like years since she'd seen her family. She stood, suddenly unsteady again, and very anxious. Lev assumed the position he was in earlier and allowed her to lean on him so she wouldn't fall. Her hand clenched his fur when Alpha.丨walked outside. Alpha-Luke waited until she was ready before opening the door and allowing them out before him. Lydia somehow clenched Lev's foot tighter when she finally made it outside. Her legs wobbled underneath her, and Lev tried to get his body underneath hers to catch her, but he couldn't. Luckily, Alpha-Luke was still behind them, and grabbed her just before she hit the ground. Let Lydia's mouth along with a sob while she fell. Chapter 18. Johanna was lifting Kate from the car into a wheelchair when she yelled. Lev winged and nudged her several times until she was a little more stable. Someone was wheeling Kate towards them, and Johanna took the opportunity to sprint towards them. Because Lydia was in such a fragile state, Lev was going to protect her. Someone sprinting at her was not going to hurt her. His snarl almost sent Johanna to the floor in order to stop in time. No, Lydia sobbed, reaching forward. Aunt Johanna. She reached past Lev and pulled her Aunt Johanna into a hug. They were both sobbing, and were soon joined by Kate. Lydia leapt away from Alpha-Luke's arms and onto her mother's lap. They hugged and sobbed for a few minutes until Alpha.丨ushered everyone inside. Unknown to Lydia, unloaded the car and then drove away. She couldn't believe it. They were actually here. I've missed you, thank the goddess. Kate pulled away and ran her eyes over her daughter to really ensure that she was all right. Lydia did the same to her mother, then to Johanna. I'm all right. Mom, I promise. How are you feeling? Lydia began to worry. Her mother needed to be resting at all times, so the several car rides must not have felt good. Everything is fine. I would rather not worry about it tonight. Lydia could tell her mother was getting tired, so she stood up to move her when her mother's hand stopped her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, Kate said loudly. Lydia moved her closer to Alpha.丨and Alpha-Luke so she could talk to them. Yes, ma'am. Alpha.丨responds. Alpha-Luke sticks his hand out to shake hers. I can't thank you enough for all you've done. She stutters through her tears. Both Alphas shake their heads with similar smiles. As we've been telling your daughter, it's the least we could do. Thank you. Thank you. Johanna repeated. She pulled Lydia into another tight hug. Lydia, Alpha-Luke caught her attention. We cleared the room to the left of yours. They're more than welcome to stay in there. If you need anything else, Lydia should know what to do. But don't be afraid to knock on the suite. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alpha.丨asked and assured. The Alpha suite was the separate sort of penthouse, attached to the pack house, that the leader of the pack lived in. Thank you so much, Lydia repeated. They gave the Alphas a small bow and the two left for the evening. Let's get to the rooms. We can get more privacy, Lydia murmurs. She didn't realize that other people had been in the room with them. Lydia wheeled her mother to her first floor room, complete with two queen beds, a bathroom, amongst other necessities. She smiled at the luggage that had already been brought to the room and offered help unpacking. The pair said they would be all right, so Lydia and helped Kate into different clothing and then into bed. I'm so happy to see you. Becoming teary-eyed again, Lydia sniffled back her tears and held her mother's hand. Don't you have someone to introduce us to? Aunt Johanna gave Lydia her most devious smirk. It clicked in Lydia's head. Where had Liv been in all this mess? She hadn't seen him since her family had first arrived. Lydia wiped her eyes with her hands and rushed out the door. She couldn't believe she'd forgotten about him. Lev. She just made it out of the room when she almost tripped over her. She dropped to her knees and hugged him in relief. He didn't seem upset or mad, but she wondered why he was waiting out here. Do you want to go meet my family? They're really important to me, Lydia murmured quietly. Lev licked her face softly and stood to signal he was ready. Let's go, Lydia sniffled. She walked into the room first, followed by Lev. Kate smiled softly as they entered quietly. Lev tried to be as quiet and small as he could be in front of the three small and frail women. He didn't mean to threaten them earlier, but he didn't want harm to come to Lydia. And Johanna came near them and crouched down to his height. This is Lev, she introduced to them. Lydia stroked his head quietly, showing her family that he really was sweet. It's nice to meet you, Lev. Johanna's hand tentatively reached out to pet him too. He had already scented her when she arrived, and she was no threat to either of them. Petting was still an odd sensation to him, but if it meant something to Lydia, it was fine with him. This is my Aunt Johanna, Lydia smiled. She was crying happy tears this time, and wiped them away quickly before standing. And this is my mother, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm a disease that weakens her immune system too, Lydia explained. Lev just looked on with confusion. When I got too cold, or too sick when we were. Lydia turned to her family, unsure if she wanted to share information about what had conspired over the past few months. I had it too. That's why I kept getting sick. Kate and Johanna both sent sympathetic smiles her way, knowing there was nothing they could do about it. Lev jumped onto the bed and sprawled out next to Kate to relax. She laughed softly and rubbed his belly until his legs started moving. They all chuckled at his goofy antics. We should get to bed, Lev. Let's go, Lydia murmured softly. Her mother was slowly falling asleep. But I need to know what happened tomorrow. Aunt Johanna. Mother's falling asleep, and she needs a lot of rest. We both know that, Lydia whispered. She gave Joanna a tight hug, asked if she needed anything else, and gave her a big kiss on the cheek before walking quietly to the door. When you wake up, come get me, no matter how early, Lydia stated. Johanna gave a final nod, and Lydia and Lev returned to their room. This had to be a dream come true. The next morning, Lydia woke long before her family. Lev was already awake, his head resting on his paws and his eyes gawking at her, as if she were unreal. Good morning, she muttered sleepily. Lydia reached over and grabbed him to snuggle. She was still half asleep, and against her own wishes, fell back asleep. When she woke up the next time, her family was still asleep, and she forced herself out of bed. Lev followed happily with a wag of his tail. She stumbled to the breakfast table and gawked at the time. They were late. She started to eat quickly until she remembered that Alpha.丨had cancelled Lev's training this morning. She slowed down eating her breakfast ham when she felt a hand on her shoulder. She turned to face her Aunt Johanna. Oh my gosh, she gasped, standing up. Where's Mother? You are up. Kate is still asleep. I came to eat with you and I will bring back food for your mother, Johanna answered. Well, please, help yourself to the food. Lydia motioned towards the chefs cooking behind the counter. Johanna went and came back quickly with food. She glanced at Lev wolfing down his food with a chuckle. He eats mighty fast, doesn't he? She laughed to Lydia. Lydia smiled back, but did not laugh. A lot happened while I was gone, Aunt Johanna. He eats like that for a reason. Oh dear. If I would have known, no need to apologize. Rough. Strange. I missed home so much. The thought of you guys got me through. and helped me live through this, Lilia admitted. Lev winked and licked at her hand to make sure she was all right. I'm fine, she whispered through sniffles, just sick of crying. Lev licked her hand once more and went back to his food. Aunt Johanna pulled her into a small hug and rubbed her shoulder. You're safe now. We're here. I love you, Leah. Your mother and I have missed you so much. This time Johanna was sniffling as well. Let's keep the tears for later. I'm sure there will be plenty when you tell us what happened. I cannot express how happy and relieved I am that you are both here. Safe too. What was the journey like? Fairly pleasant. Alpha-Howard couldn't be happier to be getting rid of the invalid in his pack. Johanna scoffed. Goddess, he was such a scumbag. Lydia tossed a small piece of potato into her mouth. Johanna gasped and pushed her niece's shoulder. Lydia, you've never cursed a day in your life. Alpha-Howie will always be the exception to that rule. And Roman? Who's Roman? Johanna asked. Lev lifted his ears up at the sound of that man's name. His eyes darted around the room to make sure he wasn't here. Lydia's hand found his head and scratched him in comfort. A part of the story. We'll talk about it later. Chapter 19. Good morning, Mel. More like good afternoon. Lydia chuckled at her mother. She had been moved to her chair and was eating comfortably in her room. Lev was curled up in a ball near Lydia's legs, looking up at each of them when they spoke. Okay, Lydia, story time. What the hell happened? Johanna asked bluntly. Lydia looked at Lev and sighed, not really wanting to relive it. Somehow, it felt like it was a year ago, yet when she spoke about it, her time at Roman's compound seemed like it ended yesterday. When we left, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I got sick for a while, but once we arrived to Lev's old pack, I felt better. How long did the journey take? Kate asked softly. It lasted a few days, and when we got there it was like a fortress. The man in charge, Roman, is psychotic. There were so many wolves, more than I've ever seen, and each was a trained mercenary. I felt so powerless. Leia finished off, taking a deep breath before she started again. Goddess, I cannot believe you were in the belly of the beast, Johanna murmured. Did they hurt you? Their leader, Roman, tried to. Lev wouldn't let him. Roman was human and Lev was his strongest warrior. He knew he would lose. How did human get to be the leader of those wolves? Kate looked at Johanna with worry. The werewolf world had never seen anything like it. I don't know, but we managed to get out and now we're here. Lydia tried to change the subject a little. I'm so happy. Yeah. Both Johanna and Kate brushed the tears off of their face. What happened to Lev? I don't think he's been in his human form his entire life. It was very difficult to get him to shift. But Alpha has been very helpful. Lydia smiled at her mate and scratched the top of his head. If you need anything from us, just let us know. I would love to help too. Johanna rubbed Lydia's shoulder to comfort her. It had been so difficult, and not being able to communicate with your mate must have been painful. I want to focus on Mom. Aunt Johanna. I can hardly wait for you to see the pack doctor. Mother. Lydia pulled Kate into a hug. I understand that, Lydia. But, Kate pulled back, I just don't want you to get your hopes up. We'll see, Lydia murmured. She had faith in this doctor after what she'd learned about Lev. She knew it would be a difficult road, and she was confident and her hopes were up quite high, but she kept quiet about that. I can't describe how happy I am that we're all away from our old pack. It's so nice here. They have free television, whatever food you can think of, and... I understand. Johanna interrupted with a chuckle. and we're very happy to be here too. I'm so grateful that everything is all right with your mate. I was worried he would be too. Kate shot a glance at Liv. Leah giggled quietly and wrapped Liv up in a hug. Yes, she'd seen him be intense, but she also knew he would never hurt her. She squeezed him tighter and his tail thumped against the bed. She decided to leave them to rest for the day and chose to take a nap herself. Alpha-Luke and Jack had taken a step back, out of their little bubble, to allow her to reunite with her family without feeling like they were being watched. Lydia was grateful that they were trusted in this pack. Lev, however, wasn't used to sleeping this often. He knew it probably had to do with her weak immune system and hoped it would get better by being in this pack. Every once in a while, guilt seeped into his mind and completely took over. It usually happened while he watched her sleep and his thoughts overcame him. He felt guilt for taking her away from her old pack and family, but the more bad things he heard about her life, they made him angry and happy instead. He was angry that she had been treated like that her entire life, but happy that he was the one to remove her from that painful pack. That usually cleared up his guilt until he started thinking about Roman. Roman had raised him. Lev knew that he wasn't his biological father, but he'd seen Roman as his father figure for as long as he's lived. Lydia's old pack had used some dirty tack to him. Sure, silver was poisonous to werewolves, but he had never seen it shot out of a gun. Shot with a silver bullet and several tranquilizer darts to take him down and cage him in silver. When he first smelled her, he had no idea what was going on. His wolf took complete control and seemed to know what he was doing. When they found out the smell was coming from a girl, his confusion grew. Roman explained it for the first time and his wolf sent off a warning alarm in his head. Roman wanted to hurt her. Before that, Lev had never thought about anything else besides orders. He started thinking about the outside world and what life was like out of Roman's control because he was thinking about leaving. The thought had never come within miles of his mind, but his wolf agreed with him. In order to protect his soulmate, they would have to leave. Escaping was easier than he thought. He was the best warrior in Roman's pack and knew every safety and defense maneuver. It shouldn't have been that easy to escape. Now most of his guilt was gone. Her family was here. She was getting the medication she needed, and she felt safe here. He would always make sure she felt safe, and the only guilt he had left was bringing her to Roman's pack. He hadn't known any better. I'm glad they like you, Leah murmured to him sleepily. His head rested on his paws about a foot away from her head. He huffed, unable to respond in any other way, and couldn't help but agree with her. Lev didn't know what he would have done if they didn't like him. For the next few hours he breathed as quietly as he could while she slept. When someone got too close to their room, or was too loud in the hallway, he growled softly. His mate was sleeping and healing. They needed to be respectful. 3 hours later, she woke up grunting and licking her lips. He huffed again, this time trying to express his laughter. She did this every time she woke up. What's so funny? She asked in a deep, warning voice. He huffed again and wagged his tail. She sent him a small, playful glare and moved to the bathroom. Lev was quick to jump up and be at her side, because her legs tended to be weak after sleeping. Sure enough, her hand tightened on his fur and he could feel her putting pressure on him for a few seconds. He stopped at the bathroom door and made sure she had her bearings before jumping back on the bed. Even after just a few days, they had settled into a comfortable routine. He groaned and huffed when he heard the shower start. She often forgot to grab her clothes beforehand and Lev had a feeling she just relied on him to get it for her now. He scratched at the doorknob until it opened, put his front paws on the bathroom counter, and dropped her clothes. Lev huffed to assure his mate knew he was in there. Thanks, Lev. Lelia said loudly from the shower. He huffed again and left, closing the door behind him. She came out a few minutes later, rubbing her hair with a towel. Reminder, Lev, it's birthday, she murmured. His growl was interrupted by her. I know you hate it. Until you can wash yourself. I'm in charge of your smay, but Lev whined, embarrassed, and tried to crawl under the bed. His large body was not even close to fit in, and after a few seconds he started to move the bed across the room. Stop it. Lydia laughed, reaching for her mate. You're moving the bed. Lev stopped and slinked towards the door, pawing at it. A few weeks ago he didn't even know he had a human form, and now he wished he could shift more than ever. It was constantly humiliating. Lev was more than ready to shift. He just needed his body to catch up. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like. And don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. Welcome to the Alpha.丨channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Chapter 20. Come on. Lev, stay still. Alpha-Luke won't want to see you if you're all smelly. Lydia laughed. Lev was splashing a lot of water out of the tub in an effort to end his bath. Lydia hadn't even washed all of the soap off of him. She let him know she was done rinsing him, watched him flail his way out of the bathtub. No, shake outside or Luke is going to kill us, Lydia shouted. Lev froze and growled softly but stomped outside and shook the water out of his fur in front of several pack members. Humiliating. Thank you, Lydia sang to him. He huffed and Lydia chuckled, knowing he would probably be grumpy for the rest of the day. She led the way to her family's room and knocked on their door. Johanna answered right away with a smile and greeted Lydia with a tight hug. She greeted Lev with a small, respectful nod. We're going to Lev's daily training, and then the doctor will be ready to see you, Yulia said, peeking in to wave at her mother who was still getting ready. Could we see Lev's human form? We're very curious, but we won't do it without your permission, Johanna directed at Lev. He glanced at Lydia, looking a little confused. Lydia bent down. I know you feel vulnerable in your human form, she whispered, even though she knew Johanna could hear. So you can say no if you want. Lev tilted his head at her, then gave Johanna. She smiled and gave him another nod to say thanks. We're headed there now, so we'll see you both in a few minutes. Right. There's an elevator just down the hall, and it's the entire 3rd floor. When you're there, just yell, Lydia instructed after she stood back up. She rubbed Lev's fur back and forth to relax him. We'll be there, Johanna answered. She shut the door and Lydia and Lev took the stairs up to the medical floor. Alpha-Luke was already waiting for them. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He asked Lev. Lev just hopped up onto the table and Lydia turned her back so he could shift comfortably. When she turned back around, Lev was shifted and covered with a hospital gown. Alpha-Luke and Lydia were only able to work on Lev's legs for a few seconds before Johanna announced their arrival. Lev looked over just as Lydia disappeared and he fought the urge to shift. She's going to be with her family. There is no need for a fight. Sure enough, Kate was wheeled around the corner by Lydia with Johanna close behind. Lev tried to ignore their looks of surprises, but the uncomfortable rumble in his chest betrayed him. Lydia left her mother's side quickly and was beside him the next second. It's all right, she comforted, brushing back his hair. She sent a look to her family that moved their eyes towards Alpha-Luke. They introduced themselves again and he explained what they were doing. Luke moved to Lev's hands and started massaging the muscles. Kate whispered to Lydia once she had come back over to her mother's chair. Lydia's face flushed red and she put her hands over her cheeks more. She scolded, but Kate just laughed loudly. Okay, Lev, today we're going to try and work on your vocal cords. Would you feel more comfortable if Lydia touched your throat, or are you all right with me doing it? Alpha.丨asked. Lev was fine with the Alpha touching him elsewhere, but his neck was a very protective spot for him. Roman used his neck as a punishment and he didn't really want anyone touching it. He used what muscles he could use in his foot to motion towards Leah. She smiled tentatively and reached for his neck. He closed his eyes in relaxation and his wolf moaned inside of his head. That caused Lev's eyes to flinch open wide, and he tried to avoid the hands touching his neck. Leah ripped herself away from him and Alpha.丨stepped in front of her family protectively while Lev panicked. Hey, what's wrong? What's wrong? Her words were rushed and she tried to hold him down by herself, but was knocked down by his twitching. Johanna shot forward to grab Lydia but missed her by an inch. Alpha.丨 held Lev's arms down and growled in his face, exuding as much as alpha power he could. This was a last resort for anyone, and Alpha.丨 hated to use his powers for this, but Lev was becoming uncontrollable. Once Lev was calm and breathing controllably again, Alpha.丨 stepped back and went to check on Lydia. She was still on the ground and feeling fine, she assured everyone in the room. Lev turned his head, saw Lydia on the ground, and panicked again. A deep, thick rumble echoed from his throat, turning into a high-pitched whine. Lydia stood up and assured everyone that she was fine once more before going to sit by Lev's head. "It's all right," she whispered. "That was an impressive noise you just made. Right, Alpha.丨? It means your vocal cords are salvageable, Lev. We should be able to work on that tomorrow." Lev grunted again, making the same noise as before and trying to move his body towards Lydia. "You can shift back if you'd like, Lev. Lydia's mother's appointment is in a few minutes," Alpha.丨 said. Lev shifted back quickly and nudged his way into Lydia's arms. This was the first time he had initiated contact like this, and Lydia pushed back her surprise to hug him back. He noticed a small bruise on a hand from the fall and began to lick it like crazy. "I'm all right." "You're getting your slobber all over me," Lydia chuckled. "Come on, I want to go to Mom's appointment." He pushed back his wolf, who was going crazy over her injury, and followed Lydia and her family to another room where the doctor was already waiting. Kate asked that everyone leave the room when the appointment started. She didn't want anyone to hear some of the answers to her questions. Lydia waited anxiously outside, glaring at the light blue stars and flowers painted on the wall. She was mad at them for keeping her apart from her mother. "Stop." Johanna pulled her hand away from her face. "You're not going to have any nails soon." Lydia turned her anxious glare on her aunt and put her nails back in her mouth. She couldn't help it. Lev pulled, then licked her hand with a whine. "Lydia," with a reluctant sigh, "pet Lev instead." The doctor exited the room a moment later, wheeling Kate out. Her face gave nothing away, but Lydia hoped the paper she was holding would. Lydia ripped the paper from her hands and stood up. "What?" Lydia dropped to her knees and Johanna tore the paper from her hands. She fell to face Lydia and pulled her into a hug before hugging Kate and releasing an extremely loud sob. Lev walked over to the paper and just found blurry blobs of black and white in front of his head. He growled softly and pulled at the paper. Just another humiliating thing about him he couldn't read. Lev, Lydia slammed into him and cried into his shoulder. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." We get years with her. She was practically unintelligible as she wet his fur. The doctor stepped away from them to give them privacy and Lydia stopped crying a few minutes later. She pulled away and wiped her nose on the back of her arm with a loud sniffle. Lev still pulled at the paper sitting on the floor. Lydia took a few seconds to understand and sniffled again before hugging him. 5 to 6 more years. She pointed to where she was reading. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Lev barked and panted happily, muzzling up against his mate. Her happiness was infectious. Kate, who had kept a straight face until now, was bubbling with laughter. I told you. I knew it. Lev panted happily while watching his mate jump around her mother. He was happy that she was happy. All right, Lydia. Kate laughed. Calm down now. To my extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It's lunchtime and I'm hungry. Wait. What else did the doctor say? Lydia pushed her hair out of her face and took a deep breath. Take this twice a day and it'll keep my immune system up. Kate held up her bottle of medication. And if she would be interested, the doctor interrupted, stepping back into view. Physical therapy is an option. The medication I gave her is very, very strong and could assist in working those muscles again. Walking. You could walk again. Lydia shrieked. Lev whined and pawed at his ringing ears. I don't want to get anyone's hopes up. Look how that turned out here. Lydia interrupted her mother. There's a very high chance. The doctor murmured. We'll talk about it later. This is a lot of information in one day. Clearly exhausted. Lydia nodded and thanked Dr. Warhan profusely and motioned everyone to follow her. Beef stew was on the menu today, and Lev was drooling his way to the serving table. Lydia chuckled and forced him towards their table, coming back a few seconds later with a mixing bowl of the stew. Balanced on her other hand was a tray full of normal-sized bowls for her and her family. They talked quietly as Lev finished inhaling his food and pushed his head underneath one of her hands. Lydia ate with one hand and pet Lev with the other, feeling bad that he couldn't join the conversation. She had been so happy since her parents arrived that she hadn't even thought about how Lev must have been feeling. Was he comfortable around her family? Was he scared? She just wished they could communicate. This was not how soulmates normally worked, but Lydia was still grateful for him and grateful that he had saved her from both Alpha.丨and Ronan. Her mother and Johanna continued the conversation without her, so she turned to Lev and scratched the top of his head. We've got this. Chapter 21. All right. Lev, we're going to work on your jaw today. Do you want Lydia to do it like last time? Alpha finished massaging Lev's leg and moved towards his face. Lev grunted with his eyes towards his mate, who smiled and stepped forward. Lydia, put your hands beneath his ears. Yes, like so. Move it gently this way and then back. Alpha worked her through what to do, then moved to a cabinet in the corner. Does this feel okay? Lydia whispered to him. Her breath hit his face and he moved his feet in response. He's good. Lydia. Lev, I'm going to start working on your hands now. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Lev's progress was astonishing to both her and Alpha. They were able to start adding weights to strengthen his legs, and because of the power of his wolf, he gained strength quickly. Alpha told them Lev might walk by the end of the week. After 3 weeks of being here, Lydia could finally see her family beginning to flourish. Kate made some friends through rehab, and now that they had regular access to food, she had gained the weight her body desperately needed. Johanna went along with Kate everywhere because that's what she'd done practically her entire life. It was hard to break that routine, but Johanna made friends with Kate's friends as well. Lydia was glad they had other people than each other to rely on. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You've done great today, Lev. Do you think you're up for some talking today? Lydia removed her hands from Lev's face and watched him think of a response. Most of the time it was just long news, and but she was glad he was even getting there. She couldn't imagine how or it must feel. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That was Lev's way of saying yes. Lydia had to fight back a chuckle because she didn't want him to feel embarrassed, but it was just so cute. As Lev and Alpha-Luke worked on talking, Lydia's attention turned towards Alpha-丨 entering the room quietly. She knew Alpha-Luke and her mate had heard them, but they kept their attention focused. Instead of going towards his mate, Alpha-丨 moved to stand next to Lydia. "How's he doing?" "Good. A little ahead of schedule." Lydia smiled. She was proud of him. "Quick question, have you asked Lev how old he is?" Alpha-丨 questioned. Lydia drew into herself for a moment. "In theory, no, I haven't even thought about it. I think he's one of the original North American lichens." Alpha-丨 rushed. Lydia had no clue what he was talking about. The education in her pack had been way below average. Alpha-丨 tried to lead her out of the room to talk privately, but Lev's loud, gargled yell stopped him in his tracks. Lydia rushed over to show him he wasn't leaving and could see he was clearly in pain. "He's overdone it," Alpha-Luke said. "I need to check for bleeding. Help sit him up." Alpha-丨 was the only one with the strength besides Alpha-Luke, and even then it took both of them to lift him up. The doctor was called in to check out Lev's vocal cords. "I don't even know how he's making any sound now," Dr. Wolahon said in awe. "But yes, he's overdone it. There's no bleeding, but it will probably be sore for a day or two." Lydia sighed in relief and brushed some of Lev's hair away from his face. He had a grumpy look on his face and was glaring at Lydia a little. She smiled and blushed. "Lev, how old are you?" Alpha-丨 asked after laying him back down. Lev glanced at Lydia, then back at Alpha-丨. Alpha-Luke smacked him, but the room fell silent, waiting for a response. "Blink the number of years," Alpha-Luke suggested. Lydia grabbed Lev's hand and tightened her grip as much as she could. He started blinking. The first number was 4, which had Lydia's eyebrows furrowing together in confusion. The next number was 0. 40 years old was a bit old for Lydia, but she decided she would love him no matter what. They both deserved to live of her lives happily. Lydia stood up in surprise when he kept blinking. Maybe he was trying to communicate something else to them. What could it be? 9, Alpha-丨 whispered, his voice shaky. "I knew it. I knew it. Oh my God." Alpha-Luke shouted, but Lydia was still confused. What was going on? How were they able to tell what he meant? "I need to make some calls." Alpha-丨 rushed out of the room with a panicked look. Lydia frantically begged Alpha-Luke to tell her what was going on. "His Lev is over 400 years old. Lydia, 409, to be precise," he whispered. Lev suddenly shifted back and hid behind his mate, curling up nervously. He didn't understand either. "I need to sit down." Alpha-Luke moved towards the door. "Wait. You need to explain." Lydia rushed towards him, but he was too fast out the door. Lev linked behind his mate, nervous that he had just gotten them in trouble. She rushed to her mother's room and accidentally interrupted one of Kate's friends teaching her how to knit. When she saw the state Lydia was in, she exited the room quietly. "What's got you so worked up?" Kate asked. Lydia walked closer and sat next to her mother on the bed. "What is a North American lichen?" Lydia whispered. Kate's hands froze and she slowly placed her work on her lap. "When the moon goddess first created wolves, they were called lichens. They were faster and could live longer than the normal wolf today, so. The last one died about decades ago. Her pack forced her to fight in a battle and she was killed. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. It took a toll on all of us. Kate had lived at the same time as a lichen. The moon goddess' original creation murdered in a pointless battle." "Goodness." Kate wiped tears from her eyes. Lydia had no clue it had meant that much, but that explained the office reactions. "Why did you want to know?" Kate focused back on her knitting. Lydia glanced at Lev, who was still hiding behind her. Alpha.丨is positive Lev is one of the original North American lichens. Kate froze and turned to stare at Lev. After a second he whined and crawled closer to Leah, unable to tell if Kate was mad at him too. Lydia scratched his head to comfort him. How Kate whispered. In all the chaos I forgot to ask Lev how old he was. It turns out he's over 4 centuries old, Lydia murmured. I'm so confused. Mad and worried. I don't know what to do. I don't know what this means. Lev, come here. She held a hand out, palm facing up, and waited patiently. Lev looked at Lydia, asking if he could trust Kate not to hurt him, and Lydia seemed to understand. He softly placed his head in her outstretched hand. She curled her fingers into his fur, looked deep into his eyes, then began to sob. Oh my, she repeated again and again. Lydia rushed to calm her mother down but knew she couldn't do it alone. Go get Aunt Johanna, she told Lev, wrapping her arms even tighter around her mother. Lev rushed out of the room and returned with a disheveled Johanna behind him. Lydia and Johanna were able to calm her down. Once she saw Lev again, she teared up, but Johanna was quick to stop her from crying. What has you so upset? Johanna asked sadly. Kate turned to face Lev and opened her arms. You didn't want to make her cry again. Lev is a lichen. Johanna, Kate whispered. Johanna's head whipped to face Lev and stared at him in shock. He finally decided to walk towards Kate as she dragged him onto her lap. He flopped down and allowed her to hug and pet him. Johanna as well. Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? Lydia shouted. Lev whined at his mate's angry tone and crawled off of Kate's lap. We need to talk. Alpha.丨burst in, completely out of breath. Now chapter 22. A lichen is unbelievably strong, and in the right hands, can protect any pack from evil. Lydia was having a hard time believing that Alpha.丨 was describing Lev. A lichen danced and against her entire pack, fight against their largest army, and win. But, like they say, with great power comes great responsibility. A few centuries ago, Alpha.丨 interjected. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Right about the time Lev was a few years old, there was a massive uprising. The largest group of wolves the world had ever seen killed all of the lichens except one. That one lichen reproduced more and more until a century ago when they were all murdered. Once again, one was missed, and the council put the strongest security on her. Sadly, she was kidnapped, and that pack forced her to fight in a battle, to kill her own kind. She knew the moon goddess wouldn't have wanted that, so she let herself fall. With that, the original lichens, the original gift from the moon goddess, had been completely wiped out. It was like the world lost control and many different uprisings started. It seemed like the Alphas were fighting to tell the story. There's so much unrest in the world right now, but we've tried to stay strong and true throughout it all. Alpha.丨 reached for his mate's hand. But, from how old you are, we think in the original massacre that there wasn't just one wolf that was left out. There were 2. Lev, I don't understand. How could we not tell he was a lichen? We need to get him talking as soon as possible. Alpha.丨 stood. Lev, I'll have Dr. Waller Hahn in early tomorrow morning to check on your vocal cords. The energy in the room was still making Lev extremely nervous. He wasn't sure if they were angry at him, if they were going to attack him. He had to be ready for all scenarios. So what does all this mean? Lydia's head was still whirling from all the information she'd received. If he's a real lichen, Alpha.丨 started, the council will need to be informed and packs all over the world will want to see him. We've got no, his name can't get out. No one can see him. What if his old pack finds out? What if my old pack finds out? She's right. Alpha-Luke shook his head. Either way, the council must be informed. But Lev will hopefully be talking, and he can tell the council how to take his old pack down. What about Alpha-Howard? Yulia asked. Her hands shook nervously until Lev pushed his head underneath them to relax her. We can inform the council of his attempted forced mating with you. The punishment is up to them. Now, Lev, I'm going to start working you twice a day. And if your body responds positively, which it should, then we'll move up to 3 times a day. Your Lycan wolf should be able to handle it, Alpha-Luke said to them. As if their situation wasn't weird enough, now to add all of this stress onto it. Lydia let her hands catch her head as it fell towards her knees. Lev whined as her breathing quickened. Lydia. Oh, Lydia. It's all right, Alpha-Luke comforted. He came around the desk in that office to rub Lydia's back. All we can do now is wait and work with Lev. To my agent extraordinaire, Werewolf-related, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Let's just focus on that. Alpha-Blaton had a point. She took a deep breath and lifted her head up. A week later, Alpha-Luke moved Lev's appointments to 3 times a day. He began to spend so much time with Lydia and Lev that Alpha-Blaton started to join as well. He missed his mate and usually just sat with Lydia and observed. 2 weeks after the discovery of Lev being a Lycan, he was able to say the words yes and no. Time was moving by too fast, Lydia thought, and soon they would have to inform the council. Would her mate be ripped away from her? She shuddered in fear when she thought about it. She was also still getting used to the fact that Lev was over centuries old. All this was uncharted territory for her, and she was more scared than when she was in her old pack. Roman still scared her more than anything in the world. To my agent extraordinaire, Werewolf-related, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Lev was lying in a hospital bed, hair freshly cut and hands clenching into fists, then unclenching over and over again. Lev, I'm going to start asking questions. To my agent extraordinaire, Werewolf-related, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just answer with yes or no. Alpha-Blaton held an notepad full of questions on his lap. Lev gave him a thumbs up and took a deep breath. Lydia grabbed one of his hands and squeezed both for her and him. Do you remember anything from when you were a child, yes? Lydia was shocked every time he was able to say an actual word. He had been working so hard non-stop for weeks now, and she couldn't be prouder of him. Do you remember the massacre, yes? Lev clenched his eyes shut like he was trying not to remember what had happened. Did you run away? No. Lev opened his eyes. The dark brown orbs flashed to stare at Lydia. Did someone take you? Alpha-Blaton tapped his pen against the notebook. Alpha-Luke was biting his nails in anticipation. Yes, Lev whispered. Lydia gripped his hand tighter. It must have been horrific. Was it a werewolf? No. When Lev answered, both Alphas turned to each other with furrowed eyebrows. Was it Lycan? Alpha-Blaton sounded genuinely confused. No. Lev answered simply. Was it a human? Alpha-Luke's voice was incredulous. Yes, Lev sighed. His eyes clenched shut again. Roman? Lydia whispered and stood with a gasp. Roman took you, yes. Lev started squeezing Lydia's hand to the point of discomfort. That's not possible. How did a human kidnap you 100 years ago? Lev stuttered. You don't know. Lydia finished for him. He nodded. Did Roman medicate you? To maybe weaken your Lycan a bit or? No, Lev answered. His eyes were straight up towards the ceiling now, and his powerful anger rolled off of him in waves. How is your Lycan still quiet? To my agent extraordinaire, Werewolf-related, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It should have been enough time away from him for your lichen to appear. Alpha.丨scratched his chin. We need to call in the council. Alpha.Luke stood and rushed back to their office. Alpha.丨, unlike his mate, stood slowly with a quiet grunt. You guys should probably join us for that phone call. Take your time shifting back, Lev. I know you've been working hard lately. Alpha.丨 left them alone. Lev turned his eyes to focus on his mate, who suddenly looked much older than before. He could see this entire situation resting on her shoulders and wished he could just make it all go away. No, he said quietly. Lydia looked up at him in confusion, which had gained strength in the past few weeks, lifted toward her face. His hand cupped her cheek and his fingers ghosted across her face before he threw his arm around her shoulder. He couldn't really pull her towards him, but Lydia understood and leaned forward to tuck her head into his shoulder. Lev's thick arm wrapped around her shoulder with a sigh, and Lydia smiled as she felt his body relax. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Lydia murmured. Lev was confused. She was the one that was stressed and she was comforting him. His selfless mate always put everyone first, and he wished to the moon goddess that he could do more. It's okay, why? Lev repeated. Lydia pulled back in shock, a large smile on her face. He really wanted to comfort her, and the moon goddess had listened to his prayer. Lydia hugged him and laughed. Lev felt proud that he was able to raise her mood. Lydia squeezed him before standing and stepping back so he had room to shift. Let's go, mate, Lydia said with a smile. Chapter 23. Hello Council, Alpha.丨 said. The four of them were in some sort of conference room the Alphas commonly used for meetings. There was a large television with a camera on top of it to video call with the council. There were 5 of them, each on 5 different little screens, 3 men and 2 women. Alpha.丨, what if the women responded? We hear you have some interesting news for us. She tucked a strand of her grey hair behind her ear. I do not mean to shock you, but due to some recent events we have encountered an original lichen. Surprisingly, the council did not look shocked. We've received many reports in the last decade about these supposed lichens Blaton. Everyone wants their ticket to fame, one of the men said. Councilman Den Hart, I can assure you this is not a lie. Lev here is over centuries old. He was a child during the massacre and grew up under a human, so his lichen strength is little. We fear his lichen was drugged or injured permanently, said Alpha.丨. We will require proof. Alpha.丨, the original woman said. We will not visit until that proof is secured. We will send a messenger to personally secure a sample. It will be tested at our facility and we will contact you with the results. Good day, Councilman Den Hart said. With a click all of their faces disappear. Alpha.丨 blew out a big breath in his chair. It seemed the council wasn't only intimidating to Lydia. What do we do now? Lydia cleared her throat to settle herself. Well, the messenger should show up tomorrow and collect the sample. What will that consist of? The messenger will watch Dr. Alejandro Edgewater to make sure the sample is not tampered with. Then they will transport it back to the council for the test. Alpha.Luke said. Where are they located? Lydia wondered aloud. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Blaton answered, smiling at Alpha.Luke, who had started running his fingers through his mate's hair. United Kingdom. That's far. How will he get here that fast? Their messenger will probably be getting on a plane right now. Alpha.Luke checked his watch. All we can do right now is relax. Go eat with your family and we'll do the red water test tomorrow morning when Lev comes for his rehab. Alpha.丨 encouraged gently. Yes, Alpha. Once again. I cannot thank you enough, Lydia said. They both smiled and nodded at her and left the room quietly. Lydia's legs wobbled and Lev was there to catch her. She managed to make it to their room before she laid on the bed and took a deep breath. "So much is happening," she whispered. Lev curled his large wolf body around her head to keep her warm. She must have been so exhausted. Without a noise, Lev jumped off the bed and opened the door with his mouth. Leah looked up to see him dash out the door and got comfortable underneath the covers rather than following him. She felt bad that he'd always had to be near her. Maybe he wanted to get to know some people or do something on his own. She wouldn't stop him. He really deserved it. A few minutes later, Lev trotted back in with a big, toothy grin. He held a plastic bag in between his teeth and brought it straight to Leah. She sat up in bed and took it from him, giving him a confused look. She opened the plastic container inside to reveal the lasagna that was being cooked downstairs. Leah practically shrieked with delight and hugged Lev really tight. "Thank you, and I'm sorry you keep having to do things for me," she apologized sheepishly. Lev nuzzled into her side so hard he almost knocked her over. She giggled when he started licking her face and pushed him away when she'd had enough. "Thank you," she said again. He nuzzled into her side and watched her eat. When she finished her meal, she curled into him, turned on the TV, and fell asleep quickly. The next morning they woke up early and rushed to Lev's rehab room. Dr. Wallahan, Alpha-丨The, and a stranger were waiting. "Hi, I'm Leah." She held out her hand. "I'm just here to get the sample," the messenger said, ignoring the hand. "Let's get this finished so I can arrive by dinner time." Lydia put her hand back at her side and Lev growled lowly at the stranger for the disrespect. "It's all right, Lev. Let's get this over with," Alpha-丨The muttered. Drawing his red water didn't take long and the young messenger was out of their hair in no time. Alpha-丨The and Alpha-丨 and Leah proceeded with Lev's rehab and Alpha-丨 told Lydia some of the best news she's ever heard. "We've done so much work with the weights that I think we'll be able to start walking next week. How does that sound?" Lev made a noise of delight and Lydia couldn't help but giggle at the thought of him walking. It would make him a lot more independent. She was sure he would love that. "Are you serious?" "I wouldn't joke about his progress. You're doing great, Lev," Alpha-丨 assured. They had another training session after lunch and after dinner as well. Alpha-丨 burst into the third session with the phone in his hand. "It's the council," he rushed, the phone ringing in his hand. "I thought we should all be here to answer it." "Yes, council," Alpha-丨 answered next to Alpha-丨. I don't know how it's possible." It was the first councilwoman that had spoken the previous day. There was loud chatter in the background. "I didn't either, councilwoman, but research needs to be done on the state of his lichen and we need to personally meet with the entire council before anyone speaks of this. It could put his life in danger," Alpha-丨 said. That was the most strict he'd ever sounded around Lydia. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Alpha-丨. "I trust you will protect him with your strongest warriors," she said strongly. "I will protect him with my life. The council will need to keep their trip quiet. If anyone were to hear the council was here." "We'll keep it quiet, Alpha-丨. You needn't worry," she assured. Seconds later, she said her final greetings and hung up. This was such a big deal that the entire council would be there the next day. Lydia grew worried for her mate. He was about to be poked and prodded by a bunch of strangers, and if it would accidentally spread, both their lives would be in danger. She hadn't seen her mother and aunt in at least 20, for hours, which was the longest she'd gone without seeing them since they arrived. It had her nerves on edge. "Let's all get some rest. It seemed like today was going to go exactly like the day before, and we'll meet with the council midday tomorrow." Alpha-丨 rubbed his mate's back in comfort. At least Leah wasn't the only one that was stressed. Chapter 24. Can we sleep in my mother's room tonight? Both Alphys had left the room and Lev was still in his human form. He thought about it for a second. Yes, was his simple response. She smiled gratefully and put a hand on his cheek. She shrieked, then giggled in surprise when Lev shifted under her fingers. She relaxed and brushed through his fur with her fingers. Let's go tell her the news, Lydia whispered. Lev followed closely behind her until they made it to Kate's room. As soon as they walked into the room, Kate dropped what she was doing and opened her arms for Lev. She had been plenty welcoming before they found out about Lev, but this was on a completely different level. Lev passed Lydia and jumped up on the bed. He crawled into her lap and Lydia giggled when Kate's arms wrapped around him. Lev practically melted on her lap and Lydia was surprised he wasn't purring. The council is coming tomorrow, Lydia said gently. Johanna, who had been running her fingers through Lydia's hair, froze in her spot. I've never met the council, Kate gasped excitedly. Johanna smiled at Kate's contagious happiness. They have proven that Lev is a Lycan, so they want to meet with us before anyone gets word of it. I'm worried. Aunt Johanna, what if it's Preds and Alpha-丨 finds out? What if Lev's old leader finds out? Lydia asked worriedly. It'll all be figured out with time, Johanna soothed. I can't believe the council is coming. I hope they're keeping their travels quiet, Kate murmured. She started scratching underneath Lev's chin and his tail started thumping against the bed. Kate laughed at him. Lydia was extremely glad Lev and her family got along so well. She was so frightened when she left Alpha-丨's pack, but she couldn't imagine how scared her family was, letting her go with some unknown wolf. They said they are. I think they understand how important it is to keep his identity private, Lydia murmured. Johanna made a noise of understand and continued brushing her fingers through Lydia's hair. Can we sleep here tonight? I have a feeling the next few weeks, maybe months, are going to get busy, Lydia asked her mom. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylen Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I would love to have you here, Kate smiled. Her hand started scratching Lev's stomach and Levstag started trying to scratch it too. You're not enjoying that at all. How Lev? Lydia's voice seemed to snap Lev out of his happiness. He sat up and scooted away from Kate with a huff. No, Kate whined. Come back. I was just joking. Lev, if you enjoy it, you don't have to stop. Lydia chuckled. Lev contemplated that for a few moments, then crawled back into Kate's laugh. That night went by fast. Time always went by fast when Lydia was with her family. That family included Lev now, too, and she couldn't be happier. In the morning, Johanna rushed Lydia around to get ready. She put her in the nicest dress ball, which turned out to be a thin, dark green, knee-length dress that was donated to her through the hand-me-down program in the pack. Johanna helped Kate dress in one of her older, nicer dresses before they made their way to the same conference room Lydia had been in not too long ago. The council was there waiting for them along with both of the Alphys. The council all stood silently when Lydia and Leah and Lev entered the room. Kate and Johanna followed shortly. I was under the impression that no one else would know about this, Alpha.丨, one of the council men said. Johanna stopped wheeling Kate into the room and looked at Lydia hesitantly. Lev took a step backwards, towards Lydia and her family, and growled as loud as he could. The council and both Alphys took a step back. They're his mate's family, councilmen, which means they are his family too. They go wherever he goes. Alpha.丨answered. Stand down. Lev, everything is all right. Lev slowly stopped growling but kept his protective stance. One of the council women waved Kate and Johanna inside, and Lev followed them until they were both seated. We've brought our best researcher with us, one of the council men said, motioning behind them. This is Dr. Richard N. Wylan. My name is Leah. Lelia introduced after a not so subtle glance from Alpha.丨. I am Lef's mate. My family is next to me. My mother Kate and Aunt Gehenna. It is nice to meet you all, one of the councilmen said, shooting a nervous glance at Lev. My name is Councilwoman Longworth, one of the women said, and with us is Councilman Anne Hart, Councilman Locan, Councilwoman Frida L., and Councilman Jar Old. It is nice to meet you, Council. Lelia spoke quietly. Her and her family bowed their heads slightly. Let's talk about privacy for a moment before we move into the research portion of our visit, Councilman Locan said. The tall, grey-haired man stood followed by the other council members and moved towards Lev. Lev didn't believe they were three but didn't like the fact that they were all coming towards him at once. He waited quietly and was about to take a protective stance when the 5 council members knelt in front of him. Lycan, Councilman Locan murmured, we are grateful for your gift from the moon goddess. If you need anything, please let us know. He does not know of formalities, Council, but I am sure he appreciates the gesture. Alpha.丨spoke for Lev. The wolves simply nodded it in agreement and the council moved back their seats. Our reason of privacy has 2 parts, one being the pack Lev came from, and the other would be the June pack. Alpha.丨explained. Lelia will tell you more. The June pack went to battle with the rogue pack that's been attacking packs and somehow captured their strongest warrior. Lelia motioned to Lev. The Alpha tried to force his mating upon me, and the day before he was forcing me to move in with him, he tried to auction Lev off to the highest bidder. The council kept their guarded expressions and didn't give anything away. I realized Lev was my mate and rushed to stop my Alpha, but it only increased his excitement for the auction. Lev was able to escape, grab me, and leave pack lands. We haven't returned. Lelia finished. Do you have evidence of the forced mating? Councilman Jar Old asked. Ask anyone in the pack. Lelia murmured, but I fear if Alpha.丨 finds out about any of this, that he will come for me. Understood. We will send someone to investigate with the utmost secrecy, Councilwoman Frida L. said softly, nodding in understanding. About Lev's pack, it's the rogue pack that's been attacking packs around the country, and the leader, Roman, is a human, and he's forming this huge army. He was the one who kidnapped Lev 4 centuries ago. Lelia explained. That's impossible. One of the council men chuckled. Are you sure he's human? I'm positive. I don't know how he's done it, but that man is frightening. He's psychotic. Lelia shuddered. Lev winked and licked her hands to bring her out of the memory. He didn't think he would ever not feel guilty about bringing her there. When I got there, Lev was completely brainwashed. He didn't understand anything, including me. He didn't understand why he had the mate connection with me, because he didn't know what mates were. Lelia's shaky voice was a clear indication that she was getting sucked back into the memory. Gehenna rubbed her back and Lev practically tried to climb on her lap to bring her back. Lelia worked with Lev to help him understand what was going on, and eventually they escaped, but not without a threat that Roman would return and punish them one day, Alpha.丨 said clearly. Lelia began to weep quietly. It was the most frightening experience of her life, and she was terrified that either Alpha.丨 or Roman would make her go back. We will figure everything out, Councilwoman Longworth assured Lelia. You will both be protected. Now let's talk about the research. Chapter 25. Lelia sniffled and wiped her eyes several times while following Alpha.丨 onto a medical room drive.
Anne Wylan had thought a few ideas to check on Lev's psyche on the flight over here,
they'd said. She heard the robes of the council swishing behind her and tried not to tremble in trepidation. Lev purposefully brushed his back under her hands and sighed in relief when she clenched his fur. He had also never heard of this council before, but he wasn't as intimidated as Lelia. He knew he was stronger than all of them combined. Lev would protect her and himself if things went awry. Into this room right here. Council. Dr. Werewolf motioned. It was similar to the room Leah and Lev spent most of their time in, only larger. They didn't know this existed. Lydia walked quickly to the far corner of the room near the examination bed. Liv followed and stared at the council as they entered and stood against one wall drive. And, while and drive, Werewolf spoke quietly outside of the room before entering and shutting the door. Alpha.丨stood in front of it so no one could come in from the outside. From what I have heard, drive. Anne pulled on some gloves. It seems to me your lichen is stuck behind something. We just have to figure out what. Shift, please. Dr. Werewolf spoke quietly to Liv. Lydia respectfully turned her glance towards the other side of the room. Lev noticed the council was not going to look away and growled under his breath when he shifted. Both doctors were quick to cover him up and Lydia soon turned around to reach for Lev's hand as she always did when he shifted. Please. No contact with him at the moment. Drive in while and reached for Lydia's hand. She didn't want the physical contact with the stranger and was also disappointed and confused about why she was unable to touch her mate. She lost her view of Lev and was forced to stare at the white coats both doctors were wearing as they leaned over her mate. Lev's growl vibrated through Lydia's chest and she thought she could feel her ribs rattling inside her body. She stepped up to touch him before remembering that she couldn't. Ill came from in front of the doctors. This time, Lydia ignored the doctor's words and grabbed his hand again.
Can you walk us through what you're going to do?
Dive in while in. Lydia asked, a little aggravated that they hadn't asked for any sort of permission. I don't. If he's such a sacred lichen, then why are you not asking him for consent to touch him? Lydia clearly expressed her frustration. Alpha.丨stepped forward and gripped Lydia's shoulder to pull her away from the conversation, but she shook him off. Such disrespect. Councilman Jarl admonished with a sneer. Lev fought to sit up with a snarl even louder than before. I do not mean to be rude, Council, but I think you've forgotten that Lev is above you. Don't disrespect him. If we won't have a problem. Alpha.丨spoke loudly. Lev stopped groaning. Councilman Jarl clenched his jaw and Councilwoman Longworth pulled the council together to speak. Lydia stepped closer to Lev and clenched his hand tighter while he tried not to shift to defend her. Alpha.丨, Lilia, Councilwoman Longworth spoke after a few seconds of silence. There will be no more problems. Drive in Wylan. Respect the lichen and his mate. He's the last of the lichens. We are blessed to have him. Yes, Councilwoman, the doctor said, slightly bowing to her. He turned back to Lev with a short glance at Lydia and showed him his empty palms. May I? He asked softly. Lev clenched his jaw, glanced at Lydia as well, then turned back to the doctor. His anger was prominent. Yes, he was still clearly upset, so Lydia clenched his hand tighter. Any tighter than this, her hand might break. His hands pressed carefully onto Lev's abdomen several times, then to his face, and then announced to the room that he was going to take another sample of electrolyte water. Lev, the mighty lichen, grunted softly when the needle entered his skin. Lydia just smirked and held his hand tight. They were freed to eat lunch while drive. Learn and drive. Werewolf continued with several tests with ledge water. Lydia abstinently chewed a single bite of her food far longer than she needed. Her eyes were glazed over, clearly worried or stressed. Lev finished his food and looked to see that she hadn't eaten any more of her food. Goddess, how he wished he could help her. Johanna noticed his worried glance from the other side of Lydia and picked up her fork. After putting a little bit of food onto it, she lifted it up to Lydia's mouth and watched as she took a soft, robotic bite. After finishing their food, including Lydia, who looked a little perkier, They made their way back to the room where both doctors were chatting up a storm. The council was also already there waiting for them, making Lydia blush in embarrassment. To my agent extraordinaire, Werewolf-related, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Werewolf, now that everyone is here, what kind of news do you have for us? Councilwoman Longworth asked. The doctor stood to face her. There's a strange mass on his left side. The doctor cleared his throat. I tested his red water to find out what it was, but it's not in his red water stream. Which is impossible. How can you tell that the mass is what is affecting the lichen part of him? Councilman Enhart asked, his thick eyebrows furrowed in the middle of his head. I can't but would like to perform surgery to examine the mass myself. It shouldn't take more than 2 hours. Let's do that today. Councilman Jarl muttered. As long as it's okay with the lichen. To my agent extraordinaire, Werewolf, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Is that all right with you, Lev? Lydia asked, ignoring the Jack's question. She was already sick of the council watching their every move and being snarky with them. Sure, Lev showed off his talking skills. The sound had been really hard for him to get, and he was clearly proud of what he'd learned. Alpha-Luke chuckled behind them but quieted when the council stared at him. I'll get that set up. Dr. Werewolf exited the room. Do you have an operating room with privacy glass? Yes, right this way. Alpha-T丨extended his hand towards the door. Lydia didn't move. She would join them when it was actually time. Surprisingly, Lev looked really nervous. He had let his tough FA fall when everyone else, especially the council, and now appeared absolutely terrified. It's all right. It's a common sort of surgery. Everything will be okay. Lydia assured. I won't let anything happen to you. Lev's abhorrent look was replaced with a smug smirk. Lydia began to glare at him. What? Why you? He wheezed and made a gesture of someone fighting. Me? Protect you. Of course I will. Lydia's voice raised slightly in aggravation. Sure. A rough chuckle that sounded more like a cough echoed from Lev's chest. We're not sure the anesthesia will work on Lev. Though his lichen won't show himself, I think it will wear off much too soon. I think we have a better chance if we just numb the area, but keep him unconscious. Lydia sighed when Drive, Enweiler interrupted them. Everyone in Alpha-T丨's pack had the courtesy of knocking. She assumed the council was used to doing whatever they wanted. Drive. Werewolf followed behind him and listened to what he was saying intently. All right, Lev. You are going to be conscious during the surgery, but we have a curtain blocking you from seeing anything. Lydia could see the panic rising back in Lev's eyes. I'm allowed to sit with you. And, doctor? Lydia asked. She'd heard of surgeries like this before and really hoped what she'd heard was correct. Yes. To my agent extraordinaire, Werewolf, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Dr. Werewolf assured. Lev's heartbeat slowed until it was back to normal. They wheeled his bed into the surgery room, and Lydia really tried her best to ignore the council's eyes, staring at her through a window off to the side. His heart monitor started up, the slow beeps bringing Lydia comfort. She held his hand tight and helped with the oxygen mask over his nose and mouth. He didn't look as nervous, now relaxed when she clenched his hand as tight as she could. We will begin now. Werewolf spoke loudly. They were both dressed in light blue scrubs with bright white face masks and a plastic shield over their eyes. Lev, can you feel this? Lydia looked over the curtain to see Drive. N-wide and applied pressure to Lev's stomach with his hand. Lev shook his head, afraid that if he opened his mouth a sob would come out. He wasn't in pain, and he couldn't feel the man's hand, but he was scared. Goddess, was he afraid? After a few minutes of silence except for the slow, relaxed beeping of the heart monitor Drive, Lan made an announcement. "Oh my dear." Anne took a step back. "Lilia, do you have a camera with you?" "What?" "I need a camera, and now drive." Lan raised his voice. "What's going on in there?" Alpha.丨's voice came through a small speaker to their right. Lev's panicked eyes met Lilia's. "Alpha.丨, yelled drive." "Wallahan, stick your hand out the door and give Lilia your phone." "What?" Alpha.丨 knocked over the microphone. Lilia didn't want to leave Lev alone, but the urgency in the doctor's voice was making her anxious as well. As she stepped away, Lev's heart mother skyrocketed as she tried her best not to turn around. She grabbed her Alpha's phone and raced back towards Lev's head. His eyes were wide and his breathing irregular, and Dr. Wallahan was trying to calm him down. "What do I do?" Looking at the dark phone in confusion. "Top right is the power button. Turn it on, then swipe your finger across the screen," Alpha.丨 explained. She did as she was told, and a large number of squares appeared on the screen. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Dr. N.Y. scoffed. "Stupid Alpha wouldn't have a passcode. I'm right here, Doctor." "Get to the point." Alpha.丨 snarled into the microphone. "Should we come in there?" A councilman shouted from behind the glass. Drive N while Anne just shook his head in response. "Open that app, yes. The grey one now, press and hold the button on the bottom. Hold it over his torso. Sorry if you're squeamish." Drive Wallahan apologized. Lilia was squeamish. She used her other hand to cover her mouth and tried her best to stop herself from puking. Seeing one's mate's insides was not something anyone ever planned to see. She closed her eyes and somehow held her hand still while she held the photograph button on Alpha.丨's phone. A few moments later, she heard a loud splat and even louder gasps from the onlookers behind the glass. Lilia tentatively opened her eyes and dropped the phone on the ground when she took it in drive. Lan had removed a large, moving pile of goop from her mate. She staggered backwards, Lev's heart monitor still going insane, and fell to the floor. Lev roared when her eyes rolled to the back of her head. The doctors stepped back with a gasp. Lycan. Chapter 26. Despite his ripped, open abdomen, Lev's Lycan appeared stronger than ever before. He easily towered to the ceilings and continued to grow. Lev's back pushed into the ceiling as he glared at the doctors and snarled, his spit and slobber dripping onto their heads. "No one leaves the room," Councilwoman Longworth shouted. Even the council backed up and cowered in fear. "Not until we figure out what that is." Lev walked loudly, more like stomping, over to Leah. In her unconsciousness, she was oblivious as to what was happening to the rest of the room. He turned and gave the doctors another loud, warning snarl before dropping his body around Lilia. Alpha.丨 grabbed his mate's hand and moved towards the glass divider now that Lev seemed to have calmed down. He had already been larger than both Alphas when he arrived at the pack, but now he wouldn't be able to shift inside the house. It would be a lot harder to keep him a secret. The doctors turned their attention to the black mass on the table drive. Wallahan raced around the room to look for a container to put it in. The first thing he found was a plastic Tupperware container. Within a few seconds, the plastic melted away and the substance tried to move off the table. "It's got something to do with magic," Drive N.Y. spoke on the phone to everyone behind the mirror. Alpha Luke's phone was on speaker in the other room. "That's impossible," spoke one of the councilmen. "I think we need to consider anything possible," Councilman Alpha.丨 said. He wiped his forearm over his forehead, his face clearly showing his stress. "This man, Roman, he's human, yet he has lived over for centuries. How?" "Magic," Councilman Old whispered. "The magicians were killed long before the Lycans." Alpha Luke muttered. "He must have escaped." just as Lev was the only one left. The room fell into silence. "I don't know what to do about this thing," Werewolf shouted. "It may attack one of us, so we need to come up with a solution now. We need to find a way to contain it," Councilwoman Longworth thought aloud. Perhaps. It seemed as though Alpha.丨was searching for words to use. "It is no werewolf, but perhaps because it's lived inside of one silver will be rather poisonous to it. It's worth a try. I will run and speak with the blacksmith. He can tell us how long it will be." Alpha.丨 scurried out of the room. "We will have to monitor this thing constantly, Werewolf and I will take turns watching and maintaining it," Werewolf said. "Is there anything you all will need? Anything at all?" Councilman Hart asked through the phone. "Toiletries." Alpha.丨, is your pack able to sustain Lev's stomach?" Werewolf muttered. "We should be able to, but I'll talk to the head chef about it. We still need to keep this as much of a secret as we can." The council said a few parting words and started to leave the room. "Books," Alpha.丨 heard in his head. He tripped while distracted and fell forward, his hands coming out to catch him. "What the hell?" "Qui my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm." Rubbing his head, "Blankets too." Alpha.丨 shouted and smacked the side of his head as if trying to get rid of the voice that way. "What's wrong, Blaton?" one of the council members asked. It's talking to me." He clenched his eyes shut. "The thing is talking to me." "Imbecile," the voice spoke again. Alpha.丨 exclaimed loudly and clenched his hair. "Lev, is it you or should we be worried?" Werewolf spoke calmly with a smirk. The voice said in Werewolf's head. He nodded to Alpha.丨. "Prove it." "Your mate accidentally touched my scrotum during rehabilitation a few days ago. He ran to you crying." The voice laughed. A blush rose on Alpha.丨's cheeks and he stood with an embarrassed chuckle. "It's Lev," he admitted sheepishly. "It doesn't surprise me that the lichen is able to do that." Councilwoman Longworth laughed. Alpha.丨 glared at Lev as they all left to get supplies. Lev made a low rumbling to show how pleased he was and used his nose to nudge Lee into a comfortable position. Once her head rested on one of his paws, he sniffed the rest of her body to check her for injuries. He was grateful Kate and Johanna weren't here to witness what had just happened. It would have only made them more upset. Alpha.丨 and several pack members dropped off plastic tubs right inside the door drive. Werewolf waited until the door was closed before walking over and examining its contents. He set a few things aside before gathering a bunch of items in his arms. "I'm just going to set this near you so you can reach it," the doctor said carefully. Lydia woke up as the items were being set on the ground. She sat up too quickly and shrieked when she saw what was in front of her. The largest wolf she had ever seen, the world had ever seen, had her cornered in the corner of the operating. One glance at the operating table had her eyes widening even more than they already were. Where was he? There was also the moving black thing that both doctors were trying to contain. Lydia took a deep breath in but couldn't find a way to push it out. Movement caught her eye to her right and the large breath she had, but it was in a piercing, loud shriek. The largest wolf she'd ever seen was laying in front of her. "Belia, it's all right, drive." Werewolf held his hands out in front of him. "That's Lev in front of you." At a closer glance you realized the doctor was right, but still didn't trust the size of the wolf. All Lev wanted to do was speak to her to comfort her, but was afraid it would only frighten her more. He just crawled towards her a little bit and whined to show he was sorry. He didn't mean for this to happen. Lydia didn't touch him until he had slowly placed his head underneath her hand like he had done so many times before. After a minute she started to scratch his fur and then he placed his entire Large head in her lap, it was the size of a large dog itself, and she used both hands. A little while later, she clearly felt better. What happened? Lydia asked the doctors. He saw you fall, shifted with his chest wide open. Councilwoman Longworth demanded we quarantine in this room until we can contain this mass. Wylan explained. So this is his lichen form. That's correct. Now we just need to stay here until the council figures out what to do. Does my family know? Lydia's eyes widened. I don't know. Lydia. I can assure you that everything will be all right. Drive Wallahan assured. Just then, the phone rang from across the room. Drive. Wylan reached for it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And put it on speaker. How is everything going, guys? Alpha.丨's sympathetic voice echoed against all the metal in the room. Lydia is awake now. Hello, Alpha.丨, she greeted. It's nice to hear your voice. Lydia. I have an update from the blacksmith. It's going to be at least 20 for 248 hours. Drive Wallahan murmured. I'm so sorry about this, guys. Anything you need, please let me know. Thanks. Alpha, drive. Wylan said and hung up. Don't freak out. Lev whispered in Lee's head. Her eyes widened, and he could already see her freaking out. It's me, Lev. She blinked and glanced at him. What did you just say? He murmured again. No, she insisted. Prove it. When we left your pack, you hid in a bush and sneezed when a bunch of rogues were looking for you. He murmured. How is this possible? She whispered in astonishment. I think it's a power. Drive in, Wylan said. He left Drive. Wallahan to watch the black mass move around on the table and on a chair near the door. I think it's a side effect of the magic blob that was inside of him. Surprised Lev gave her a big, wolfy grin. So what do we do now? We wait. And wait. And wait. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like. And don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. Lev is over 400 years old. Lydia, 409, to be precise. Welcome to the Alpha's Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Chapter 27 Inner Time. Alpha.丨shouted from behind the door. Both the Alpha and other pack member were wearing face masks as they wheeled trolleys in. One of the carts was entirely for Lev, full of raw cuts of different types of raw meat since he wouldn't be able to hunt. The other cart consisted of plenty of different meals for Lydia and the two doctors. Alpha.丨 unloaded Lev's hefty meal first before handing Lydia her plate and some silverware. Thank you, she murmured softly. Lev waited until she began to eat to wolf his food down. I'll bring in some blankets and pillows in a minute. Enjoy your meal. He bowed softly and left the room with the trolleys. Lydia ate her pasta quickly, but no one finished their meal faster than Lev. In the span of a few minutes his stomach had grown so much and he was so hungry. You're so huge now, Lev. This means you're going to have to spend most of your time in your human form, she whispered sympathetically. He winked and curled closer around her body lying on the floor. I will admit though, you make a nice pillow, she giggled. He chuffed in response and thumped his tail. Thank you, he murmured through her head. She couldn't believe he could talk like that. Is that what it would sound like in his human form? She'd already heard him speak a few words, but it was nice to hear him hold up a conversation. I'm glad we can communicate now, she murmured. She pet his head. Does it work the other way around? Lydia pushed her thoughts towards Lev. It seems so. Lydia didn't bother trying to fight her grin. That's all Lev wanted for so long, she whispered to him happily. How have you been feeling lately? Pretty good, but eager to get to move around in my human form. I hope it hasn't been too much, Lydia said aloud. Not at all. It does feel better when you touch me. To my agent extraordinaire, Werewolf-related, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Good to know. She smiled. I will take the first watch. Drive Werewolf offered to drive. And Weilan. The night passed uneventfully. Lydia woke up every time the doctor switched shifts and Lev was quick to nurture her back to sleep. His body was extremely warm, almost feverish at his normal body temperature, so he fought the urge to lay completely on top of her. The next day passed much like the day before. Lev woke Lydia up for breakfast and ate every meal extremely quickly. The doctors were clearly exhausted, but worked hard at maintaining the clearly irritable mass pull from Lev's body. Leela read the plethora of books brought to her by the elf and was able to not even notice her surroundings. Lev stared up at her in awe with every giggle and whimper that showed how much Leela was enjoying her book. Thank you, she murmured a few hours later. Alpha-Luke handed her dinner for the evening, then proceeded to unload large, skinned animals from a cart. Lydia grimaced and tried not to look. She could only imagine how large his stomach had grown and how hungry he was during the day, but watching him devour the animal was not the most delicious thing to watch. No, let me in or ice where you will never see the light of day again. Lydia's head snapped up at the sound of Aunt Johanna's voice. Lev chose not to stand so he didn't frighten her, and he could see clearly when he just lifted his head. Johanna burst through the door of the viewing room and practically pressed herself against the glass. Lydia, everything's fine, she assured, standing and walking over to the glass. What the hell is going on? Johanna turned behind her to look at Alpha.丨. They're being quarantined. Lydia heard Alpha.丨 murmur quietly. They should only need to be in there a few more hours. That drive. Werewolf appeared behind Lydia and pointed towards the table. Is magic, and we don't know how to contain it. We also don't know if it's affected any of us. Luke is working with the blacksmith as we speak so we can contain it and get them out of there. To my agent extraordinaire, Werewolf, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Alpha.丨 tried to assure her, but you're all right. I'm fine, Aunt Johanna. Promise. I'm just reading with Lev over there. They brought me pillows and blankets, so I'm really comfortable and holy. That's Lev. Aunt Johanna's eyes grew wide. Are you sure we can't rust her? Drive in while Aunt stood next to drive. Werewolf and looked at Johanna with unsure eyes. Stop, Lydia shouted, glaring at him. Guys. Alpha.丨 pointed across the room. Lydia turned and gasped in surprise. The mouse had somehow silently gotten off the table and was almost near Lev, who was glaring and growling at it softly, slowly growing louder. Lydia raced over to block the mouse from reaching him amongst protests from the doctors. They were right behind her and picked up the black glob with their gloved hands. Ouch, drive. While Anne rocked the glob. They all looked at his hand to see the glove fall off, burned and torn apart. Is it mad or something? Lydia asked. What's going on? Johanna shouted. Get behind me, Lev demanded. No, Lydia. Get behind me now. It was crawling closer, and closer, and closer. Get behind me. Lydia had an idea and thought about her chances. She looked down to her feet and was grateful she'd put on an old pair of sneakers. Move, she said loudly. The doctors looked at her incredulously. What the hell are? I have an idea. Now move, she shouted. The doctors rushed out of the way when Leah charged at them. She was able to take 2 large steps before she kicked the glob as hard as she could across the room. Playing soccer as a child was coming in handy. The black glob flew across the room and smacked into a tray of tools on the opposite side of the room. Movement caught Lydia's eye and she watched the council rush into the viewing room. "What's going on?" Councilwoman Longworth shouted. The mask landed on the floor and flashed red for a second before moving even faster towards Lev. "Oh, it's mad now. Drive in," Weilan shouted. Lev sunk his teeth into the back of Lydia's shirt and yanked her behind him as quickly and gently as possible. "No, let me go," Lydia shouted in his mind. He growled louder to drown her out. It was a few feet from them now and it was livid. "I've got it." Alpha.丨crushed into the room as fast as he could, lugging a box he could hardly carry. His hair flew behind him as he almost tripped trying to get into the room. He opened the door, distracting the glob, and tossed it as far as he could drive. Werewolf, who still had his gloves on, also struggled to pick up the box. The silver glinted off of the light and right into Leah's eyes. Right as she got her sight back, she heard a loud bang and opened her eyes to see the box sitting open, side down. She let out a deep breath. Problem solved. Chapter 28. Okay. Now lift it up good. Now close it drive. Weilan snapped the lid shut and it closed with a loud, resounding bang. "Is everyone all right?" he asked in a tired voice. Lev dropped Lydia's shirt from his mouth and rubbed her chest with his head. He tried his best not to push her over while doing so. "Fine," Lydia answered in a clipped tone. She stepped away from Lev's grasp. "We're just going to stay in here a little while longer to make sure it doesn't escape. Drive." Werewolf said loudly to the people viewing behind the glass. Everyone gave a sigh of relief. The doctors both collapsed onto their little stools and heaved sighs of relief. Lydia plopped back down into her pile of blankets and ignored Lev to pick up a book she had been reading. The room rumbled as he laid back down and softly placed his head on her lap. "I'm mad at you," Lydia murmured. His ears perked and he lifted his head to look her in her eyes. "What? Why was she mad at her? Why?" "You shouldn't have pulled me back." Lydia fought, not given to his cute, serious stare. "I will always protect you at all costs." Lev swore. "I'm still learning about what mates are, but I know I will never allow anything to ever hurt you." "It was after you. Lev, it wouldn't have hurt me," Lydia scoffed. Lev crawled to cuddle closer to her. "It would have hurt you to move you out of the way," he explained gently. "Fine," she said aloud, attracting the attention of the doctors. I didn't want you to get hurt again." "Nor are you," he whispered. Lydia put down her book and wrapped her arms around his large neck to cuddle him. "Let's do our tests now, so we can get you guys out of here sooner, Drive," Werewolf said with a small, sympathetic smile. Both Lydia and Lev had their red water taken and tested for any trace of the blob. There is an ancient test that shows traces of magic, but it hasn't been needed for centuries. "Lydia, you're clean and good to go. Drive in," Weilan said. "So are you." "Lev, his test results came a few minutes later. You are going to have to shift to get out of here." "I should have a wheelchair, yes. Right over here, Drive." Weilan moved to assist him and Lydia turned her back to give him privacy. She heard and winced at the loud breaking and snapping of bones and tried not to turn around when she heard gasps from both doctors. "Can today be any stranger?" Drive Werewolf whispered. "What's going on? This is baffling." A few moments passed. "Hello." Lydia begged silently for an answer. "What's wrong?" She projected into Lev's mind to assure he was all right. I don't know." Even Lev sounded astonished. Lydia was ready to close her eyes if he was still nude, but needed to see if he was all right. She turned to face him and gasped at the fact that he was standing. He was standing and moving his arms and legs around perfectly fine. A quick glance downward revealed he was still nude, and she quickly clenched her eyes shut and whirled back around. "Can you dress him?" she asked with a deep blush forming on her cheeks. Sure. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, hearts out thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It must be because of his lichen form. Right. Drive in, Mullen murmured. That has to be it. You're all set. Lev drive. Wallahan responded. Lilia turned around and jumped onto Lev's back, squealing in happiness. He barely caught her without tumbling to the ground, and both doctors' arms reached out to steady him. Easy there, Lilia. He still needs to get used to the way his body works. Drive. Wallahan laughed. Lilia sheepishly slid off of his back and grabbed his hand. Let's go surprise Mom and Aunt Johanna, she said with a smile. Everything was falling into place. Nev walked clumsily down the hall, and she was patient with him, encouraging him quietly until they reached Kate and Johanna's room. He didn't need to catch his breath, take a break, or anything. She was so impressed that his lichen form had made his human form so much stronger. She gave him an encouraging smile and rapped her knuckles on the door. Johanna, who had probably smelled Lilia's scent, rushed to open the door and gasped at the tall, large man that took up almost the entire doorway. Nevis, that you? Yeah, Lilia answered for him, wrapping her arm around his waist. He smiled at the contact. Come in, come in. Johanna ushered them through the door. How are you both out of there already? What happened? Lilia. Thank the goddess you're all right. Kate sighed in relief from her bed. She opened her arms to her daughter, who was quick to rush around the room and into her arms. Lev, Kate gasped while holding Lilia. That's Lev. His lichen form made his human form stronger, Lilia explained, even though her words were muffled by her mom's shoulder. It's nice to see you up and moving, Johanna said, and moved in for a hug. Lilia glanced at Lev's wide, unsure eyes. Hug her back, she whispered in his mind. His arms slowly came up and limply wrapped around her shoulders. Lilia couldn't hold back her giggle, even though Lev glared at her. Come here, Kate demanded, pulling away from Lilia. You'd better give me a better hug than that. Lev walked over and Kate squeezed him in an extremely tight hug. He tried to do the same. Lilia didn't know why her mother was so passionate about Lev. She always grew excited when he was in the room with her, and Lilia had a feeling she'd be obsessed with Lev's second form. How are you doing? Kate asked him and pulled away from the hug. Good. He said he's feeling good. Lilia answered for him. Both Kate and Johanna turned to her in confusion. We can mind link. You haven't. Johanna trailed off in anticipation. No, we haven't done that yet. Lilia blushed again. She had never even come close to thinking about that. Usually mates were unable to mind link unless Martin mated, but she guessed her and Lev were a special case. It probably has to do with his lycanthropy, Kate murmured. Has he shifted into his original form yet? Yes, but well then let's see it. Kate clapped excitedly. He's larger than this room. Lilia calmed Kate down. Her shoulders slumped but perked back up a second later. He's that large. The lichen I saw was the size of this bed, Kate whispered. And Johanna and Lilia both smiled at Lev. That's just another reason why he's special. Chapter 29. The nurse is unable to escape from the silver box, Alpha.丨announced in the conference room the next morning. Alpha.丨and Alpha Luke had been truly shocked when they saw Lev's human form. He had easily grown almost a foot taller than before in that towered over both Alphas. He was clearly stronger than them too. The council was in awe. Every one of them had witnessed the size of his lichen, and they were more excited than anything. Both doctors were able to get some rest last night, and they'll be doing tests on at the Mars all day. When the council leaves, they'll be taking it with them. Council, do you have any new information? Alpha Luke questioned. Our investigators infiltrated the June Pack 2 days ago. Councilman Joel Old cleared his throat. We've confirmed the accusations and should be making the arrest today. Howard will be stripped of his title and put in prison with the council. Thank you, Lydia sighed in relief. Lev tightened his grip on her hand. He hadn't heard much of her situation and her old pack, but just the thought of that man trying to force his mating on Lydia made him so livid he could barely stay seated. Lev, do you think the Council's army could handle going against Roman's pack? Does he have any more lichens? Councilman and Hart questioned. I was the strongest warrior by far, Lev answered through Lydia's head. She repeated his answer to the council. How big is the council's army? About 2,000 warriors, Councilwoman Longworth answered shortly. Lydia gasped loudly at the size. Alpha-Howie's pack was one of the largest packs in North America, and he only had about 75 warriors. I will fight, Lev snarled in Lydia's head, causing her to flinch in her seat. I will slaughter that man if it's the last thing I do. I think that means yes, Lydia answered tentatively. Lev was vibrating with rage in his seat. We need a positive answer. Lev, we need to be sure before we go to war. How many wolves does he have? We will win if I fight. He has more warriors than the council, he murmured to Lydia. She looked at him in surprise. He said Roman has more warriors than the council. Lydia whispered. What? Impossible. One of the council men scoffed. 2380 for warriors. Lydia gasped at the words in her head. Lev tightened his grip on her hand. 2383 without me. They have almost 2,400 warriors, she said aloud. How do they have so many? Councilman and Hart asked in astonishment. If they've been harvesting wolves for years, it makes sense. What if Lydia swallowed a lump down her throat? What if he's been using whatever magic he used with Lev to keep them alive? To brainwash them. My God, Councilwoman Longworth whispered. This is much more serious than I thought. We don't want to massacre innocent wolves. Think on it, Alpha.丨The murmured. The stress in the room was so thick Lydia thought she would choke on it. I will keep you updated on the results of the tests. The council left first and Lydia and Lev followed far behind. I can't believe him, Lydia muttered softly as they walked back to their room. Who Roman? Who else? He's insane. She opened the door and Lev sat on the bed and took a deep breath. Stay here, Lydia suddenly remembered. I forgot to ask the Alphas a question. She rushed back to the room and blushed again when she burst through the door to see Alpha.丨and Alpha.Luke locking lips. Sorry, she whispered. They both cleared their throat and stood tall. Is there a place for Lev to shift? We can't go outside in case people see him. Maybe the gym. Alpha.Luke directed his question to his mate. That sounds good. I let the pack know that the gym will be closed for about an hour a day. The council wants to inform the pack of Lev's existence. Lydia. They plan on asking you tomorrow, Alpha.丨 said. As long as Alpha-Howie is gone, I don't see a problem. I feel good about our odds against Roman, she muttered. I want to kick his ass. I'm sorry, Lydia. Alpha.Luke apologized for laughing. I've just never heard you speak like that. Lev has lived in pain for over 4 centuries by having to hide his lichen. I want him down, she murmured angrily. Alpha.丨 gave her a small, confident smile. We'll get him, Alpha.丨 said. I can call on allies. They will all want to take him down. Thank you, Lydia said. I could never, ever thank you enough. Stop thanking us. Alpha.Luke jokingly scolded. I'll go join Lev. Let me know what time the gym will be closed. No problem. Have a good night. Alpha.丨 dismissed. Lydia closed the door as they leaned in to kiss again. How could they do that in such a public place? When she got back to her room, Lev was trying to take his shirt off but got completely tangled with his arms. Do you need help? Lydia giggled. He groaned in response. Her fingers grasped the edge of his shirt and pulled straight up, finally untangling his arms. Lydia tried not to stare too long at his chest. She'd never seen anything like it. His chest was wide and thick and ripples moved up his body whenever he moved his arms. She gulped as she trailed down to look at the divots in his abdomen. He really was sculpted by the goddess. Do you want pajamas now? How was it possible that his voice had gotten deeper? Did that happen because of his lichen too? This was all too much for Leah, who hadn't received any male touch or attention all of her life. Let me at least get you pajama pants. What? He asked in her mind. She had turned around to face him and he had somehow silently taken his pants off. Put these on. She held out the pants Alpha.丨had given her and then turned back around. There is no reason to be embarrassed. Mate, Liv murmured. He sounded genuinely confused and Lelia forgot that he didn't really know what was acceptable. In this world, mates don't see each other without clothes until they... You know, she murmured quietly. Lelia quickly looked through the dresser drawers for her pajamas. I don't know. What are you talking about? Lev asked. Lelia pressed her palms to her extremely warm cheeks. Ask Alpha.丨on or drive. Wallahan. Not me. She rushed into the connected bathroom and took her time changing. It was going to be strange sleeping with him. She didn't mind. Not at all, but she had been used to hugging a baller for every night. Well, his chest. Lelia cut off her own thoughts with a shake of her head. Goodness goddess, she murmured, continuing to hold her palms to her cheeks. What am I going to do? Chapter 30. Lelia woke up in big, strong arms, and resting her head on a broad, comfortable chest. Lev. When she glanced up at his face, it was still relaxed in sleep. One of her arms was trapped between their chests, but the other was wrapped around his left side. Lelia tapped her fingers lightly against Lev's ribs. She was distracted in thought. What was she supposed to say to Alpha.丨about announcing Lev's lichen form? She knew the excitement would be palpable but was still so fearful of Roman. She had seen firsthand how powerful he was, and now that she knew he had some sort of magic on his side, she was fearful of the unknown. Mate, Lev sighed in his sleep. He turned over and wrapped both of his arms around her and squeezed. Lelia reveled in the pressure around her. It was soothing, along with the scent coming from her mate. It didn't take long for her to fall back asleep and she woke again to the sound of their bedroom door closing. The pressure of Lev's arms wasn't around her anymore, but his scent still filled the room. Lelia cracked her eyes open to see Lev trying to set a tray down on his nightstand as quietly as possible. A second later, his left arm, when trying to pull away from the tray, knocked the lamp to the floor. It didn't break, luckily for him, but he still turned to his mate with wide eyes. His shoulders slumped when he saw she was awake. Damn it, he muttered in his head. She heard it and smiled widely. I was already awake. She croaked and giggled a little. What's that? She smiled brightly. Was that your idea? Yes. Lelia slightly startled at his actual voice. Thank you, she murmured. Lev moved the tray towards her once she was leaned against the headboard and rested it against her thighs. She wolfed down the food hungrily and licked her fingers afterwards. Lev was grateful for her, and he was happy that he had been able to make her happy. The mates were able to last through lunch without any major problems. Alpha.丨 called them into the conference room where the council was already waiting. Lev made sure Lelia was sitting down and comfortable before he took his seat. Jack couldn't be here today, Alpha.丨 started, because Howard, previously of the June pack, escaped custody last night. What? Why weren't we informed? Councilman and Hart snarled. Lelia reached for Lev's hand and squeezed it, trying not to let her fear consume her. He hasn't come near the pack yet, but I'm holding this meeting to let you know that our trackers have lost him. Jack is keeping a tight eye on security and has doubled it since last night. Alpha.丨could see Lilia's fear and gave her a small, apologetic smile. Clearly your trackers need more training. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Councilman Jarl snarled. Howard pulled a dirty trick on them. They weren't prepared. It doesn't matter now. Either of you. Councilwoman Longworth halted the argument. Keep us updated. Any news on the experiments? The tests should be finished in a few hours. Alpha-Luke answered stiffly. He didn't bother hiding his anger at the disrespect from the council. They grilled him some more, asking question after question, but Lev could only focus on his mate. She had to know that he would protect her. Right. That imbecile wouldn't be getting anywhere near her. Now, about Lev, he was snapped back into conversation when he heard his name. Belia, Jack wants to know if you both are ready to announce Lev's lichen. Our army will be here in the next few days. One councilman assured. We'll be ready. Lelia was terrified of the unknown. Yes, they had the manpower, but she didn't know no one knew Roman's source of magic. She looked towards Lev. Are you okay with it? She asked Lev. The room had gone quiet waiting for her response. I'm ready to kick his ass. Lev said. No one else deserved to go through what I went through. Lydia said aloud. That's all I have for you today. Alpha-Luke dismissed the meeting. The council rose and left the room with quiet murmurs. Lev moved to stand until Alpha-Luke sat on the other side of Lydia. I am so sorry. Alpha-Luke apologized. On behalf of Jack and I, we are extremely sorry and will not let him enter Pack borders. Not your fault, Lydia murmured. Jack planned the tentative ceremony in a few hours. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. We'll link you with any update. Sounds good, Lydia said. Alpha-Luke patted her shoulder before exiting to find his mate and help him with security. Lev helped Lydia rise and pulled her into a tight hug. It was nice. Lydia hadn't hugged her this kind of hug in years and her eyes prickled with tears at the physical touch. It will all be okay, Lev encouraged. He didn't want her to be scared or nervous. They had a lot of people on their side. Roman just had. Roman. I know, she said in response. They stayed like that, just for a moment, until a mind link burst through her head. This time, it wasn't from Lev. Southeastern border breached. The alert went to the entire pack. It hadn't joined yet. Gripped Leah tighter when she winced and grabbed at her head. Goddess, it hadn't even been an hour since the meeting finished. What's wrong? Lev's worried, calm voice was a nice change, compared to the shout. His hands pulled hers away from her head. The border was breached. It can't be Alpha-Howie, could it? Hoping he would say yes. If he was going to show up, it would be in a few days. He wouldn't be able to run that fast, he murmured. Lev wrapped her back up in a hug and a hug and a hug and to take her back up to their room for a nap. That would relax her. Inside border breach, prepare for lockdown. Lydia winced in the hallway and Lev was quick to hold her. Another message. Whoever it is, they breached the inside border. Lydia trailed off. Let's go lie down. Lev brushed her hair away from her face and continued to lead her to their room. She had just sat down on the bed when another announcement rolled out. Any warriors available at the moment, please assist near the river. Bend. Alpha-Blaton was calmer than the other wolf sending them updates. Belia. The Alpha sent directly to her. We're going to have to reveal Lev sooner than planned. He needs to be out here now, it's Howard and he's gone completely rabid. I don't know how he's taking down warriors. Lydia's breath caught in her throat when the link was cut off. They need your help, she whispered. What? You need to go now. It's Alpha-Howie. They need your help, she shouted. But Lycan. Lev, you have to go now. I'm not sure if Alpha.丨is all right, she whispered. His forehead tightened. Fine. He pulled her into a hug tightly. Get some rest. I'll be back soon. Okay, was all Lydia could choke out. It was like her throat, her only airway, was blocked and she couldn't break through it without bursting into tears. Lydia avoided looking out the window. She had never been to the riverbend and didn't know how close it was to the pack house. Come back home, she whispered. Please. Chapter 31. Lev almost shattered the front door when he ran through it. He was grateful he didn't. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Because he had no way to pay the pack back. The door was left wide open behind him. Everyone in the house was in their rooms or in hiding because of the breach. The breach. This bastard Alpha wouldn't leave his mate alone. And for what? A forced mating. A furious snarl ripped through his throat. How dare he think he has the right? To Lev's surprise, he was actually nervous about shifting. He hadn't fought in his new form, and he also didn't know how his own pack would react. It was strange to have a pack that supported you rather than fighting for your position. Dark brown fur sprouted from his body as he shifted and grew into the air. The ground rumbled underneath him as he ran, quicker than any other wolf including Roman's pack to the battlefield. He smelt them as soon as he left the house. When he got there, his stomach curled at the sight of the fight. It was a red water bath. How was that weak Alpha able to get through so many warriors? For once, Lev felt the pain of the families when they would learn their loved ones were dead. In Roman's pack, he had no connections. But these people, they were family. A break occurred in the fight. Lev caught a glance of the asshole's face and tripped over his own feet, causing him to skid straight into the middle of the battle. Magic. That had to be the only explanation behind this. Howard's eyes glowed a bright, blinding purple as slobber practically poured from his mouth. As all of the wolves paused near the riverbend, a slightly larger wolf jogged over to stand near Lev. By the smell of it, Alpha.丨was standing next to him and giving him a small, thankful nod. It seemed like Lev would be the only one able to defeat this magical beast Alpha Howard had become. Wolves in the pack began to back away in awe and fear as Lev charged towards the murderer. I will avenge you. He swore to do his absolute best. Howard saw the lichen coming towards him and dropped the paw that he had ripped off of a warrior, seeing that only fueled Lev's rage. The beast charged towards the other beast, and at once they collided in a mess of growls, snarls, and fury. Lev had the upper hand first. Other warriors were smart to not get involved and left Lev to fight on his own. He was not offended in the slightest. He put his anger at the fallen warriors, anger at the stress and fear Howard was putting Lydia through, into the fight. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Howard may have been magic, but he was no match for Lev's fury. His mate was involved. That was all it took. A few minutes into the snarling mess of slobber they were creating, and the warriors around him began to yip and bark in celebration when they saw what Lev was holding. He would put Howard's face on a spike and parade it around to get the humiliation he deserved. After he had beheaded the imbecile, it took a long time for him to calm down. Alpha.丨had shifted back and urged him to calm down, but it was no use. The only thing that eventually worked was Lydia. It's all right, she encouraged. You won. You made your pack proud. Lev's growling ceased and a rumble of pride flowed through him. Follow us back to the pack house, Lev, Alpha.丨muttered, clearly exhausted if his posture was any indication. His back was practically slumped forward. This was the part he was dreading being introduced to the pack. He was already nervous about being revealed, but it had obviously not gone according to plan. What if they feared him now? Lilia was waiting for him on the steps to the porch of the pack house as well as Alpha-Luke. Lilia couldn't help her bright smile as she sprinted towards him and collided with one of his legs. She ignored the whispers of her pack mates and cuddled into his leg, glad he wasn't severely injured. There had been a few scratches, but his lichen healed them rapidly. Gathered the entire pack, Alpha.丨bellowed loudly. Alpha-Luke was tucked into his side. We have some explaining to do. Wolves came out of hiding to gather in the lodge, there in backyard. I apologize for not being able to explain sooner, but research needed to be done. As you all know, Lev and Lilia here found refuge with us after being held in a hostage situation. Alpha.丨wiped his sweaty hair away from his forehead. We have discovered that Lev is one of the original North American lichens, Alpha.丨said loudly. The crowd murmured loudly and Lilia was refusing to take her face out of Lev's furry leg. She didn't want to see if the crowd was angry. That's impossible, a male pack member shouted. It has been verified by the council, who have been staying here for almost a week. We didn't inform you because both of their lives are in danger, so we ask that you keep this a secret. It's very important, Alpha-Luke explained. To my agent extraordinaire, Werewolf-related, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. The crowd seemed to dissipate. A few stayed back to look at Lev and all, but he was surprised no one had a problem with him being in the pack. But he was grateful for. He looked at Lilia and released a loud breath of relief. She smiled proudly at him and scratched the side of him. Kakon, Lev tried to flatten himself to the ground as much as possible. Are you serious? Alpha.丨turned to see if they were talking to him. Why would I be joking? Lilia blushed and glanced around, meeting eyes with a smirking Alpha.丨. She gripped Lev's foot tight and prayed she wasn't hurting him when she pulled on it. It took her a minute, but after a while she was able to swing her left leg over and rest on top of him. She wiggled uncomfortably. It wasn't too comfortable for her legs, but she nuzzled into his fur and forgot about the soreness. The council was waiting for them inside the front doors after Lev had shifted into his human form and pulled on the clothes he had been wearing before the fight. Is everything taken care of? Councilwoman Frieda L. asked quietly. Yes, Alpha-Luke walked in behind them with Alpha-Luke pulled into his side. How did an exiled Alpha manage to get through your ranks? Councilman Jarl asked incredulously. Liv growled at the attitude towards his Alpha. He was really starting to think of this back, and he would do anything to protect it even if it meant going against the council. He just had to keep reminding himself that they needed the council and their army to defeat Roman. And defeat they would, hopefully, Chapter 32. I think we will take our leave now, Councilwoman Jarl muttered the next morning in the conference room. Are you not staying to help fight? We said we were bringing our army. Is that not enough for you? Alpha.丨. Councilman Jarl with a sneer. Goddess, what Lev would do to be able to smack some sense into that man. He was abandoning them, and he had the audacity to sneer at them. Lev has already said they outnumber us, Alpha.丨 murmured. We could use all the help we can get. You've received all of the help you can get, Councilwoman Longworth. And that includes us, Councilman Jarl. I don't know where you think you are going. We've given them our entire army. I think it's okay for us to sit this one out. To my agent extraordinaire, Werewolf, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. Suddenly losing the confidence he had before. That's all the more reason we should stay. If you insist on your selfish needs, you are more than welcome to go back. Our army will not be there to protect you, Councilwoman Frieda L. countered. Jarl's face flushed red in embarrassment and anger. Lilia wrapped herself around one of Lev's arms and laid her head on his shoulder, just watching the bickering going on. This was the council, the ones that ruled above the werewolf world. She scoffed inside. I'm starving, Lev muttered in her head. He had obviously stopped paying attention to the meeting too. We just ate. She giggled. Leah felt him grin before she saw it. Your mate is hungry. You should feed him. My mate also has legs that work perfectly. She teased right back. He leaned her head against hers. She felt more mature than any adult in this room, but her naivety led her the other direction. Lydia shook her head. It wasn't the time to think about this. I can bring our food back to our room, Nev asked eagerly. They finally had a bit of time to themselves last night, and Lev had discovered the TV. Lydia was surprised it had taken him this long. There was a TV in their room, and it had been there since they had been originally placed in the room. Liv finally asked about it and couldn't take his eyes off the screen. Lydia didn't get too much TV in her old pack because Howard always said resources were low. Now that she knew it wasn't true, she was educating both of them. He didn't believe her when she told him people don't watch TV by standing right in front of the screen. She smiled at the memory. What's so funny? Nev accused, but he was smiling too. Your obsession with the TV, she laughed in his head. Don't laugh at me, he grumbled. The arguing in the room stopped. I will stay. Let on. It is up to the rest of them. Councilwoman Longworth motioned to the other council members. They all announced that they would stay. Oh, stay. Councilman Jarl mumbled with a glare at the councilwoman. She ignored him and just smiled at the Alphas. Have a great day, Alpha Luke said. Nev jumped from his seat, picked Lydia up in a rush, and jumped up the stairs towards two at a time. Lydia squealed and covered her face in embarrassment because of the chuckles that came from the council and the Alphas. Stop rushing, she squealed, just before he tossed her gently onto the bed. She landed with a grunt. I'll be back. Do you want anything? Bouncing on the balls of his feet, Lydia shook her head in mock disappointment. No. She didn't even get it all the way out before Lev was jogging down the hall. She turned the TV on and looked for one of her favorite shows that happened to be the only ones her old pack hadn't got up to use the attached bedroom. She was done a minute later, and jumped when she opened the door and sort of munching on a steak in his hand. You have to use silverware. La, she murmured. He gave her a grumpy look and a low whine. But no one else is here. He winked in her head. Fine. She sighed and sat against the headboard next to him. He looked at her for a few seconds and grumpy L.Y. picked up his fork. Without even looking at him, Leah took the fork and used it to cut a piece from the steak and shove it in her mouth. Lev stared at the steak in awe, then turned to Leah with a pout. That was mine. Leah gaped at Lev's face. This lichen was pouting. What the hell? You said you didn't want any food. He winked again. Lev, we can get more food, she explained to him. He stared back at the TV and moved his plate away from Leah and her fork. Then go get your own food, he grumbled. Her eyes widened. Maybe TV was bad for him. Like a child, Leah had to practically pull Lev away from the TV a few hours later. Alpha.丨wanted Lev in on the training so that we would know Roman's tactics, but this baby-like and didn't like to stop watching TV. Lev, we really have to go. It's not going to look good if we're late. She yanked on his arm, but he wasn't budging. The TV will be here when we get back. Fine, he growled in her head. Lev allowed her to pull him up and grumbled all the way to the field the pack used for training. He straightened up when he saw the amount of wolves there. About 40 wolves, both men and women, were sparring. It seems Alpha.丨didn't want to wait for his arrival. Lev, thank you for joining us, Alpha.丨greeted when he noticed Lev and Lydia standing and watching the sparring. Listen up. This is weird, Lydia murmured to Lev. Just a few days ago, they were doing everything they could to hide his lichen, but now all attention was on them. I will lead training today. Lev and Lydia will be walking around and giving advice on how to defeat the rogue pack, Alpha.丨announced. Back to your sparring. Everyone continued their sparring with a quick glance at the lichen. Alpha.丨stepped up to face them. Lev, just go around and tell the warriors what they should and shouldn't be doing in a fight with Roman. I'll be his translator. Lydia smiled. Not everyone approved of a booming voice in their head and they didn't want the warriors to be frightened of Lev. Thanks. You guys. I'll be over here if you need me. Lydia and Lev left the Alpha on his own to start walking leisurely around the warriors. They stopped near a young boy and a young woman sparring. He needs to correct his footing and work on his reflexes. Roman's warriors will kick his ass like that. Lev muttered and moved on to the next few warriors. Work on your footing and your reflexes, and you should be fine. Lydia smiled at the couple. They nodded back and continued sparring. She left out the part about getting his ass kicked. For the next few hours Lydia followed Lev well. More like scurried behind him because once he started moving, his long legs were too fast for Lydia to catch up. Alpha.丨announced that training was over about 2 hours after it began. Holy crap! Lydia wheezed behind him. Lev's head snapped to hers. You walk fast. Are you okay? He asked worriedly. He was worried this might make her sick, and seeing her sick once was more than enough for him. Yeah, I'm fine. Lydia tried to take a deep breath between words, but felt like her lungs were unopening all the way. Blaton can help me next time. Let's go inside. No. Lydia breathed when Lev reached underneath her to pick her up. I want to walk. Now is not the time to be stubborn, Lev demanded in her head. We'll take our time, she muttered. I don't want you to get sick again. He said this like a wounded puppy, or a sad child. Lydia simply linked her right arm with his left and let him slowly lead her back to the pack house. Kate was sipping tea on the front porch with Johanna and a woman Lydia didn't know. I'm Lydia, she introduced, still slightly breathy from their walk. My name is Lydia. Nice to meet you. Kate has talked a lot about you. The woman, Lila. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. This is Lev, my mate, she introduced. Oh, the lichen. It's nice to meet you. The woman bowed her head slightly. No need for formalities, Lev said inside Leah's mind. She gasped and turned to Kate. So it is true. You didn't believe it? Kate asked with a chuckle. Leela looked so surprised. I trust my Alpha, but none of us had seen him shift. Leela answered. Oh, Johanna chuckled. Some pack members have seen him shift. We are grateful for your presence, Leela said to Lev. What does that mean? Lev asked his mate. She's thankful you're here to protect the pack, Lydia explained. He just nodded at the woman and looped his arm around Lydia's shoulder. Lev wants to head inside, Lydia told the group. Use protection, chapter 33. I can't believe she said that. Lydia covered her red cheeks to try and hide her embarrassment. What does it mean? Lev asked her innocently. Lydia choked on her saliva in the hallway a few feet away from their room. Damn it. I knew you'd get sick, Lev muttered to her. I'm not sick, Lydia whispered. She caught her breath and trailing shortly behind. Then what's wrong? He asked gently. Sex education is not something I want to teach my mate. Lydia blushed. Maybe drive. Wallahan would be willing to teach you. Lev paled. He moved to sit down on the bed and looked at Lydia with an expression she had never seen from him before. You know about it. Goddess, she couldn't believe she was having this conversation with her soulmate. Roman mentioned it. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. And threatened us with it. Any of our desires were forced to be pushed to the back of our minds. That's what this is about. He seemed genuinely confused. How much had Roman taught him? What had Roman taught him? Let's watch TV or something. Leah tried to change the subject. What's protection? Asked Drive. Wallahan. Leah felt as if the heat of her cheeks could light a match. She covered them with her hands and crawled into bed. Do you want to watch a movie? She looked up to see if Lev was going to answer her, but he had somehow silently escaped from the room. Where'd you go? She projected into his mind. You said to ask Drive. Wallahan, he said innocently. Leah almost smacked her hand to her forehead. I didn't mean right now, she mumbled aloud. Leah crawled out of bed and knocked on her mother's door. Come in. You shouldn't just say come in, Mom. You won't know who it is, Leah said as she opened the door. Johanna was helping Kate do some leg and arm exercises on her bed. My senses have been growing stronger, Kate said with a smile. Johanna released her sister's arms and stood to give Leah a hug. That's good, Leah murmured. She hugged Johanna and sat next to her mother, clearly distracted if the dazed look in her eyes was any indication. Everything okay? Kate asked gently. Lev is talking to Drive. Wallahan about protection right now, Leah said quietly. Johanna sent his smirk her way. You know what? We haven't had the sex talk yet. Have we? Kate asked. Leah turned to her, horrified. No, we've had it. We've had it. You don't remember? It must be a symptom of the medication. Leah breathed, clearly rushed. She turned to Johanna for help. Yeah, Johanna said hesitantly. That was a stressful week. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. You might not remember. Huh, Kate murmured. She gave her sister a doubtful look, but dropped the subject. We aren't like normal mates. Normal mates mate within the first week, but it's been so strangely it was cut off. First of all, there is no definition of normal. Second of all, you and Lev are on your own path. Whenever you both are comfortable, it will happen. Kate rubbed Lydia's hand. Lydia nodded her head and sat with her thoughts for a moment. She looked up just in time to see Johanna give her mother a suspicious glance. What? Were they hiding something from her? Johanna gave Kate another look. Tell her, Johanna said, and motioned with her hand. Lydia's gaze snapped to her mother. I got out, Kate stuttered. She sat there blushing as if she had been asked out for the first time. What? Lydia shrieked. Kate flinched and Johanna smiled at her reaction. Your father? Kate swallowed the lump in her throat. He was a great man. I'm ready to move on. A pack warrior asked me out yesterday. That's great. Mom, really. I'm so happy for you. Lydia pulled her mother into a tight hug. Her eyes began to water at the remembrance of the loss of her father. Hopefully this man would be good for her mother. She won't let me meet him. Johanna scowled. Lydia laughed when she pulled away from her mother. I wouldn't either. Hey, Johanna whined. Lydia and Kate giggled loudly. A knock on the door sounded, and the room fell silent while Lydia opened the door. She smiled and blushed again at Lev, who looked a little dazed. Who is it? Johanna asked, even though she snickered because she knew exactly who it was. I'll see you guys later, Lydia called and closed the door. She wrapped her hand around Liz and pulled him into their room. Is everything all right? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sex isn't what I thought it was. He told me mates typically do that when they first meet. I'm still so confused. Lydia's heart clenched. It seemed like his brain was going a millisecond. You don't have to worry about that now. We'll worry about it when the time comes, She pulled him into a hug and rubbed his back gently. Her body warmed when his arms wrapped around her and squeezed her tight. "I am sorry you didn't get the normal mate experience," he mumbled in her head. Lydia pulled back and grabbed his face. Her hands, slightly cold, resting on his cheeks, and she smiled as she pushed them together to squish his face. "Don't ever apologize. None of it was your fault," she promised. Lev pushed his face forward abruptly, and all Lydia could do was close her eyes. What was he going to do? He might hit her face accidentally. Then, seemingly out of nowhere, he kissed her. Lev was kissing her. Rough, chapped lips pressed against hers gently for a few moments, before he pulled away. "I saw that on TV," Lev whispered in her head. "I really wanted to try it." Lydia didn't know how to respond other than pulling him back into the kiss. Goddess, this was something she would surely become addicted to. Had mates ever stopped doing this? Lydia pulled back and stared at her mate for a few silent moments. She was trying to process what had just happened, and she could just feel even more blush rising to her cheeks. Lydia flopped back onto the bed with a small smile. "Was that okay?" "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Loban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," she projected to him, too afraid her voice would crack if she spoke aloud. "It was fun," he cheered innocently. Lydia rolled over so her face was deep into her pillow and fought the urge to scream excitedly. Sometimes, Lev's knowledge or lack of came in handy sometimes. She smiled and rolled over so she could breathe. Her hair tangled around her face, and she silently watched Lev scoot over so he was sitting next to her again. "Can we do it again?" Once again. Red water rushed to her cheeks. Was it possible for her skin to actually catch on fire? "You don't have to ask," she murmured. Lydia enjoyed it so much, and she would push him away when she had enough. Liv leaned in and kissed her, and Goddess it would never grow old. Chapter 30 for Lydia Lever. "We need to meet in 10 minutes in the conference room." Lydia rushed to pull back from the kiss her, and Lev had been locked in for almost half an hour. Lev removed his hands from her tangled hair and glanced at the door. "We have to go," Lydia whispered. Her lips, soft, swollen, and dark pink, were an addiction to Lev. His newfound addiction being interrupted made him want to bar their door for the rest of their lives. "I'm going to go clean up," she coughed. Lydia rushed into the adjoining bathroom and Lev allowed himself to flop onto his back on the bed. He reached up and touched his own lips to find them swollen as well. Lev grinned a smug grin. Lydia exited the bathroom moments later, her lips a spiral. Lev wanted to fall down. He cleared his throat and shook his head to try and clear the image to no avail. She walked up to the bed and held out her hand for Lev to take. He soon intertwined his fingers with hers and walked next to her until they got to the conference room. They were the last ones to arrive. The council sat in their regular seats, as well as both doctors, while the Alpha stood at the front of the room. Alpha.丨gave Lev a knowing smirk while they sat down. "Did we interrupt something?" he asked in Lev's head. The Lycan only glared at him. "We called you here today because we fear Roman will attack soon. Rumors have begun to come up from southern packs that a large group of wolves has been seen moving through the territory," Alpha.丨 announced. Blaton turned his attention to his mate. "They could be moving to a stopping point then attacking. Councilman, your old guest." Everyone looked around the room at each other. "We need to make sure our stations, patrol, and guard are ready. Lev, we will be having extra training this week. I would like you to be there," Alpha.丨murmured. "You will," Lydia promised. She tried not to think about her tingling lips and focused on what the Alphas were saying. "Sure," Lev spoke loudly. Lydia flinched next to him. He spoke so often through their minds that she had forgotten he could talk. He shot her glance to make sure she was all right. Lydia gave him a small smile and tried to wipe the shock off of her face. We will begin to participate in training. Councilwoman Longworth pointed her gaze at Councilman Gerald. Anyone who fights needs to fight together. We need to learn together. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Thank you for your time. Alpha-Luke smiled softly at the group. Murmurs filled the room as the council slowly exited. Lydia stood, trying not to be obvious about her thoughts though. Alpha-Blatt trailed off with a smile. What did we interrupt? You didn't interrupt at all. Lydia coughed. Lev just smirked at the two alphas proudly. It's perfectly fine. Lydia. We were near mates once too. Alpha-Luke cracked his mate in a side hug. It was strange to picture the two cuddly, strong alphas acting like Lydia and Lev. Have fun, you two. Alpha-Luke teased. Lev couldn't wipe the smirk off his face as they exited and rushed back to their room. When they went to bed that night, Lydia cuddled Lev close and pulled him into another kiss. Her hand rested on his warm, tight abdomen that tensed and moved as they made out even more. She had to pull away with a smile, slightly breathy and extremely tired. We should sleep, she whispered with a smile. Liv pulled her in tight and wrapped both arms around her. Lydia tucked her neck into his shoulder. She breathed in his peaceful, calming scent and closed her eyes. Lev listened to her breathing even out before he let his get droopy. They relaxed, basked in each other's warmth, and fell asleep holding each other. When she woke up, Lydia wanted to do something special for Lev like he had done for her. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. He was a light sleeper, so it would be hard to get out of bed without waking him up. She slowly slid her body down his until she had escaped and tiptoed out of the room. She met her mother and Johanna in the kitchen, telling them of her plan and smiling thankfully when they offered her help. You know, we helped Liv too, Johanna said smugly. Lydia figured he had helped because he had never been in the kitchen before. They made a quick and quiet breakfast: eggs, bacon, some potatoes, and sausage too. She smiled at the plate before thanking her family and quietly walking up the stairs again. Lydia was surprised to see that he was still asleep. She placed the plate of food onto his nightstand and climbed back into bed to cuddle with him. He instinctively pulled her closer and leaned his head against hers. She pulled back a little. Lev, wake up, she whispered. Lydia pressed a kiss to his nose to see if it would wake him up. It didn't. She kissed him again, and again, and again, until his whole face was smothered in kisses. He crinkled his nose and pulled her in tightly so she couldn't kiss his face anymore. Seriously, get up, she said a little bit louder than before. He tilted her head up so she could meet his sleepy, half-closed eyes and kissed her lightly on the lips. A short moment later, Lydia watched him sniff his way over to glance at his nightstand. His face lit up like Christmas morning, which she was sure he had never experienced, and he let go of her to reach for the plate. Lydia scooted back and watched him eat quickly and excitedly. She could really get used to this. Chapter 35. The next few days were full of training, eating and sleeping, then starting all over again the next day. They hadn't heard any more rumors of Roman's wolves moving closer, so it assumed they were getting ready for battle. Alpha-Blatt let patrol even more. Lydia and Lev didn't have too much alone time anymore. Only when they would wake up in the morning together and go to bed together in the evening. It was safe to say they missed each other, but both of them knew the importance of what they had to do. Since Lydia's wolf would probably never be in enough shape to fight because of her illness, Johanna stepped in. I have no problem fighting. Johanna shrugged. She had been training with the warriors and was a strong fighter. Lydia fought it at first, but in the end, it was Johanna's decision. As nervous as it made Lilia and Kate, they accepted it. Lev woke up early and went to bed late, but made sure to kiss his mate as much as he could. Their intimacy hadn't gone past that, and Lilia was okay with it. It was comforting. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I have to go, Lev whispered through their link. He tried not to fully wake her up as he moved some of her hair out of her face and kissed her lips softly. Goodbye, she muttered sleepily. He waited until her breathing evened back out to exit the room. Leaving her alone for so long during the day and having to leave her alone during the imminent fight against Roman was constantly putting him on edge. Lev always made sure his link with her was completely open at all times while he was away. A few hours of training later, and Lev looked to the sky to tell the time. 10 o'clock in the morning. Lilia would be up soon. And taking down a wolf with the same crazy eyes as that bastard on the southern border. A warrior on patrol broadcast through the link. Lev Tencent searched through the crowd for either of the Alphas. Damn it. They'd skipped training today. They announced it last night. Was it attacking? Are they more? Alpha.丨's voice rumbled through our heads. I have arrived as backup. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The problem has been taken care of. It was just. Walking across the border, another warrior answered. We don't see any more wolves. The first warrior said. Wait, there's another. Lev's heart clenched when the words were cut off. Chuck, Bart, someone check on patrol now. Alpha.丨ordered. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I think it's more of Roman's wolves. I'll head to the border just in case. Lev told Blathorn. Already shifted, Lev was quick to make his way to the southern border. He could smell them before he saw them. Rows upon rows of wolves infected with magic just like Alpha.丨were marching onto the June Pack territory. Thank you. Lev? Lev interrupted. There's hundreds of them. They're attacking now. Sending backup. Stand by. Keep us updated. Lev, stay alive. Alpha.丨. Yes, sir, Lev said, then launched himself into the sea of wolves. Lev to the head off of one and reached for one that had already attached itself to his flank. His size and strength gave me a large advantage even when these wolves had magic in their system. Backup arrived shortly, but Lev still took on the brunt of the wolves because he knew he could handle it. He didn't want the wolves he had become to know to lose their lives. Though Lev's heart clenched at the sight of some wolves he could have called his friends, he knew they weren't fighting of their free will. You will meet your maker, and you will finally be happy, Lev promised as he beheaded another magic wolf. Less than half left, but pack warriors are dropping like flies. Call them off. Lev demanded to Alpha.丨. You need all the help you can get, Alpha.丨 argued. It was clear he didn't like taking orders. Call them off or the rest will die before the rogues are dead, Lev snarled to him. This wasn't a matter of pride. It was a matter of life and death. All warriors except Lev retreat immediately, Alpha.丨 sighed in all of their heads. The rest of the warriors, whining confused, backed away from the fight. Lev ripped off yet another head. The exhaustion was catching up to him. Lilia woke up to banging on her door. What? She groaned aloud, her face stuck in her pillow. Johanna burst through the door and pulled Lilia out of bed. We're being attacked, Johanna said hurriedly. That snapped Lilia out of her half, a sleep state extremely quickly, Lev. She read out while she was getting dressed. Busy, he grunted. Are you okay? I'm fine, Lev. Answer the question, she demanded. Lilia yanked on her shirt and froze when there was no response. He's not answering, she whispered to Johanna. Her face had gone stark white. She ran downstairs and rushed towards the sound of shouting. "Let me go," Alpha.丨shouted. She turned a corner to see him being held back by the council. "What's going on? Where's Lev?" She came to a stop. "He's out there, alone. The council refuses to let me assist. We can't risk the death of an Alpha over this." "Let on," Councilwoman Friedel said. "We can't lose a Lycan over this. Where are your priorities?" "I am sure he can handle himself," Alpha.丨, Councilwoman tried to assure. Alpha Luke tried to break through the council to his mate and growled frustrated lie where he couldn't. "He's out there alone," Lilia shouted. She tried to go outside but was blocked by Johanna Lev. She called out but received no answer. "Please." Outside, Lilia heard the faint whisper in her head. She broke out of Johanna's arms and burst through the front door. "Lev," she shouted. At the sound of her voice, his large Lycan form collapsed onto the grass, causing the ground to vibrate a little. She ignored the shakiness in her legs and raced to her mate's side. He was panting loudly, like an injured animal, and Lilia screamed at someone to get the doctor. Her heart was pounding as she collapsed next to his head. She could hear footsteps rushing after her, and Lev used all the breath he had to growl at the intruders and stop them in their tracks. "Calm him down, Lilia," Alpha.丨commanded. "Drive Werewolf is on his way." "Lev," she whispered. He let out a low, painful whine, and Lilia tried not to glance at the injuries on his body. Everyone tentatively took steps forward until they surrounded Lev. "Lev, are the rogues gone?" Yes, Lev's voice was faint. Alpha.丨visibly deflated with relief. Lilia glanced up when she caught movement and saw that every warrior from before was surrounding them, waiting to see what happened. Lev let out another whine. "It's all right. I'll fix you right up," Lilia promised. Alpha.丨knelt next to her and drive. Werewolf finally rushed up to them. "Keep him calm. Drive." Werewolf ordered Lilia. "Lev, tell me what happened." "Hundreds of magic wolves. I was doing fine until..." "Until what?" "Lev, drive." Werewolf pressed a stethoscope all over Lev's body. His face paled. "Doctor," Alpha.丨warned as he stepped closer. Lilia looked down to see Lev unconscious, and her grip on his foot tightened. I can't hear a heartbeat," Dr. Werewolf whispered. "Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like, and don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates. After a fierce battle, Lilia's mother Kate bravely sacrifices herself to protect her daughter and son-in-law. How does this act of self-sacrifice impact Lilia, and how does she cope with the reality of losing her mother? Welcome to the Alpha's Love channel. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to subscribe and give it a thumbs up. Chapter 36, Not Possible. "I haven't felt the bond break," Lilia shouted. The tears she had been holding back finally broke through their dam as Lilia looked over her mate's injuries. He should be healing instantly. Why wasn't he healing? "Come on! Think, drive." Werewolf muttered to himself. His eyes were frantic. "No, this isn't happening, Lev. Can you hear me? What's going on? Is everything okay?" Lilia's head snapped up at the sound of her mother's voice. "Mom," she wailed loudly. She heard a deep male voice and more footsteps rushing next to her. Large hands set Kate on the ground next to her daughter, and Lilia pulled her mother into a hug as quickly as possible. "Lev, no. No, not again. Not my daughter." Kate screamed at the sky. Lilia pulled back and stroked Lev's face and whispered happy thoughts to him. Johanna joined them shortly after. "Goddess," Johanna breathed, looking at the situation with wide eyes. "Drive." Wallahan rushed through his supplies and told someone to call the other doctor. I'm going to open him up. Drive, Wallahan announced. No. Lydia flung herself at the doctor angrily. Johanna caught her quickly and held her back, trying to console her. It wasn't working. We haven't had any time, Lydia whispered to herself. Jahan held her tighter and Kate brushed her hand through Lydia's hair. I'm so sorry, her mother whispered. She sounded like she was crying too. Don't look, Johanna told Lydia. She covered Lydia's eyes with her hand. No. I've already seen him like this. I want to know what's going on. Lydia pushed Johanna's hand away and scooted forward on her butt. She winced at the sound of the incision and focused her eyes on her mate's face. Please, Lydia pleaded with the moon goddess. Please help him. I'm here. What did I miss? Drive in while Aunt sprinted up to the scene. No heartbeat. I'm going to open it up and see if there's any magic in him. Drive, Wallahan explained quickly. Drive. Enwylan rushed to put gloves on and grabbed some tools as well. It wasn't long before they made it to his heart. Lydia gasped at the beating heart surrounded by another magical substance, clear this time, and fell forward in relief. He was still alive. Hopefully. Go get that silver box, Drive. Enwylan shouted to anyone who could hear. Footsteps ran away and returned shortly with the box. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I've got it out that hurt. Drive, Wallahan yanked his hand back. He must be in a ton of pain. We have to hurry. A few curses later and the substance was thrown in the box with the black mass they had removed from Lev's body. They must have impaled him with something. They wanted us to bury him alive. Betrayal snarled. He turned to the warriors. Back to your positions now. Let's stitch this up. He might shift back soon. Drive. Wallahan calmly stitched the wound and cleaned some of the other wounds on Lev's body before it shifted back into his human form. Lydia held onto his hand the entire time as warriors and Alpha.丨lifted Lev's human form up and moved him to the medical center. Lev's face grimaced every time he was jostled and Lydia's heart clenched when she saw him in pain. Goddess. Please. The mumbled words about his condition fell into the background as Lydia cupped Lev's face in her hands. He was alive. Somehow. Thank the goddess. What were they supposed to do now? How were they supposed to defeat Roman if he could take out their strongest warrior? Their Lycan. Lev, can you hear me? She pressed into his mind. His face twisted into a grimace. Whether from her words or the doctor's work, she couldn't tell. Either way, she stopped pressing and simply held his hand until the work was done. He will be fine. Yeah. Come. Let's take a break. Drive. Wallahan tried to coerce Lydia out of the room. She shook her head, sniffled, and wiped one side of her face. Everyone in the room silently left without her. Lydia pretended she couldn't hear her mother weeping in the hallway, thankful the moon goddess hadn't taken away both of their mates. Lydia felt guilty her mother had to go through that. After a while her crying mother was moved from the hallway and it felt like the world fell silent. Now that the magic had been removed from his body, his and healing could begin. Lydia felt like she was growing stronger as she watched his injuries heal. Her sniffles slowly stopped and about 2 hours after he was brought inside, his eyes opened. Lev glanced at his distraught mate, confused, and started to sit up. Lydia began to fret over him, fluffing his pillow, making sure his body was tucked into the blanket. He just wanted to hold her. Lev ignored the blanket and pillow she was fussing over and pulled her into his arms. He gripped her tight and rubbed her back as she began to sniffle with her head tucked into his shoulder. I'm sorry, Lev started. She pushed back from the hug. Why the hell are you apologizing? Lydia asked. She used both hands to wipe the rest of the tears off of her face. Lev didn't take his hands off of her. I wanted to come back to you. He smiled softly. Lydia grabbed both of his cheeks and pulled him into a long overdue kiss. He responded instantly and pulled her on top of him. They both relaxed on the bed. Lydia stretched over her mate. A knock on the door had the motion to pull away, but it was pointless. Alpha.丨was already standing inside with a smirk on his face. "Honey," he called loudly. Yes, they all heard Alpha.丨 respond from down the hall. "You owe me $20, why?" What all they? Alpha.丨's voice got closer until he stopped at the entrance of the room, next to his mate. Lydia fought the urge to wipe the kiss off of her lips, as if that would make it go away. The two Alphas giggled like children as Lydia tried to wipe her embarrassment away. "How are you feeling?" Lev Alpha.丨 calmed down and asked. "No." Lev pushed in his head. "That's good." Blaton responded. "Doc said you can leave whenever you feel up to it. I'll call a meeting in an hour so we can get your side of the story on what happened. Sound good?" "Thank you for calling your warriors off," Ev murmured. A look of guilt took over the officer's face. "I tried to come after you. The council stopped me." Blaton began to get angry. Alpha.丨 crubbed his back. "I understand," Lev said. "We'll all be a little less stressed with them around. I'm glad you stayed. Things got intense. We'll let you get some rest. Eat, etc. You can tell us later," Alpha.丨 said softly. He took his mate by the hand softly and led him out of the room. "I'm so glad you're okay," Lydia whispered. Lev, who had laid back down, pulled Lydia to lie next to him. "What happened after I'd blacked out?" he asked quietly. "Your heart stopped beating," she whispered. Lev hugged her tighter when she sniffled again. "They found more of that gunk in you." "Gunk?" he chuckled. Lydia rubbed her nose below his ear and flinched back in surprise when his chest rumbled softly. "Is something wrong?" Lydia knew he was all healed but feared there might still be magic inside of him. That felt good. Lev gave her a cheeky grin. "Want me to do it again?" Chapter 37. "It's good to see you up and moving. You gave us quite a scare." Then while Anne murmured. Lydia and Lev sat at the same time and Lydia gripped his hand tightly. She didn't want to picture him lying on the floor. No heartbeat. Ever again. This wolf came out, bigger than the rest. Lev began his story. "I thought it was Roman at first, but I think it might have been whatever magic source he has. It escaped after it struck me." "Struck you?" Councilwoman Friedel asked. "How so?" "It was like this big, purple ball of magic, and I couldn't move. It's like it froze me in place so it could hit me," Ev murmured. "Sounds like a wizard," Councilman Denhart murmured. "Do you think the wizard is working against their will or with Ronan?" Blaton asked the rune. "Against their will," Lev answered. "Why? I never saw any sort of wizard when I was kept there." "He must have kept them a secret. And afterwards, wolves had to pull the creature away. I think it wanted to stay and help," Lev said. Even he sounded confused. Lydia couldn't picture seeing the things Lev had seen. "We need to find them, then take them by surprise." "The wizard needs to go first," Alpha.丨 demanded. "The last wizard on Earth is an important creature. Alpha.丨, we can't just kill it." Councilwoman Longworth got angry rapidly. "How do you expect us to be able to take it down without killing practically the entire pack?" Blaton got angry in return. "We need to find a way." Councilman Jarrold spoke. "We won't be responsible if the last wizard in the universe is killed." "You will." "Damn it," Blaton cursed, rubbing his hand up and down his face. "Dismissed." Lydia stayed behind to talk to the Alphas, and Lev just simply sat and watched. "We can lay out a trap to entice another attack," Alpha.丨 whispered. "Did you see him a few hours ago? He was dead." Lydia stood. They were treating Lev like he was an object ready to dispose of. There's an ancient script. Alpha-Luke snapped his fingers. Why didn't I think of it earlier? There's probably something to counteract his magic in the ancient scripts. What scripts? Lydia murmured. Only the council can access them. Alpha-Blaton turned to face Lydia and Lev. They've been archived for decades. I'll call them back in. He rushed out of the room and the door slammed behind him. What is this about? Councilman and Hart hissed as they rushed back into the room. The script. There could be something there to help. Alpha-Luke panted. He bent over to catch his breath. Lydia just watched the back and forth banter and sat back down next to Lev. There's only information about lichens and vampires, both of which are deceased except Lev. Besides, they're ancient, Councilman muttered. The scripts contain information regarding lichens, vampires, and wizards. Great job, Alpha-Luke. Councilwoman Longworth nodded at the Alpha. We'll examine them tonight. Hopefully we can have answers for you. Thank you. Council, Lydia said quietly. Only Councilwoman Friedel gave her a nod. The night passed quickly. Lydia kept herself attached to Lev, constantly pressing her head against his chest to listen to his heartbeat. She would never take it for granted again. They fell asleep with no news from the council about the scripts. They were trying to take their time reading through to make sure they got every bit of information on the page. The next morning, shortly after breakfast, the council called them to the conference room. Pictures of what looked like book pages littered the table and they all looked exhausted. There's a type of flower only grown in certain uninhabited countries, Councilman and Hart announced. It would take weeks to find, Councilwoman Longworth muttered. Lydia's heart plummeted to the bottom of her stomach. That's it. That's what they waited for. Their last bit of hope gone. Have we tried the black market? Alpha-Blaton said boldly. His mate gasped and slapped him on the shoulder. Councilman Jarl asked with squinted, scrutinizing eyes. We're the council. Do you think we would ever use the black market? Councilman and Hart seemed offended. You know of it. Councilwoman Longworth turned an accusing eye towards Dan Hart. Never mind that. Alpha-Blaton interrupted. It looks like you have contacts in the black market, Councilman and Hart. We can worry about consequences later. Right now every wolf's life is at stake. I can make some calls, Dan Hart said vaguely. A few hours later he announced to them that it was about 200 miles south, and they would have to send a single messenger alone to go get it. We can send our strongest warrior, Blaton volunteered, besides Lev. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. He can be back in 3 days. That sounds good to me. Any objections? Councilwoman Longworth asked the room. No one spoke up, but Lydia clenched her hand around Lev's nervously. Don't be afraid, Lev said to her. I am trying not to, was all Lydia could answer. When they were dismissed from the meeting room, with Lydia clutching Lev's arm next to her, they ran into Kate. A man was with her. Is this your date? Lydia asked cheekily. Her mood rose almost instantly the sight of her mother happy. This is my daughter Lydia, Kate introduced. Lydia, this is Rogan. It's nice to meet you. This is my mate, Lev. Lydia shook his hand, followed by Lev. Over the time they had been in the pack, Lev had formed a great friendship with Kate and Lydia learned right then, protective of her. The man, to my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Moved to put his arm on Kate's shoulder, and apparently Lev didn't like it. He shot forward with a snarl, only held back by Lydia's small arms. Lev, she's okay. She's on a date, Lydia tried to yank him back, but he wasn't moving an inch. We were done anyway. Kate smiled at Rogan. He asked her calmly. Lev was still snarling, but they were both ignoring him. Kate confirmed. The man walked away and Lev slowly stopped snarling. Lydia took a few large, deep breaths and bent over to try and catch her breath. She shook her arms, which were now tired from holding Lev back, even though he wasn't pulling at her or anything, and stepped up next to Lev. Come here. Kate opened her arms. Lydia loved that Kate treated her like the son she'd never had. Lev practically shrunk himself and climbed up onto Kate's lap in her wheelchair. Kate hugged him and Lydia was stuck with the job of trying to push both of them out of the hallway. She found soon that she couldn't and threatened to walk away without them. No, Lev whined and rushed to Lydia's side. Kate just laughed and let Lydia wheel her back to her room. This was the life Lydia wanted, but she didn't know what it would cost her. Lydia was terrified of what was to come. Chapter 38. They'll be here in a few minutes. Lister. Lydia couldn't stop giggling at her mate. He was moving his face around obnoxiously trying to kiss her, but Lydia knew if they started they wouldn't want to stop. To my agent extraordinaire, Werewolf-related, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The messenger arrived. Alpha-Luke knocked on their door. Lydia got out of bed and escaped Lev's arms quickly. See, I told you. She held a hand out to help him up, but he pulled her back down onto the bed. She squirmed out of his hold again. We haven't been able to kiss for a whole day. Lev whined. Lydia ignored him and began to the conference room all by herself. His footsteps fell behind her, scraping his feet as if it would slow him down. You'll be fine for a day, Lydia told him. They entered the conference room to see a dark purple flower, roots and all, glowing in a glass bottle on the table. They only had one left, so we need to figure this out carefully. Alpha.丨stared at the glass bottle. How does it work? Lydia sat down. Once you eat it, you become immune to any wizard's power for about an hour or so. I think our best bet is to have Lev eat it, then remove the wizard's source of magic. Do you remember seeing anything like that, Lev? Councilman Jarl asked. Lydia eyed him. She still didn't trust him. A staff, Lev answered. Lydia relayed it to the room. Remove that from him, Lev, and move it to one of the alphas. They can't transport it to safety while warriors take the wizard to the dungeon. Sound like a plan. Councilman and Hart seemed confident in his idea. Alpha resonated through all of their heads. Control. Alpha.丨breathed, eyes widening. To my agent extraordinaire, Werewolf-related, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Is anyone there? He gave them a few moments to answer. They didn't. They're attacking now. Alpha.丨yelled. Lev grabbed a flower in the midst of the mess in the room. The council scrambled to the door as well as Lydia and Lev, followed by the alphas. Lev knew she was a little selfish keeping her mate from the fight, but he was about to face the man that essentially raised him. I have to go, he panted from anxiety about the fight. I love you, Lydia said. She pulled Lev into a slow kiss before running away to the chamber. She hated calling it a chamber. It was more of an underground bunker with all the necessities to last them until Ally could arrive if they lost. Lev stood frozen for a moment until he remembered what he was supposed to be doing. An infuriated snarl flew out of him as he raced down the halls and at the front doors. They were already that close to the house. Lev could see Roman in the front, leading them into warriors fighting them. He didn't think he had ever seen all of the warriors in one place at one time. When he was one of them, it only took 100 or so warriors to take down a village. Lev shuddered, trying not to think about the deaths he had caused. Now, he was faced the problem. Roman, though Roman was coming straight for him, Lev diverted to the left. He shifted into his lichen form and crushed the glass bottle in his hand. He tossed the flower into his mouth and snarled louder than he ever had before. He'd spotted the wizard. Lev hadn't gotten a good look before he was struck with the magic burst that almost cost him his life. But now, he had a clear view. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Skinny, red-haired kid stood in a bubble of his purple magic. Lev almost went insane with rage at the sight of him, and what he was helping Roman do. And Goddess Lev wanted to kill him. You can't, his subconscious reminded him. We need him alive. Lev's jaws practically unhinged as he leapt towards the wizard. The wizard's cocky grin was wiped off his face when Lev penetrated his magic force field. They scrambled to the ground, the wizard screaming as Lev's teeth sunk into his skin. Lev. We need him alive. Take his staff. Blaton screamed at him through the link. Lev tossed the wizard into Warrior's arms as if he was nothing and grabbed the staff. It was dark black, obsidian maybe, and covered with decals and letters he would never understand. Like a baton, Fran and handed Alpha-丨The, who was already running, the magical staff now. The wizard screamed. The magic of the wolves around them died out, giving Blaton's pack an extreme advantage. Lev smiled. They could actually win this. He turned from the screaming wizard to look for Roman, expecting him to be coming straight at him. The world turned silent as his eyes and ears searched the surrounding area. No Alpha-丨The. Lev reached out. He met eyes with Alpha.丨as the wolf tore a limb off of his opponent. Alpha-丨The. Lev screamed into the void. Silence bounced back into the mind link. Lev shot a worried glance at Alpha.丨 before darting into the woods. The Alpha had to be all right. Lev was not only worried about the Alpha, but Roman getting the staff. He was no wizard, but it still dealt certain powers when held by any species. One of those powers was strength. No. A few miles from the pack house, Alpha-丨 laid on the ground, bleeding profusely from the back of his head. Lev knelt down and found himself getting emotional as he pressed his hands against the wound drive. Wallahun, Lev screamed through the link. The doctor answered shortly and told Lev that he'd be there soon, but soon wasn't soon enough. Lev, Lelia sobbed through the link. Lev's hands froze on Alpha-丨's head. What's wrong? He's here. Here, Lelia repeated consistently. Roman had ruined so many lives, millions of lives, but he didn't get to ruin theirs. How far out are you? Lev asked the doctor. 2 minutes. Drive Wallahun replied shortly. I'm here. Drive in while Anne appeared a feet away from Lev. Wallahun linked me. The doctor knelt where Lev was sitting a few moments before, and Lev didn't hesitate another second before running towards the pack house. His speed got him there in seconds, but he shifted from his lichen form to his human form so he didn't destroy the house on the way. Come on, he begged the moon goddess. His bare feet slapped against the floor, then the stairs until he reached the thick. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Unlocked door to the chamber. Lev wasted no time before bursting through the door. No chapter 39. Those unable to fight always rested in the chamber. Leah and Kate were some of those people. Kate was crying, screaming in a corner somewhere, but Lev could only focus on his mate, laying on the floor, fear in her eyes. There was too much noise. Too much noise. Roman, the bane of his existence, had the staff resting on Lydia's forehead. Lev's breath caught in his throat as Roman turned to face him. Roman won, as always. Lev gulped and moved to kneel before his old leader now. Lydia screamed, trying to move towards her mate. Roman pressed the staff hard on her head, pinning Lydia to the floor. He turned to face Lev again. Come on, boy, Roman taunted. He glanced at his feet, and Lev followed his gaze. Please, please, please don't. Lev, don't. He'll kill you. He, for the first time since he had shifted into his lichen form, Lev blocked Lee's path to him in their mind. He caught her eyes and watched her mouth drop open in disbelief. Lev fell to his knees. Now, Lev. This all wouldn't have happened if you had just listened to me, Now you've almost ruined what I have worked so hard for. Roman spat in front of Lev. Too much noise. I'll kill myself, Lydia sobbed. Lev's head snapped up to face her with an incredulous look. What? Shut up, Roman shouted. I love you. Lydiaism. Mom, Leah ignored the man about to impale her head. But I'm not as strong as you. I can't live with my mate dying. If you die, I'll follow you. Her mind was decided. Liv moved to stand until Roman's hand carefully poked his head. I wouldn't, if I were you, Roman taunted. Lev slowly looked up to make eye contact with the most insane man in the world. You're done, Lev spoke. Even Kate's cries in the distance quieted at the sound of his voice. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Manipulating millions of lives. Lev snarled. Lydia gaped at her mate. I'm the most powerful man in the world, and yet you talk down to me. Roman brought his face closer to Lev's. I am a lichen. Lev spit. You are the dirt beneath my feet. You will pay. Roman shouted and lifted up the staff. Lev tried reaching forward for Lilia, but someone managed to beat his fast reflexes. A leg kicked Lilia's shoulder out of the way and was impaled itself. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Painful scream escaped to whoever had taken Lilia's place. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I will never let my child or her mate die, Kate repaired after a few moments. Lydia ran towards her mother, but Liv only had eyes for Roman. The man had suddenly paled, his face ashen, and dropped to his knees. Lev had to force his lichen back so he didn't crush everyone inside the chamber and grabbed Roman's neck with his bare hand. You will die by my hand today, Lev whispered to the choking man. To avenge those you murdered over the force entries you've been in control. Roman's neck disintegrated into his hand and Lev stomped on his decapitated head for good measure. No magic was ever bringing him back. Pack members, both men and women, surrounded Kate and Leah. Lev dropped to his knees once more beside his mate and her mother. Kate was sitting, cocked up against Leah, with her leg impaled to the floor. Lev looked down the staff and grimaced. It had gone straight through. It would probably take years for her to walk again, years she didn't have. It's all right. Everything is going to be okay, Leah said. She turned to Lev for help, lips wobbling and tears trailing out of her eyes. Is a doctor available? Lev asked the entire pack. I'll be done in a few minutes. How serious? Drive in, Molan responded. Kate's leg is impaled to the floor. Roman's dead. Lev replied shortly. Already on my way. Drive Woolahan responded. A few minutes later he rushed down the stairs and cleared the crowd away from her. The Alpha hasn't made clearance yet, so don't leave, Drive Woolahan said. He examined the wound and told Lydia to keep her distracted. How's the Alpha? Lev asked quietly. He didn't want to disturb the doctor's work. Not looking good. Can you call a warrior or two down here? He asked of Lev. He quickly called a warrior, and the warrior made extremely fast time coming downstairs. On count of 3, I am going to have Lev remove the pole and we're going to apply pressure on both sides of the wound. Drive. Woolahan directed the warrior. Lev, you've pulled the pole out. Lift Kate and bring her to the medical wing. He told Lev. All the lichen could do was nod. Kate, I'm so sorry. This is going to hurt. Do you have something to bite on? Kate was given a T-shirt from one of the babies to roll up and clench between her teeth. Desperate times call for desperate measures. 1, 2. Lev grimaced at the sound of the pole coming out of her flesh and Kate's screams. Lydia tried her best to comfort her mother, but it was hard when she was so upset. The doctor and the warrior rushed to put pressure on both sides of the wound while Liv lifted Kate into his arms. Lydia took the shirt of her mother's mouth and spoke to her quietly the entire way here. What's happened? Oh my God. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Johanna entered the house and screamed when she saw her sister. Lydia separated from them to convince Johanna to wait outside. Scrub up. I'm going to need all the help I can get. Drive in, Wyan demanded of the two men. Lydia joined and scrubbed up as well so she could keep her mother calm. Pain meds are going in now, Liv muttered to Kate and Lydia a few moments later. Slowly, Kate fell asleep, leaving the doctor to operate on her leg. A few hours later, everything was finished. Lydia wanted to collapse with exhaustion but refused to leave Kate alone. Johanna came into Kate's room and refused to leave as well. A good thing in all this, Lev started, cradling Lydia to his chest while she fought off sleepiness, is that those wolves that lived on will be able to go back to their families. Tell me about your family. Lydia rubbed her eyes as if she could rub the sleepiness out of them. I don't remember much. Lev sighed more to himself. He rubbed her back gently. I remember my mom's smell, my dad's rough but tender hands. I wish I could remember what they look like. Do you think they would have liked me? Lydia asked, slightly more alert. She began to play with Lev's hair. I think they would have loved you. Lev kissed the top of her head, then her lips. You have me now, and my mom, and my aunt, she muttered. Lev smiled and gave her another kiss. I would have loved to meet your parents, but kind of hard to do that when your mate is for centuries old. Lev chuckled right along with Leah for a few moments, then tilted her face up so her sleepy eyes could face him. I love you. Chapter 40. It's good to see you up. Mom, Leah murmured. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Once he had heard what happened to her, stayed with her and helped her through physical therapy. Her mom was in her wheelchair again, but Rogan was carrying her most of the time. Lydia was happy her mom had found someone to love her. She tightened her hand around Lev's and pulled him back to their room. She just wanted to relax with him now that everyone had settled down. What are we going to do with all of this free time? Lelia asked him. She was tucked underneath Lev's arm as his hand sifted through her hair. I don't know. Should I get a job? Lev asked. Lelia lifted her head up and stared at him in confusion. Who brought that up? Alpha.丨, Lev murmured. He said that Beta is leaving the pack to be with his family overseas. Lev, that's incredible. Lelia sat up quickly and sat over him roughly. A pained grunt left Lev's lips before he smiled at her. He seemed actually excited about the job. Do you know what it entails? It's a lot of work, Lelia brought up. Lev's smile slowly fell. Not I don't think you can do it. You can. It will just keep you busy. I think I want to accept. Lev murmured. He needs all the help he can get with Alpha.丨. Lydia frowned sadly and brought her mate into a hug. Both her and Lev had managed to get through the fight without life-threatening injuries, but Alpha.丨 wasn't so lucky. His cerebrum was damaged, a part of the brain that controlled movement, touch. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Language. Pretty much everything in the body. The entire pack was thankful to the moon goddess when he woke up a week and a half after the attack. Alpha.丨stayed with him, putting the pack on the back burner to help his mate learn to walk, eat, and talk again. Alpha-Luke's spirit is contagious. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. So the entire pack has been cheering him on. With Alpha-Luke focusing on recovery, Alpha.丨focusing on Alpha-Luke, and the beta of the pack moving, there was no one to take care of the pack. It would fall apart in weeks. I would be happy to be beta female. Lelia grinned. She gave him a quick kiss and asked if they could talk to Blaton now. They walked down the hall hand in hand to the medical wing where Alpha.丨was feeding his mate lunch. Hello. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Lelia murmured quietly. Blaton looked over at them with a smile. How are you doing? Lev asked the injured Alpha. Better. Mentally and physically better, Alpha-Luke answered. He could only speak with his mind, but he could still communicate. That was all that matters. Lev wanted you to know that he has accepted the position of beta, Lelia said with pride. She was so happy Lev who was taking a chance and going to make a change. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. That's great. Lev Alpha.丨stood to shake his hand. You'll do great. Thank you, Lev said to them. They chatted a bit more before leaving Alpha-Luke to rest. Alpha.丨agreed to start showing Lev the ropes the next day. They were planning to announce it in about a week. Everything seems to be falling into place. Except that wizard. Ilias coughed. I heard from Wogan that he's been completely compliant. Not the sharpest tool in the box. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Lelia giggled at Lev's words and wrapped her arm around his. They stopped back at their room to pick up a book for Lelia and a small blanket to rest on. She had started planning a picnic for them this morning so they could both relax Lelia with a book. And Lev in his lichen form. She only grabbed food for herself. Lev would need to hunt several animals to fill his stomach. Capon. Lev shifted and crouched down. He already had a place in mind for that afternoon. She slowly lifted herself onto his back and giggled as he trotted a few miles into the woods. They settled a few moments later on the ground, Lelia on her blanket resting her head against one of Lev's large paws. There was quite a bit of silence, peacefulness filling the air except when left to hunt. Lelia chuckled, memories playing in her mind of the first few days after he had taken her from her old pack. Lev was hunting while she rested to the side. Lelia was glad she could look back at that memory with happiness. It had all ended well. Lelia and Lev had grown a bit more intimate, as well. They were both learning and in no rush at all. It was nice to be completely relaxed in the mate bond. Johanna was doing well, and it filled Lelia's heart to the brim with happiness. She couldn't be more thankful that her family was doing well in this pack. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. It was Lelia's fault they were in this pack in the first place. Johanna was climbing up the ranks as a strong and loyal warrior. In their old pack, women could only dream of fighting for their pack. It was an honor for Johanna. Lelia was still looking for a way to help the pack. There were plenty of jobs available and she wanted to try them all before choosing what to do with her life. Maybe she'd teach, or assist in the kitchen even though she had never really cooked before she didn't know. Lelia was curious and hopeful about her future, both with the pack and with Lev. He had come so far since his days. Centuries. He was so strong, so brave to get through it and working as the beta of the pack now. She couldn't imagine it. Though he was taken at a young age and trained as a mercenary, he was now her Lev, Lydia's Lev. But happy, epilogue Lydia was back to ironing her dress. This time, unlike her old recitals, Aunt Johanna didn't have to do it for her. She took her time, slowly moving the iron back and forth, and... "I can't tie my tie," Lev grumbled behind her. Lydia jumped and hissed when her finger brushed against the bottom of the iron. She put her finger in her mouth and glared at Lev. "I just showed you yesterday," Lydia grumbled. She moved to the kitchen and her finger under cold water. "I'm sorry," Lev pouted. He grabbed the first aid kit from the bathroom and wrapped her finger up. Lydia showed him again, tying the tie on herself before tying it around his neck. "You look handsome," she whispered, kissing his cheek. "I'm going to get changed." She pulled on a brand new light blue dress that fell just short of her knees. She bought it, along with 2 dresses for her mom and Johanna, with her first paycheck. After trying a multitude of jobs, Lydia fell in love with teaching. She taught 1st grade and came home to live smiling and gushing about the children every day. "You look gorgeous," Lev grinned as he rushed to help her down the stairs. Her heels clunked against the wooden stairs as she tried not to fall. "Thank you." She kissed him lightly. "Why do you wear those things if they hurt you?" Lev asked. Even though it had been a pretty long time since they had joined this pack, his innocence still made her laugh sometimes. "Because they're pretty," she grinned cheekily. He shook his head and helped her to their car. That was Lydia and Lev's first big purchase. It was a rather large SUV that fit both of their tastes, even though Lev much preferred to travel by wolf form. No matter how much he begged, she refused to go in wolf form to a wedding. Rogan proposed 2 years after the battle. He had shyly asked Lydia's permission to propose to her mother, and she gladly said yes. He treated her like a queen, and Kate had gladly said yes when he proposed in a field of flowers. It was their wedding day, and they only invited a few guests to drive. Wallahan, both Alphas, and a few friends Kate had made along the way. Plus Johanna, Lydia, and Lev. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. The radio played soft music in the background as Lev drove the car over gravel, then grass, and parked near a few other cars. Kate and Rogan were getting married in the same field of flowers he proposed in. Lev turned off the car, pocketed the keys, and got out to open Lydia's door. He gripped her wrist tightly so she wouldn't fall as she climbed out of the SUV. "Lydia, you look gorgeous." Johanna rushed her into a hug. She pulled Lev into a hug next, then rested her hand against his cheek as she asked him how he had been. They walked with Johanna over to the small rows of seats and were greeted by both Alphas. Alpha Luke was immensely healthier a year after the attack, and now he was walking, talking, and eating fine. He grew his hair out to cover the missing hair from his scar, no matter how much people around him assured him that it looked good. "I'm so excited." Lydia clapped her hands a few times. Both Alphas and Lev laughed at her contagious excitement. About a half hour later, Rogan arrived, followed shortly by Kate in another car. Lydia sat in her seat in the front row. Her mother and her fiancé decided not to have groomsmen or bridesmaids and was handed tissues because her crying was about to begin. Lev was excited for the wedding, but a crying Lydia made him quite anxious. He hated seeing her in tears, but her mother was getting married. Crying was more than gratified. As she was wheeled down the aisle by a friend of hers, Kate surprised everyone by asking for the wheelchair to be stopped. Lydia's heart caught in her throat and her hand tightened around Lev's. Had she decided she wasn't going to marry Rogan? Lev gasped next to her when Kate stood from the wheelchair and looped her arm through her friend's arm to keep her balance. After the attack, Kate told everyone she had given up on walking. It was hard to learn to walk before the accident, but her injury assured her that she wasn't going to walk again. Lelia turned to glance at Rogan and was surprised to see tears streaming down his face. He sniffled and reached out to help her up onto the little stand they were to be married on. The ceremony went quickly, and about halfway through Kate asked for her chair with embarrassed cheeks. Lelia raced up to get it for her and helped her into it, reassuring her that it was more than fine, and that she shouldn't be embarrassed. The last part of Rogan's vows had left pulling a sobbing Leah into his chest because she couldn't breathe through her tears. Rogan squatted in front of her and held her hand, tears in his eyes, to make the rest of your life the best of your life. Lelia really tried not to think about her mother's years left because she hadn't come to terms with it yet. She didn't think she ever would. Kate and Rogan were announced husband and wife, and Kate insisted on walking down the aisle with him. Her friend pushed the wheelchair slowly behind them in case she asked for it afterwards. They all danced in the field of flowers for a while before all returning separately to their rooms. Lelia and Lev chuckled, a little tipsy, as they bumped into the doorframe on the way into their room. Lelia kissed Lev first, but it got intense quickly. They fell onto the bed together, moving around gently as they made out. "I want to have a baby," Lelia breathed between kisses. Lev rose, and it took a few moments for Lelia to process what had just come out of her mouth. She swept a hand over her mouth and sat up quickly. They hadn't had sex yet. They had gotten close, but they were both taking it slow, and they weren't married. "I'm tipsy," Lelia said through the hand covering her mouth. "We can talk about it later." Lelia kissed Lev and they continued where they left off. Lev pulled back a few minutes later. "Where do babies come from?" Bonus chapter. Lev didn't understand why kids were so obsessed with him. His wife always said that it was because of his size, and Lev kind of understood besides. He kind of enjoyed being a playground. He was usually only able to train for an hour before the kids woke up and were released from their parents. Lelia always laughed and almost never bothers to help get hanging kids off of him. Counting the minutes himself, he was an hour short on training today. They released the hounds 1 minute early. "Glad out of here," Alpha.丨joked as soon as the little wolves and hands grabbed onto his fur and started pulling. "I'll train for a couple hours, I know you will." "Go ahead," Alpha assured. Lev started jogging away, giving a wolfy grin when he heard the yips of pups falling off and chasing him so they could climb back on. Lelia must have heard the barks fall before she saw them. She was on their front porch, leaning against the railing with her large parts billowing and shaking her head. Lev stopped just short of it and shook the pups free. He turned around, growled lightly, and chased them a short while towards the pack house before shifting back. The pups ran back to their parents, tackling each other and barking the whole way there. "How was your day today?" Lelia turned her back and moved inside when Lev stood there nude. "I see the kids got you again. Is there a day they don't latch onto me?" Lev chuckled and picked his wife up from behind before she could finish her walk to the bedroom. "Stop. I have to grab my bag." Luke called. Lelia squirmed. She was set carefully on the ground and grabbed a bag from their large oak dresser. Lev wasn't afraid to pick her back up and carry her to the front of the house again. "What does he need?" Lev asked. Lelia swung her bag over her shoulder and grabbed Lev's hand to begin the short stroll to the pack house in which they used to live. "He just said to get there when we could," she answered softly. They got there in a 5-minute walk and were greeted by a nervous Alpha Luke at the front doors. He was twiddling his thumbs and fidgeting it from foot to foot, even when he saw the couple walking towards him. "Hey," he sighed, his shoulders drooping a bit. The council showed up unexpectedly. Lelia gasped. Lev's hand tightened around hers and pulled her a little bit closer. They hadn't seen them in years. The council attended Kate's funeral 3 years ago to send personal condolences to Lelia. Kate had passed away in her sleep after complications from her declining health 6 years after her marriage to Rogan. Her only wish was to see her daughter happy, and she didn't fear death after she walked her daughter down the aisle. Lydia had taken months, if not a year, to recover, and Lev also found himself mourning for the woman he thought of as his mother. Johanna spent most of her time at work as a warrior and ended up finding the love of her life there. Either way, it seemed they only came around when bad things happened. Anything recently? Lev asked Luke. He shook his head in answer and continued to twiddle his thumbs. Why the hell were they at the pack? Luke nervously ushered them inside into the conference room where everything began. Leah, Lev, Councilwoman Longworth stood and offered them both a handshake. Leah left her hand limp in the woman's hand and used her other to clench Lev tightly. Council, why don't you tell them why you're here so they don't have to worry any longer? Blaton said while rubbing his eyebrows tiredly. Lev had left training minutes ago. They'd come that soon. We've been receiving pressure from other packs about Lycans, and we thought, why not talk it over with the Lycan himself? She smiled proudly. Lev leaned his head closer to them and tilted it curiously. Alpha Luke was rubbing his mate's shoulders, trying and failing to relieve the tension. The council has decided it's time to reproduce. Councilman Jarl crossed his arms and leaned back in his chair. Reproduction is the only way to create more Lycans. Why, you can't just decide that. Lydia stood with a shout. Lev stopped her chair from ricocheting behind her and stood as well. You would deny the world protection. Councilman Jarl crossed his arms. Our child, if we ever have one, will be just that, a child. You are not to say. It will not be your child, Councilman Jarl. Sit down, Councilwoman Longworth demanded. The other members stood up to grab him if needed. You will not speak another word. We are just here to encourage. Councilman Denhart smiled in apology. Lev helped an upset Lydia back into her chair and glanced at an awestruck couple of alphas. Packs are getting nervous that there's another roam around somewhere. It's getting to be a little concerning, but obviously we can't force you. We're also here to check in on you, Longworth said softly. We're sorry we haven't been able to visit more. We know it's been a struggle. Denhart apologized. We appreciate your visit, but this is a lot to take in. We're not ready for kids at all. Lydia gave them a weak smile before glancing at Lev. Let's give them a break, shall we? Alpha-Blaton stood from his chair and ushered the council out of the room. As soon as the door shut behind them, Alpha Luke let his head fall down onto the table. Dear Goddess, why the hell are they always here? We asked for it with a Lycan in our pack. Alpha-Blaton smirked his arm around his mate. What are you going to do? We're not having kids because the council demands it. Lydia muttered and crossed her arms. Maybe we could have kids because we want to. Lev said and shrugged, not noticing the large amount of tension that filled the room. Lydia jerked her head towards Lev, and both of the alphas excused themselves. We're not having kids like this. Lydia stood and paced behind her chair. I never dreamed of children until I met you. Liv answered quietly. We've talked about this. Lydia's jaw clenched, but she forced herself to sit down and take a deep breath. I don't want to pass on the illness that killed my mother. Lev rolled his chair closer to his mate. That illness won't even come close to killing a Lycan. He rubbed his hands up and down her arms to relax her more. Yes, Lydia's immune system was practically crap. But drive. Wallahan medicated her early enough to ensure a long-lasting, centuries-old life as a mate to a Lycan. It's still painful. Levin, don't you think a Lycan inside of me will kill me? I don't kill you. Lev smirked and winced when she smacked his arm away. Another Lycan will have the council up our asses all the time. We'll have to worry more. Lydia's throat wobbled. Liv grabbed both of her hands and held them tightly before leaning his forehead on yours. I will protect them with my life. Nil my life. I'm kind of badass. Ev smirked. Lydia smacked him again, muttering something about how he spent too much time watching TV, and slumped in her chair. "We're not going to try this for the council. We're doing it for us," Lydia warned. Lev only smiled warmly and pulled her into a kiss. Bonus Chapter 2. Having two lichens under one roof was exhausting. It felt like the world had celebrated when Lydia gave birth to him 7 years ago. The council had visited immediately, and the Alphas were bombarded with visitation requests from strangers across the world. Arthur was given special treatment the second he had been conceived. Being responsible for repopulating the world with lichens was a lot of pressure and led to an extremely stressful pregnancy for everyone. Lydia's immune system didn't help at all. Lev was constantly terrified, and appointments were constant. The stress of a 7-year-old and pressure from everyone was a lot to handle. Lydia didn't exactly want to go through a lichen pregnancy again, but she understood her duty. Her 3-month pregnant belly was already causing her pain. She hated being pregnant. Arthur shifted at the young age of 5 into a full-sized wolf. Lydia was only slightly bigger than him, and teared up as soon as she saw him. It was like he was losing his childhood, but she knew he was just different. It was a struggle to get used to it all. Lev went from being terrified to even touch his son to practically never letting him go. Arthur had only stayed with Johanna and her soulmate Nazi twice since he'd been born because Lev refused to let anyone watch him. He still made time to take Lydia out. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nobel, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." And that's definitely gotten easier the older Arthur gets. Lev was able to take a break from beta duties this week and spend a day off with his family. Alpha-丨The and Luke were very lenient with him when Leah was pregnant because everyone knew how it treated her. Shortly into her first pregnancy, her body was deemed unstable, and she wasn't allowed to be left alone. This pregnancy was no different. She sat on the front porch of their house in a comfortable, cushioned patio chair with Johanna while Lev tussled with his son gently in the yard. Yulia rested her head against the back of a chair and took her hand off of her bump. "This sucks," she groaned. Johanna only smiled. "I always thought you would stop after Arthur," she said softly. Her voice was starkly different to the deep growls coming from the front lawn. "This is the last damn one," Lydia swore. She'd said that while pregnant with Arthur, but she meant it this time. "The council could go to hell. It's your choice. Don't let them pressure you," Johanna encouraged. "Mean anything." Lev's voice came into Lydia's head. She looked out into the yard to see him picking up Arthur by the scruff of his neck and softly setting him on the front porch. He ran over to his mother and nuzzled her legs before trying to jump on her like a dog. Lev was quick to grab him again and move him aside. Lev growled lightly before nuzzling Arthur's stomach as a warning to not do it again. "No, honey." "Thank you. Will you take him in and get him dressed? We have dinner in an hour," Lydia reminded. To fit in the door, Lev had to shift back as Johanna looked away. He gave Lydia a dazzling smile before picking up their muddy pup and walking inside. "I love Arthur. I do," Johanna started. "But I'm glad Nazi and I agreed not to have kids. Everyone is different. Just because you don't want to have kids doesn't mean you hate Arthur." Lydia chuckled. Johanna just smiled. "I'll take off when Lev comes back out." "Nazi is making pot roast." Johanna clapped and rubbed her hands together. Yulia and Lev had their weekly dinner with the Alphas and their daughter. After waiting for over a decade, a pup finally became available for adoption a few packs away, and the Alphas fought their hardest to bring her home. Pups usually didn't go up for adoption. They were gifts from the goddess unless their family passed away. Then many people across the world filled out applications for adoption. Thea's paperwork went through, and the Alphas were able to have a child of their own. Almost 100 applications. True to his word, Lev came back out at the porch an hour later, with Arthur dressed and ready to go. He had also dressed himself into a nice short, sleeve shirt and a slim pair of sweatpants. Liv tried on jeans when he became more aware of his surroundings and swore he would never wear the scratchy fabric again. "Don't you look handsome?" Lelia reached for Arthur to pull him onto her lap. "Thanks for staying." Lev smiled at Johanna. "Any time. I'm going to head home to Nazi." Johanna smiled and gave each of them, including Arthur, a hug before shifting into her wolf and making her way home. "You ready?" Lesked. He let go of Arthur's hand and watched him run ahead before leaning down and picking up his mate. Lelia squirmed in his arms for a moment before getting comfortable. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing clichés enthusiasm." She would complain about being carried everywhere, but now, it was a huge plus. Her whole body was usually uncomfortable when she walked anyway. Arthur was already in front of the pack house when they arrived, receiving a rough rubbing on the head from Alpha.丨. Thea was trying to rush out of Alpha.丨's arms as he walked out of the house and carefully set her down so she could play with Arthur. She was only 2 years younger than him, but would follow him to the ends of the earth. "How are you both?" "Tired," Lelia blurted out as Liv stopped to talk to them while Arthur and Thea ran around. "Guys, let's head inside." Alpha.丨 shouted at them both and watched them run inside into their seats. "We're having lamb tonight." "That sounds so good." Lelia groaned and cradled her empty beside her baby. "Of course, stomach." Ev just chuckled and walked inside, only putting her down when he reached her seat. The others took their seats around her, and the meal began. A weekly dinner was something Alpha.丨's father didn't encourage him to do the same. It didn't seem to make that big of a difference, considering Leah and the Alphas were already close, but it was nice to sit down with them. They spent the meal discussing the pack and the food, and eventually moved on to Leah and Liv's second child. "Mommy's having a mem," Arthur began to shout before Lev's large hand covered almost his entire face to keep him quiet. "You guys know what you're having?" Alpha.丨 cast with his eyebrows raised. "Yeah, but we're keeping it a surprise for everyone else. It's a girl." Leah interrupted Lev with a squeal. "I can't hold it in anymore. I'm so excited." "A girl. Congratulations," Alpha.丨 said to both of them as Thea clapped her hands in excitement. "Don't tell anyone," Lev begged, "not even Johanna. We're keeping the name a surprise." "Too," Leah smiled. "She won't budge on that secret," Lev assured, though he scolded her through the mind link for blurting it out. He wasn't upset. Not at all, really. He knew just how excited she was. "Well, I'm happy Lelia gets a girl in the house. Jamail likens. We love you, Lev, but no thanks." Alpha.丨 laughed. "It's understandable," Lev answered with a smirk. They finished their meal and, with Lelia in Lev's arms once again, made their way back to the house. Arthur was walking considerably slower than before, clearly tired, and squealed when his father lifted him up and put him on his shoulders. Lev rested Lelia in their room before attending to Arthur. The kid was self-sufficient enough to change into pajamas and tuck himself into bed, but still had a hard time brushing his teeth. After helping with that, he was finally able to crawl into bed next to his wife. It was a good day, and there would be more to come. Bonus Chapter 3 FINAL Cat. "Get down from there this instant," Lelia shouted towards the top of a tree. Her daughter was 5 years old with bigger muscles than her mother. Arthur was 12 and already growing grumpy and moody to his parents. He spent more of his time with Thea the pack house than with his parents. Catherine, on the other hand, wasn't a good listener. Lelia had sworn she was partially deaf once she started speaking, but a visit with Drive. Wallahan had assured her that it wasn't true. Though named after Leah's mother, Catherine only liked to listen to her father. "Come outside, please," Lelia reached out to her mate. Lev was out not a minute later and joined Lelia beneath the large oak tree. "Cat, come down here please," he said loudly. Their daughter peered down at them, climbed down a single branch, then continued to play with whatever was in her hands. "If you don't come down, you're not getting a bedtime story tonight." Although a lie, the comment was able to bring her down a little farther. "We'll go to the pack house for ice cream after dinner," Lelia bargained. Cat climbed down further, but managed to get her long hair stuck in a branch and wailed in pain. Without a word, Lev was launched into the tree and jumped from each branch like it was nothing. A few minutes of quiet coaxing brought both him and Katha into the ground. "Can we really go to the pack house after dinner?" Kate asked. She threw out her arms and legs and begged to be put down onto the ground. "We're going to have to go pick up your brother anyway," Lelia mumbled under her breath with a scowl. Lev set their daughter down and watched her run forward before turning to Lelia. "Did he link? Told me he was staying at theirs for dinner then shut off our connection," Lelia grumbled. The damn kid wouldn't listen to her anymore. "You know they're probably mate." Lev tried to coax and placed his hands on her cheeks. Lelia pushed her mate's hands away and stepped back. "No one knows that. I don't want him to get his head broken. Why else would they be so attached? We have to let him make his own decisions," he whispered softly. Cat was nearing the edge of the forest they were in and rushed into the house as soon as it came into view. "If he gets his heart broken, we'll be right there by his side." "His Lycan should have known by now," Lelia murmured. "We don't know for sure. Let's have dinner then go meet him at the pack house. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Kate is dumping all of her toys onto her floor right now for some reason, so I'll go pick that up while you put food in front of her," Ev smirked. Kate was the most troublesome girl in the pack and everyone knew it. "Oh, Cat," Lelia sighed when Liv carried their daughter into the dining room with an apologetic smile. "You got into the markers." "No," Cat's purple lips promised. Lelia sat her down anyway and put tonight's meal in front of her. Lev was down a few minutes later and pressed a thankful kiss onto her lips before sitting down. It took them over a half hour to get the purple off of her face before they were headed to the pack house. Sure enough, Thea and Arthur were relaxing on a hammock near the forest as they approached the house. Lev held on to Cat with one hand and Lelia with the next. "If it isn't my favorite Gottchild," Alpha-Luke cooed as soon as he saw them. He pulled Cat from her father's hands and gave her a raspberry on her stomach before holding her on his side. "I'm guessing you guys came for ice cream." Lev must have linked him on the walk there. Alpha-Luke winked at them and took their daughter inside just as Alpha-Blaton came out. "How long have they been together?" 7 hours and counting. Alpha-Blaton sighed as he checked his watch. "I'm terrified of what's going to happen if they're not mates." "Me too," Lelia whispered. "I'm going to grab him and we'll get out of your hair. It's no problem. Good luck. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "We haven't been able to separate them for hours," Glaton warned. Lelia squared her shoulders and walked over to her son. "Hey Thea," Lelia greeted as they made eye contact. The young girl waved at her before tucking her arm back around Arthur. "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Noble, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." "Bunny, time to go home," Lelia smiled softly. Arthur looked at Thea and had a conversation through their individual pack link before he carefully separated them and stood, cracking a few of his bones, and following his mom back to let Alpha-Blaton. Shortly after, Alpha-Luke exited with Cat and another ice cream cone which was handed to Arthur. "See you tomorrow?" Arthur waved and started walking back to the house. Lydia raised her eyebrows at him before saying her goodbyes and following after him. She managed to catch him in his pajamas brushing his teeth and asked if they could have a talk. Yeah, Alfred roared suspiciously and spit his toothpaste into the sink. I was thinking we could go visit Aunt Johanna. Maybe Nancy can make her famous pot roast, Lydia suggested. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm going over to Fia's tomorrow, he said as he turned off the bathroom light. Lydia followed him to his room and leaned on the doorframe. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I really want you to spend some time with us. I understand that you and Fee are best friends, but there's no guarantee she's your mate, Lydia tried to explain. Arthur just scoffed and crawled under his covers, pulled his phone out and turned away from his mother. You don't know that, he muttered sadly. Lydia sat next to him on his bed. Neither do you. I'll see you tomorrow. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Milburn, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Lydia asked. She sat for a moment and waited his response. Arthur turned around to face her and put his phone down with a sad look. Sure. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like. And don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.